Chapter 382 A bloody message. As the thunderous boom reverberated through the grand hall, the atmosphere shifted from celebratory to tense. The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, causing a ripple of gasps and murmurs among the gathered crowd. Rowena frowned as she looked up and waved her hand, making the roof of the castle translucent. Asher's eyes narrowed as his gaze landed on the giant translucent shield covering the entire Bloodburn Kingdom. It was powered by Rowena's Stevia and would activate upon detecting any incoming attacks, but the strange thing was nobody saw any incoming attacks. A collective intake of breath filled the hall when they saw a strange sight. Blood-red letters came into view, an eerie sight etched against the sky. Clearly, not just one but probably the blood of hundreds were used to etch such huge words. Asher Drake, we will be expecting your presence in our kingdom within a week. No more than 5 people other than a single protector shall accompany you. Break your word, and your kingdom will suffer for the cowardice of their king. The message was clear and menacing, directly challenging Asher and his new position. Thorin, standing with his usual indifference, broke the stunned silence. His voice, though calm, carried a weight that resonated throughout the hall. It's the Draconians, he stated matter-of-factly. The underlying tension in his voice was not lost on the audience. Vernon, his face etched with a grim expression, spoke next. They have gone too far by doing something like this on an auspicious day. His words reflected the thoughts of many in the room, adding to the growing unease. Meraxa and Narizara glanced at each other with a grim expression, realizing that these Draconians were their problem as well, especially after their daughter's marriage. Siren, anticipating the rising panic in the kingdom, borrowed Rowena's authority to use the castle to announce to the common people all over the kingdom, "Everyone, please remain calm," he announced authoritatively. "Our kingdom is not under attack. This is merely an elaborate message from the Draconians." His attempt to soothe the nerves was met with varying degrees of success outside. Isola, standing beside Asher, looked up at him, her eyes filled with concern. She knew of the impending challenge, but the reality of it still struck a chord of fear. It seemed obvious the Draconians were out for blood. However, Asher and Rowena's eyes were looking far beyond the ominous message, piercing through the shield where they spotted a solitary figure in the distant sky, a woman with wings and piercing red eyes, her gaze seemingly locked onto theirs with an icy coldness, before she vanished into the horizon. Rowena's hands curled into fists, feeling a rare surge of cold anger and frustration, the indignity of the Draconians' challenge on such a significant day burning within her. She had envisioned the flawless coronation for him, a day of celebration and unity, but this brazen act had marred its perfection. She couldn't even lash out in return due to the vast power difference between their kingdoms and to avoid being the first one to potentially start a war. Feeling her turmoil, Asher reached out, his warm hand enveloping hers. His comforting smile, filled with unspoken support, eased her tension, promising to take care of this. His eyes then hardened as she looked back at the sky. He knew the Draconians did this because he hadn't informed them when he was coming yet, and clearly he didn't expect them to be this impatient. But how dare they try to ruin a day like this? Turning to face the assembly, Asher's voice resonated with confidence and determination, cutting through the tense atmosphere. "It seems the Draconians are eager for my visit. I shall honor their invitation and depart for their kingdom a week from now," he declared, his tone neither defiant nor submissive, but assured. "I will be picking 5 people from this hall to accompany me," he continued, surveying the room. "But first, I would like to see who would want to volunteer. Those willing to join may step forward." The hall, previously filled with whispers and murmurs, fell silent as his words sunk in. The gravity of the situation was clear. This was no mere formality, but a potentially perilous journey into the heart of the strongest kingdom who viewed them as mortal enemies. It wouldn't be wrong to say that this could be a suicide journey if things go wrong. Rowena had her brows furrowed since she didn't like this limit of 5 people, but that was the rule, just like how the Draconian prince was accompanied only by one senior while the rest of his entourage wasn't strong enough to count. But she knew they didn't care because of their confidence in their kingdom's strength. She would have joined Asher if not for having to be here for the kingdom. She knew, In the past, everything went smoothly in such scenarios, but there was no guarantee that the Draconians wouldn't be foolish enough to break the pact by trying to do something to Asher when he gets there. Several hands rose in response, a mix of young and old, eager to stand beside their new king. Among them were seasoned warriors, nobles seeking to prove their loyalty, and even a few younger faces, driven by a blend of bravery and the desire for glory. Some were doing it as a chance to get into the good books of their new king, while others were feeling compelled to volunteer out of the pressure to not look bad before the king. Even if he was casually asking, they knew how impudent it would be to not volunteer when it was his first request as the king. Sylvia was about to raise her hand with an ecstatic smile, but feeling her father's gaze, she looked at him and saw him shaking her head and saying in a low voice, "Not for this, my child." Sylvia pouted and, with a sad and disappointed look, lowered her hand. Sabina was tempted to step forward. How could she resist a chance to go on a journey with him where there could be times when both of them could go missing and no nosy people would be there to care? But she could only shake her head in frustration since she couldn't go against the wishes of her house. Asher saw Leonidas and Kellum raising their hands without hesitation and looking at him with eager expressions. He also saw Sylvan raising his hand with a determined expression and didn't expect him to not show any hesitation. Was he that dutiful? Okay, Leonidas Stormrider, Kellum Nightshade and Sylvan Drakea Broken Bar, I accept your service, Asher said with a brief nod as the three of them deeply bowed and said in unison, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Asher's lips then curved as he saw the man sitting 2 seats away from Sylvan, the only vassal of his in the hall who wasn't stepping forward. Instead, Oberon was sitting with his eyes staring at the space ahead as if he didn't hear what Asher said. "Prince Oberon," Asher called out with a tone that effortlessly blended respect with a hint of challenge, "I've been recently informed again of your glorious achievements that stand out among most in this kingdom, so I feel you are worthy enough to accompany me for this journey. What do you say?" Rebecca's features tightened, her face a picture of barely concealed fury and anxiety. Oberon, trapped under the weight of Asher's direct challenge, felt an uncomfortable spotlight cast upon him. His hands clenched the armrest of his seat, knuckles whitening under the strain. Rebecca rose swiftly, her voice laced with a forced apologetic tone. "Your Majesty, my son has only recently awakened from a prolonged coma. He is yet to regain his full strength. I fear he may not be able to serve you to the best of his abilities." Soren rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. Asher, undeterred, exhaled softly and waved off her concerns. "That's quite all right. Even in a diminished state, a genius of Prince Oberon's caliber is an invaluable asset. Let's not underestimate him. Besides, he has Jesrith to support him, doesn't he?" The mention of Jesrith seemed to strike a nerve. Rebecca's face twitched noticeably, her eyes betraying a flicker of unease. How dare he have the audacity to mention that after knowing everything? Rowena, observing the unfolding drama, addressed Oberon in a tone that was cold and imperious. "Oberon, your king has asked you a question. Will you not answer? But remember, his wish shall be your command." Rebecca's cheeks flared a deep shade of crimson, the indignity of Rowena's direct challenge a bitter pill to swallow. She wasn't even making it seem like a choice, like mother, like daughter indeed. Oberon felt so many gazes landing on him, but feeling Rowena's gaze and hearing her cold, sweet voice was the last straw. Before he knew it, he was already on his feet and looked at Asher. His voice, though strained, carried a feigned enthusiasm. "It would be my utmost honor to accompany your Majesty on this significant journey." Asher's smile broadened, a silent acknowledgement of Oberon's reluctant commitment. "Your willingness to serve is greatly appreciated, Prince Oberon." Rebecca, her heart racing with a mix of dread and protective instincts, suddenly stepped forward after seeing no other choice. "Your Majesty, I too wish to volunteer to join this mission," she declared, her voice carrying a mixture of resolve and concealed anxiety. She was sure this brat was planning to do something to her son by forcing him to join. She couldn't let Oberon out of her sight in a situation like this. The room buzzed with murmurs and whispers, the atmosphere charged with surprise and speculation. but since her son was involved, they could understand why she wanted to volunteer. Otherwise, no senior powerhouse from the three great houses would volunteer for a journey like this unless they had something to gain out of it. Nobody would expect them to volunteer since they had their own duties and responsibilities to do unless it concerned the safety of the kingdom. Just then, a calm, dignified voice cut through the murmurs. "I would like to volunteer as well, Your Majesty." Asher raised his brows upon seeing a graceful beauty with a mature aura and dressed in a bright red gown stepping forward with an earnest smile. All shocked eyes turned towards Neda, the lady of House Valentine. Her presence, always poised and serene, now seemed to hold an added layer of determination. The crowd was visibly taken aback. Her offer to join the mission was unexpected, especially for someone of her stature. Vernon's expression was a complex blend of concern and confusion. Leaned in, his voice low but urgent. "Neda, what are you thinking? Asher already has ample support for this venture. Why are you doing this?" Neda turned to face Vernon, her expression composed yet resolute. "It's a decision I've not taken lightly, dear. Remember a broken bar. He is our king now." Vernon's brows furrowed even more, knowing what she meant, but a certain feeling was gnawing at the back of his mind upon seeing her do this. "We're broken bar," Rebecca muttered with a look of disbelief as she looked at Neda. Why was she poking her nose into this? Feeling her gaze, Neda looked at Rebecca and offered a brief smile before looking at Asher. The hall buzzed with a mix of disbelief and curiosity as two powerful senior figures volunteered for something like this. This was a move that broke the mold of traditional expectations. Neda was standing with a graceful smile while Rebecca's eyes were intense as they bore into Asher. "Choose me, you bastard." The tension was palpable as Asher deliberated, his eyes shifting between the two ladies. He finally sighed and said, "I appreciate you two stepping forward, but unfortunately, I can only choose one." So broken bar. Rebecca held her breath as she narrowed her eyes. She made sure to let Asher feel her gaze burrowing into him. "Lady Neda, it would be my pleasure to have you join me." Asher completed his sentence with a light smile. Neda's smile never wavered as she inclined her head in acknowledgement, her voice calm and gracious. "I am honored, Your Majesty." Rebecca's face contorted with barely concealed fury and disappointment. The choice was a clear snub, a deliberate exclusion that left her seething. She glanced at Oberon, her worry for her son now amplified by Asher's sly decision. Oberon returned her gaze, his expression etched with unease as the two knew Asher was up to no good. Sylvia was still pouting, wondering why she can't go if her mother could. Esther's aloof gaze landed on Neda for a brief second before looking away. Rowena, observing the dynamics at play, chose to intervene, her voice cutting through the murmurs. "This concludes today's proceedings. You are all dismissed." As the crowd dispersed, Rebecca immediately walked over towards Neda and stared daggers at her back, as if noticing such an obvious presence. Neda turned around with a subtle smile and asked, "Rebecca, is there anything I kinda why are you doing this? You know that I should be the one going, not you." "Just what did Asher tell you to make you do this?" Rebecca asked in a low, seething voice. Neda took a slow step forward and said, while maintaining her smile, "Nobody told me to do anything. I am doing this as a senior concerned for her junior, who is our king now. He helped my daughter during the quest from getting killed by a certain person, so, shouldn't I return the favor?" Rebecca furrowed her brows and said, "HMPH, what a great time you picked to return the favor. Next time, you better give me a warning before making me lose face and look like a fool." Neda nodded with an apologetic smile. "Of course, I am sorry I wasn't thoughtful. Don't hold it against me, okay?" As she said this, she gently held Rebecca's hand. Rebecca looked down at her hand before raising her gaze, pulling her hand away, and walking away without responding. Neda shook her head with a helpless smile as she saw her walk away. Asher's strides were measured and confident as he walked through the grand hallway, flanked by City and Isola, while Rowena had left to take care of the steps needed after his coronation. "Why did you not choose either of us?" Isola's voice was tinged with a mix of concern and puzzlement, her eyes searching Asher's for answers. She had wanted to ask him earlier, but she felt he must have a reason and waited to ask later. Beside her, Sati echoed her sentiments, her tone more direct. "And why pick Oberon out of all people? He is the last person you should trust. If you are doing this to protect us, then don't. Other than us wanting to, it is also our duty to support you," Isola said with a soft gaze. Asher paused, turning to face them, his expression calm yet confident. "It's not about protecting anyone. I have a different plan in mind for both of you," he explained, revealing the contours of his strategy. Isola and Sati exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting from surprise to understanding, but Isola, her concern evident, couldn't help but object. "This still seems too risky." Sati nodded in agreement, her stance unwavering. Asher offered a reassuring smile. "I know, but this approach minimizes the risk to all of us. Our enemies would be more inclined to strike if you two, especially the consort I married today. Draconians aren't the only ones we should be worried about. Since it's a long journey to the other side of the world, who knows what can happen." Isola let out a soft sigh while Sati lowered her gaze, feeling he was right. Seeing how they were still feeling uneasy, he added, "But don't worry, not only do I have Eradicator, but Nada is also accompanying me. So far, she has only helped me out, even when I needed it the most. A senior figure like her is enough to deter most of the fools." Sati let out a resigned sigh and said, "That's true. Buta Broken Bar, why is she helping you out like this? Even if you became king, she is risking more than she needs to." "Are you a Broken Bar close with her?" Sati asked with a suspicious look. Despite being a genius and a charming character, he was still a pervert in the end whose skin was thicker than that of a dragon, and for some reason, women just can't stay away from him. Asher chuckled as he shook his head, knowing what Sati was curious about. "Sati, come on, you can't think I am that brazen. I am pretty decent compared to most men in this world. It's just a friendly relationship we built over the years." Sati harumphed as she lifted her nose in the air. "Whatever, just don't forget she is the lady of House Valentine." She also couldn't help but wonder what meaning the word "a decent" had in his mind to call himself as one. Isola briefly covered her lips with her hand after seeing Sati's and Asher's expressions. "Of course." Asher then looked at Isola and gently cradled her face in his hands, his gaze soft yet intense. "I'll see you tonight after training. Spend some time with your people until then, and tell Khaleesi I will come to see her later." He leaned in, sealing his words with a tender kiss, leaving Isola with a sense of fulfillment. He wanted to spend the entire day with her, but with the journey to Draconis Kingdom coming up, both of them knew he had to focus on getting stronger first. Sati, standing a little apart, felt a warm blush tint her cheeks at their open display of affection, a part of her envying their comfort with each other. They married just a couple of minutes ago and were already comfortable doing this before her. As Isola departed, Asher turned to Sati. "Now, why don't you lead the way to my new training chamber?" Sati hesitated at the threshold of the training chamber, her eyes tracing the outlines of the vast, well-equipped space. It was designed for a king, and it showed in every detail. The dark mana in the chamber was thick enough to let one easily channel their mana in their mana circuits and comprehend higher abilities. It was only possible because of the expensive and rare dark moon stones that were harvested from the surface of the blood moon itself by the late king. It was as good as the Queen's own training chamber, and this made Sati realize the depth of Rowena's love and care for Asher. Holding nothing back, as Asher perused the room, Sati offered, "If there's anything you need, just let me know. Until my mother arrives, I will be standing outside." Asher placed his hands behind his back as he casually said, "Well, a Broken Bar, I do need something now." Sati's curiosity piqued, and she tilted her head slightly. "What do you require, Your Majesty?" "You," he stated simply, his movements swift as he grasped her wrist and drew her inside, shutting the door behind them. "Your Majesty," Sati exclaimed, a mix of surprise and embarrassment coloring her voice. But the moment she was dragged into the dark chamber, she found herself pressed against the wall, Asher's presence overwhelming yet strangely comforting. "This isn't something a king should be doing." Sati mumbled with pinched lips, her eyelashes fluttering. "Oh, I think this is pretty tame for a king. Besides, we didn't get to talk much after we returned. It seemed like you were avoiding me." Asher's voice was low, a teasing edge to his words. Sati's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her gaze darting away from his devilish smile that was looming over her. "I was just busy," she muttered, her tone defensive yet soft. "I wasn't avoiding you on purpose." Asher studied her for a moment, his smile deepening. "Is that so? Then why are you avoiding my eyes now?" Sati harumphed and said as she looked straight into his eyes. "Who said that? I just don't want to get frustrated each time I catch you ogling at me." "Whoa, how can you make me sound like a crude man? I was only appreciating your beauty." "I thought you liked that, don't you?" Asher asked with a mischievous smile, making Sati feel her cheeks warm up as she harumphed. "HMPH, that's nonsense, but I know that is not the real reason, so why don't you tell me the truth before I eat you up like a wolf?" Asher said as he slowly leaned his face forward, the warmth of his breath tickling Sati's skin. Sati winced as she struggled with her hesitation, but upon feeling him getting closer, because broken bar, her eyes slowly shifted towards him with a look of sadness, and she felt like taking it off her chest. "A broken bar, you are having a good time doing things with the others. Beauty broken bar, I can't without looking over my shoulder," she said in a mosquito-like voice as her gaze lowered. She couldn't help but wish she was as lucky as Isola or Rowena, who gets to do everything with him without any worry. Asher's eyes softened as he knew she had always been feeling sad about it, just like how he felt bad he couldn't be with her in public. He cupped her face as he said gently, "Who said we have to look over our shoulder all the time? Look at us now, a broken bar. Are we looking over our shoulders? We can do anything, and nobody will care." Sati blushed at his words, knowing what he was hinting at, and couldn't help but want to pinch him for being so shameless. "But I know you didn't mean only that. Soon enough, I will do everything in my power to proudly announce to the entire world that you are my woman. I will never make you feel like you will be abandoned," Asher said in a fervid tone, making Sati feel her heart flutter as she slowly raised her gaze to look into his deep yellow eyes. Her hands, which were on his chest, suddenly clutched his shirt as she pulled him closer to kiss him. Asher was a bit startled by her sudden passion, though he was quick to reciprocate by swallowing her silky lips into his mouth. MMMHNN. Sati felt her heart pounding against her chest as she felt her senses getting drowned in this passionate heat. The atmosphere around them became hot as they engaged in a steamy, passionate kiss, drowning themselves in their feelings for each other. Asher's hand slowly trailed down her abs and towards her lower garments, but suddenly Sati caught his wrist and broke the kiss with a gasp, her face as red as a berry. "Not a broken bar. Not now a broken bar." Sati still had a hold of her senses to resist the temptation before things got dangerous in a place like this. She knew this pervert knew no fear, but she then added with an abashed face, "A broken bar. Not until our union." Asher smirked as he smiled and said, "Then I shall work hard to make that day arrive as fast as possible." "Your tongue is too slippery," Sati said with pursed lips, though she couldn't help but beam like a fool inwardly. "Still, until then, you can pamper me a little, right?" Asher asked with a wink as he lowered his head to nuzzle her neck and taste her skin. I don't think you need any pampering." "A broken bar," Sati stammered as she weakly said with a softened gaze, but despite her words, she held her breath, as the heat of his lips and the air around them made her feel giddy. She could hear her heart drumming as his lips left wet hot impressions on her neck before they slowly trailed down the middle of her chest. But right then, her ears twitched as she heard her mother's footsteps getting closer. "I have to go now." Sati rushed out of the chamber while leaving behind an amused Asher, who raised his hand to smell it, basking in the scent of her supple skin. Asher seated solemnly in the heart of the training chamber, the tome of fallen souls spread open before him. The page was aglow with mystical runes, each one pulsating with an eerie light that seemed to beckon him into the depths of an ancient and perilous power. He knew that what lay ahead was a grueling ordeal, a test of both will and strength. As he prepared to etch the runes into his mana circuit, a sense of foreboding washed over him, yet his determination remained unshaken. He began the meticulous process, his fingers tracing the intricate symbols. Each rune seemed to vibrate against his skin, sending a jolt of energy coursing through his body. As the last rune was etched, the world around him started to distort, blurring at the edges until he was enveloped in a swirling vortex of darkness. Abruptly, the tumult ceased, and Asher found himself standing in an illusory world, a realm of shadows and fire. The ground beneath his feet was scorched and barren, the sky overhead a mix of crimson and black. In the distance, a massive, winged silhouette loomed, its presence emanating power and fury. As Asher stepped forward, the ground beneath him cracked, the air around him thickened with heat and menace. The colossal winged creature turned its formidable head towards him, its eyes blazing like coals. Roar! It let out a roar that shook the very fabric of the illusory world, a sound that reverberated in Asher's bones. Finally, you were foolish enough to summon me, mortal. Garok's voice was a rumbling thunder, echoing through the void. You tricked me during the trial, and my intellect and power were limited by the chamber, but now you better pray for a quick death even though you won't get one. Asher stared up at the colossal fiery eyes in the darkness and said confidently, I wouldn't judge myself this early. Why don't you first show me what you have got? Garok growled, how arrogant a broken bar. I will make you burn those words in your mouth. Saying so, Garok opened its huge maws, and out came a flood of soul-scorching flames that threatened to engulf Asher. Damn a broken bar! Asher's eyes widened as the sheer heat from the flames was about to melt his skin despite the flames being hundreds of feet away. He had no choice but to immediately transform into his Hellbringer form and dash away from Garok. Whoosh! But even before he could cover a couple of feet, the flames had already engulfed him and reduced him to ashes, only to regenerate again once the flames passed over. Damn, what kind of a monster is this? A broken bar? Asher wondered if he bit more than he could chew off, but there was no choice, and he was determined to get stronger before facing off against the Draconians. Asher found himself pushed to his absolute limits while jumping into his damned dimension to recover his mana reserves. However, he couldn't stay there forever, and he could only enter it thrice a day. But Garok seemed determined to not let him catch a break and kept reducing him to ashes again and again while letting out contemptuous growls. Finally, he ran out of tickets to his dimension, and the relentless pursuit of Gogo's cursed flames drained him of his mana, leaving him incapable of transforming into his Hellbringer form. Every step felt like wading through an ocean of despair, his body weighed down by exhaustion and his mind clouded by the searing heat. Gogo towered over him, its eyes alight with a cruel amusement. How foolish of you to think you could run from my flames, it bellowed, its voice echoing like thunder through the desolate landscape. Everyone who tried has perished in agony, and so shall you, mortal. Asher, his back against the proverbial wall, clenched his fists tightly. This can't be it. But Garok's words caused a sudden realization, an enlightenment dawned upon him. Cutting through the haze of exhaustion like a blade, he slowly turned to face the colossal wyvern, determination etched on his weary face. If I can't run, then I'll face your flames head-on, he declared, his voice resonating with a newfound resolve. Gogo's laughter was a cacophony that shook the very air. Has the smell of death muddled your head? It mocked, incredulous at the mortal's audacity. No, Asher replied, his gaze unwavering and his tone solemn. To truly understand your power, I must first embrace it, not run away from it. If I run away, then it means I fear your power. How can I comprehend something I fear? Gogo narrowed its fiery eyes, scrutinizing this puny thing who dared challenge it. How arrogant of you to think that you can endure my flames, let alone understand them. But your thoughts aren't misplaced. Let's see if you can keep up with your arrogance, mortal. With a snarl, Gogo unleashed a torrential breath of hellfire upon Asher, a conflagration so intense it seemed to warp the very fabric of the illusory world. Asher stood his ground as the inferno engulfed him. His skin felt as though it were melting from his bones, his senses overwhelmed by the unbearable heat. An excruciating agony unlike any other seared through him. It felt as though his very soul was aflame, each fiber of his being scorched from the inside out, the world around him blurred, his senses teetering on the edge of oblivion. Death loomed close, a spectre waiting to claim him in its fiery embrace. But within the heart of this conflagration, a defiant will stirred. Asher refused to be vanquished by the flames. Instead, he focused his mind, channeling his indomitable spirit. He sought not to resist the fire but to become one with it, to weave it into the fabric of his soul. The flames that sought to consume him were to become a part of his very essence, a power under his command. With a deep, primal roar, Asher unleashed the surge of power that welled up within him. Dark green infernal flames burst forth from his mouth, a spectacle of otherworldly might. Simultaneously, he felt the emergence of bony wings sprouting from his back, granting him the gift of flight. He soared upwards, a figure reborn from the ashes of his trial, a master of the cursed flames. Gokko, witnessing this transformation, let out a low, approving growl. What a pleasant surprise! You not only have a strong will but also the heart to use it when necessary, it said, its tone tinged with a mix of surprise and smug satisfaction. This makes you worthy to wield my power. Asher, now floating in the air, faced the fallen spirit. Use this power to instill terror on as many of them as you can. Gokko commanded, let them know the terror of my flames as they perish. Asher bowed respectfully in midair, a sly smile playing on his lips. That is a given, he promised, his voice echoing with newfound power. As the words left his mouth, the illusory world began to fade, the landscape dissolving into nothingness. Asher found himself back in the training chamber, his body and mind exhausted but invigorated by the ordeal he had just endured. You have gained a talent. You have gained a skill. Talents. Talent. Inactive. Garrock 8 plus 30% mana consumption. Strength from terror. All your stats increase by 1% every 10 seconds as long as your enemies are terrified of your power. Upon deactivation, the power you gained will be taken from your original stats temporarily for 10 minutes. 120. Skills. Skill, inactive. Garrock, cursed flame breath. Spews forth a living maelstrom of destruction that corrupts everything it touches, twist life into desolation, and turn vitality into decay. Cost, 2000 MP/second. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Cast time, 5 seconds. 0.25. Insanely powerful but cursed. A broken bar, Asher mumbled as he took a look at the new talent and skill he comprehended. He could see that Garrock's talent basically had a cooldown of 10 minutes if he wanted to use it without the risk of weakening himself once he stopped choosing the talent. This meant that he had to be careful about using Garrock's powers since they can't be used in quick succession like he did with Rakshasa, Gurdul, and Doomfall's powers. However, seeing the cursed flame breath and the talent he gained, he could tell it was quite powerful and probably worth the disadvantages. He can quickly gain absurd amount of power but at the cost of running out of MP way faster. Oh fuck, a broken bar. He tried to get up, only to grimace as he sat back down, forgetting that he was completely drenched in sweat and feeling pretty drained. Mariner, broken bar, Asher called out through his mind, and immediately the doors swung open. Master, Marina, dressed in her maid clothes, bowed as she rushed in with a small bucket of cool, vitalizing liquid and a clean towel. However, hearing his voice and seeing him looking all right despite the exhaustion made her feel relieved. She still dreaded the memory of that day when he almost died, and Isola had to come in and save him. Are you feeling okay, Master? Marina worriedly asked as she quickly crouched and dipped the towel into the bucket. Asher tried to blink away his exhaustion but only heard Marina's gentle, sweet voice and his eyes landing on her deep cleavage as she leaned forward. I need this first. A broken bar, Asher mumbled weakly as he hugged her waist and let his face snuggle on top of her squishy, big breasts. The warmth of her soft skin and the comfortant fragrance from her body was enough to turn the lights off in his head. An exclamation mark. Marina was startled, but then she felt him dozing off and helplessly smiled as she slowly raised her hands to caress his head. Rest well while I take care of you, Master. The gloaming pavilion was a realm of nocturnal beauty, a sanctuary bathed in the soft glow of the blood moon. Moonflowers and night-blooming jasmine released their heady scents into the air, creating a mesmerizing blend of floral fragrances. The pavilion's heart was marked by a large, tranquil pool, its surface a mirror reflecting the celestial dance of stars and moonlight above, casting a serene ambience around the chamber. The servants and maids of the castle had already come to know that this place was officially Consort Isola's private chambers. Isola, her twilight blue skin subtly illuminated by the moon's caress, stood gazing out the window, lost in thought. The gentle rustle of her dress, akin to the whisper of night winds, ceased as she sensed Asher's presence. Turning with a graceful ease, her smile was a mix of relief and warmth. "I was just thinking of heading to your training chamber," she said softly, "but if you're still tired, you should rest." Asher shook his head with a light smile. "Marina has already tended to me. How could I not spend time with my consort on the very day of our union?" He moved closer, his steps quiet and assured. Isola, her eyes reflecting the moon's radiance, turned back to the window with a shy smile. Her expression then became solemn as she looked up at the skies. "I still wish you wouldn't go to the Draconese kingdom," she murmured, her voice tinged with concern. Asher responded with a gentle sigh, closing the distance between them. He wrapped his arms around her, enveloping her in a warm embrace from behind. "Now that I am king, I have responsibilities that I can't turn away from, and this is one of them," he whispered, his breath stirring her hair. "But I promise, I'll return to you. Without doing this, we can't pave the path to the future we dream of." Isola leaned into his embrace, her tension easing slightly in his hold. "I wish I could be there with you," she whispered, her voice a soft murmur of concern, "and I'm still puzzled by your choices, Oberon. Of all people Brockenbar, he won't hesitate to kill you if the right opportunity presents itself." Asher's embrace tightened reassuringly. "That's exactly why I chose him," he replied, his voice steady and cold. "Away from his mother's influence, Oberon is nothing. I can handle him. As for the others, it's crucial for me to gauge their loyalties. Being a king now, I must know who I can keep close to me." He then shrugged and added, "Even if I picked the 5 most trustworthy people to accompany me, it wouldn't make a difference if all the Draconians ambush us." Isola's expression grew tense upon hearing his words. "Asher Brockenbar, what if they try to do something like that?" He shook his head gently. "If they intended to do that, they would have already waged war against us instead of wasting time." Relief washed over Isola's features, her anxiety easing. "I'm glad Eradicator and Nada will be there. Speaking of Nada Brockenbar, is there really nothing a Brockenbar between you two?" she asked with a knowing, skeptical smile. Asher pulled back slightly, meeting her gaze with a look of amusement. "You also can't be suspecting me like Sati. Do you think I would take a huge risk by getting tangled with a lady of a great house?" Isola maintained her skeptical smile and said, "You are the only one I know who doesn't know the meaning of a risk." Asher chuckled and shook his head as he said, "Jokes aside, she only volunteered because I had promised to do her a favor in the past. It seems like whatever favor she wants me to do probably aligns perfectly with my journey. That is why I will be leaving within 2 days." Isola's brows raised. "That early, Sire Brockenbar? I thought we could spend at least a few days together." Asher smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will be back before you know it. But for now, Brockenbar." He curled his lips into a mischievous smile as his hands slowly traveled up to her bra, weighing them with his hands. "Brockenbar, let's have our first night officially." Asher Brockenbar. Isola's cheeks reddened as she felt his fingers dipping into the skin of her breasts, and turned around to seek his lips. And then, for the rest of the night, the king and his consort drowned themselves in the warmth of each other's bodies. The Rust Blood clan, notorious for their ferocity and terrifying poison arts, resided in the foreboding landscape of the Grak Plains, a region where the land itself mirrors the clan's poisonous nature. The plains were a stark, unforgiving territory, with craggy hills and sparse vegetation dotted with patches of dead forests, the trees gnarled and twisted and chilling howls echoing through it once in a while. This place was thousands of miles away from the Bloodburn Kingdom and took up 1/6 of the Rogut continent, which was dominated by werewolves in general. Nobody would dare take a step into this continent unless they possessed the strength and wits to protect themselves from the hostility of the werewolves, who were extremely territorial. However, under the dark, eerie skies, there was an unlikely presence of two figures, an alluring Vulpinari, her presence a stark contrast to the harsh landscape, with her golden hair and three luscious tails, moved with an air of confidence and grace that seemed to enchant the very air around her. Close behind, a vigilant Vulpini kept a protective eye on their surroundings, his posture tense and ready for any threat. As they traversed the desolate plains, their journey was abruptly interrupted by three rough-looking men, their eyes a dark green hue typical of the werewolves of the Rustblood clan. Each brandished a weapon that seemed as rugged and unrefined as the plains themselves. However, the leering gaze of the men, fixated on the Vulpinari's voluptuous form, was a mixture of lust and mockery. Never in their lives did they see such a large, sumptuous pair of breasts that were threatening to spill out of the fabric of her dress. When was the last time they tasted a Vulpinari? But they knew this Vulpinari was far from an ordinary one. One of the men, more lustful than the rest, stepped forward with a salacious grin. "Today must be our lucky day, brothers. Seems like the great Temptress Supreme has nowhere else to run and needs to seek comfort in the warmth of our bodies." He sneered, his tongue slithering over his weapon in anticipation. Shoichi's body tensed, his eyes burning with killing intent, prepared to leap into action. However, Kira raised a delicate hand, halting him with a gentle gesture. She then turned to face the trio, her smile radiating a seductive charm that seemed to shimmer in the air. "Aren't you boys quite energetic?" she cooed, her voice a melody of allure and confidence. "Unfortunately, I can't indulge you three now because I am here to see your chief." The menacing laughter of the three men echoed across the area, their attitudes dripping with arrogance and disrespect. The leader among them, with a malicious glint in his dark green eyes, advanced towards Kira with a predatory gait. "How dare a slut like you demand to see our chief?" he sneered, his voice laced with contempt. "If you give us a good time, maybe then we'll consider taking you to him. Let's see if you live up to the rumors and can please us enough for our chief to enjoy you too." Unfazed by their vulgar approach, Kira maintained her composure, her emerald eyes glowing with an enchanting light. "Obedience is only needed from slaves. So tell me, boys, who are the slaves here?" she retorted, her voice calm yet carrying an undercurrent of power. Suddenly, the men halted in their tracks, their expressions morphing from lewd anticipation to bewildered submission. It was as if an invisible force had seized control of their minds, compelling them to bow deeply before her. "Forgive us, mistress, we were blind and stupid to not recognize our own master. Please cast death upon us." They pleaded in unison, their voices now soaked in fear and reverence. Kira's lips curled into a smile, a mix of amusement and satisfaction playing on her features. "Our mistakes can happen," she replied with a sigh, her tone laced with mock generosity. "For now, obediently take me to your chief, little boys." "Yes, mistress," they chorused, their demeanor completely transformed from brash aggressors to subservient followers. They quickly scrambled to their feet, leading the way with newfound eagerness to serve. In the rugged heart of these plains, a sense of raw, untamed wilderness prevailed. The buildings, though primitive in construction, exuded an air of formidable resilience, perfectly harmonizing with the clan's wild and untamed nature. The structures were primarily made from the bones of large beasts, expertly pieced together to form the frameworks of their homes. These skeletal frames were covered with thick hides, tanned to a tough, weather-resistant finish. The hides bore the marks of battles and hunts, with scars, claw marks, and even remnants of fur, telling silent tales of the clan's prowess. The most prominent building was the Chief's Hall, located at the heart of the settlement. It stood taller and broader than the rest, constructed from the bones of the largest creatures the clan had conquered. The werewolves lingering in this area stopped whatever they were doing as they sensed an unusual disturbance. Some of them emerged from their dwellings, ears twitching and noses wrinkling as they sniffed the air, trying to discern the source of this disturbance, but then they frowned as all of them looked in the same direction. Their expressions shifted from curiosity to shock and then to hostility as they laid eyes on the intruders, a Vulpinari and Vulpini, followed by 100 seemingly entranced members of their own clan, approached the center of this domain, the atmosphere shifting palpably. The sight of their own kin, bent-backed and subservient behind a Vulpinari, especially one like this, was an affront to their pride. Kira, unfazed by the growing hostility, flashed a confident smile. "Apologies for my unannounced visit," she said, her voice carrying clearly over the murmurs of the crowd, "but it is of utmost importance that I see your chief now." Her words were met with a snarl from a young werewolf. His compatriots followed suit, their forms shifting as they prepared to defend their home against the perceived threat. "You foxy bitch, how dare you come to our territory and make demands?" A young werewolf roared, his voice a guttural growl that echoed through the clan settlement, and the next moment he transformed into his werewolf form, his body expanding and contorting into a towering, muscular creature with fur as red as blood. The others also followed suit, their roars causing the air to tremble as they transformed. Kira sighed with a pitiful smile. "Why do you cute puppies always think with your tiny muscles, Gru?" Just as the werewolves were about to pounce on Kira, a deafening growl tore through the air. From the largest building in the area emerged a towering werewolf, standing at an imposing 7 feet tall, clad in impressive dark armor. His crimson fur gleamed under the blood moon's light while his dark green eyes were brimming with sheer rage. The chief's presence alone commanded immediate respect and submission. Every werewolf in sight, Chief Baraga. They chorused, a mixture of awe and fear in their voices. The roar from their chief not only halted the impending attack but also jolted the charmed werewolves back to reality. They shook their heads, bewildered, their expressions shifting from confusion to shock as they tried to comprehend the bizarre control they had just experienced. Kira, unfazed by the commotion, turned her gaze towards Baraga and greeted him with an unfaltering smile. "Chief Baraga," she began, her tone laced with mock sympathy, "you should really train your underlings to not be so rude to a poor woman like me." Baraga stepped forward, his heavy footsteps echoing throughout the area, his piercing gaze, full of menace, fixed on Kira. "It seems like you are more than just the Temptress Supreme. No ordinary succubus can charm the minds of my people and be considered a threat by those bloodsuckers," he growled, his voice deep and resonant. "You have a minute to tell me who you really are and why you came here before I grant you a somewhat quick death. Otherwise, your death won't be pretty as you." Kira's smile never wavered, even under Baraga's threatening gaze. "You shouldn't threaten someone who came here to help you," she replied coolly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The surrounding werewolves snarled in annoyance at her audacity, their growls echoing around them. Help their chief? Did the fear of getting caught mess with her head? "I will just tear the answers out of you then," Baraga said with a sinister growl as he walked towards her, but Kira remained unfazed, even as Baraga's patience visibly thinned. "Don't you want to avenge your son's death, my dear chief?" Kira's words cut through the tense air like a knife, making Baraga's steps freeze. Her statement hung heavily, charged with implications that instantly shifted the atmosphere. Baraga's menacing stare faltered for a moment, replaced by a flicker of confusion, and a clear burning desire for revenge. However, he narrowed his eyes, suspicion etched deeply into his rugged features. "What nonsense are you trying to pull before me?" he challenged. "It's impossible for you to have participated in the quest. Even more, you can't know who killed my son. No one witnessed his death. I'm not even sure if somebody killed him or if a dungeon monster got to him." The other werewolves also grunted in unison, feeling that this bitch came here to seek the protection of their chief after getting hunted by the Bloodburners. Kira responded with a subtle shake of her head, her tone laced with a hint of disappointment. "Do you really think your genius son would make the foolish mistake of picking a fight with a monster beyond his rank? As his father, you should know him best." "Of course, he wouldn't," Baraga growled, his voice heavy with conviction. Then isn't it obvious that somebody killed him? Kira pressed on, her eyebrow arched in question. Who? The word came out almost as a snarl from Baraga. Who else but the recently crowned king of the Bloodburn Kingdom? He killed your son, Chief Baraga, Kira stated, her gaze piercing and unwavering. That alien brat? Impossible. A weakling like him couldn't have killed my son, Baraga retorted, his voice dripping with contempt. Kira exhaled a soft sigh, her head tilting slightly as if lamenting Baraga's ignorance. It would be better if you stopped underestimating threats like him just because of his age and origins, she advised. He even defeated that powerful Umbral Fiend, General Varaxos, and absorbed the Devia he won in the blink of an eye. As people say, even if you don't believe that, you have to acknowledge he still absorbed the Devia within a year, a feat nobody in our world has accomplished. Baraga's expression shifted subtly, a mix of skepticism and begrudging consideration. Baraga's eyes narrowed, his gaze a blend of suspicion and curiosity as he questioned Kira's motives. Even if that's true, why should I believe you that he did it? He asked, his voice gruff. Kira's smile broadened, a hint of playfulness flickering in her emerald eyes. As you know, I've spent many years in the Bloodburn Kingdom, gathering knowledge others wouldn't have, and Asher, he was my secret patron. He visited my chambers almost every other day, she divulged, her tone laced with hidden implications. The werewolves surrounding them growled in envy and anger, their minds swirling with thoughts of their hated enemy enjoying the company of the most renowned succubus in the world. Kira continued, her voice smooth as silk yet carrying an edge of steel, and as you have witnessed, I have a way with words to make people listen or our broken bar tell me things, but Asher spilled some things on his own, one of which was his boastful claim about killing the son of the Rustblood clan's chief or Broken Bar your son. It wouldn't be the first time those bloodburners crossed your people. Baraga's eyes shook while the other werewolves had their eyes widened. Kira went on with a pained look, but recently, when I refused his offer to become his secret mistress upon his coronation, he tried to kill me in a fit of rage. That's why I was labeled a traitor, and why he was seen at my establishment, trying to paint me as a criminal. How cruel of him after I served him for all this while. She shook her head with glistening eyes, making even the werewolves standing around her feel their hearts clench upon seeing a beauty like her being wronged. Baraga's expression shifted as he considered her words, his mind working through the possibilities. It wasn't beyond belief that the alien, in a bid to impress or perhaps intimidate Kira, would brag about such a heinous act. The idea of him reacting violently to rejection also fits the reaction of any man who would rather kill a beauty they can't obtain than let others have her. Baraga nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on Kira. I believe you, he said, a trace of confidence in his voice, but then, his expression twisted into a malicious grin. However, you still deserve punishment for your impudence in entering my territory uninvited and toying with my men. With predatory swiftness, Baraga lunged toward where Kira had stood, his clawed hand outstretched to grasp her neck. Don't embarrass yourself, my dear chief, Kira said with an amused look. Baraga became enraged upon hearing her insolent words, but as his fingers closed around her, she and the Vulpini behind her dissolved into nothingness, like smoke being swept away by a gust of wind. The werewolves around him gasped and stepped back in shock, their expressions mirroring Baraga's disbelief. Impossibly Broken Bar, he whispered, his voice barely audible while his eyes shone in realization. Then, from behind him, an elderly voice laden with wisdom and age spoke up, I also feel the same, my chief, but what we witnessed unmistakably was the power of a Kalumbra Broken Bar to project such convincing illusions from far away. Broken Bar truly magnificent. Baraga spun around to face the speaker, who stood with a look of awe on his face. The elder's white beard and robes gave him a sage-like appearance, and his eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a mind honed by centuries of experience. How is this possible, Elder Moru? Baraga demanded, his tone a mix of shock and intrigue. Aren't they all supposed to be dead? Apparently not, Moru mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. This one is a halfling, no doubt about that. It's possible she is the rumored child of the fallen king of Ecliption. What a pity we couldn't capture her. Her existence alone is a revelation, but it would be a fool's errand to try and capture her now. Boraga's face hardened, his thoughts shifting from the intriguing mystery of Kira's heritage back to his desire for retribution. That's not important right now, he growled, his voice low and dangerous. It's time for the kingdom of those bloodsuckers to suffer another setback. As he said this, all the werewolves howled with one mind, mirroring their chief's desire for blood. At the same time, dozens of miles away, Kira and Shoichi were standing on thin air up in the skies while looking at the vast expanse of land below them. I wasn't expecting your grace to lure them like that, but would they believe what you said? They don't have a solid reason to do so. Shoichi conveyed his doubt. Kira had her arms folded as she stared down at the small patches of land and answered with a subtle smile. That doesn't matter. Didn't you see how they were thirsty for blood, especially their chief? All they need is someone to kill, and I just gave them what they wanted. They will convince themselves it's the truth to satisfy themselves. Shoichi nodded with a look of realization and then said with a concerned look, but your grace didn't have to depend on them. I can personally finish him off. All I need is just a single opportunity if you may allow it, Shoichi said respectfully but with cold determination while standing behind her, his back slightly bent. Kira slowly shook her head. No, Shoichi, you should have known by now that we don't have to get our hands dirty when others are willing to do it for us. He also wouldn't be alone. We have no reason to take unnecessary risks. Shoichi lowered his gaze and said with a look of contemplation and then asked, is there any reason you want to go after him first? He isn't the biggest threat. Kira turned around and answered with a dark glint in her emerald eyes, for now, but I have this feeling in my head that he is going to be very dangerous the longer he lives. Rowena made him the king not only because she loves him. She might be young, but she isn't naive. Shoichi slowly nodded with a serious look while Kira turned to look up at the skies and said, as our people said when they knew they were going to be slaughtered, we should have crushed the egg before the dragon hatched. The least we can now do is not repeat the mistake our people paid for with their lives. Her eyes shimmered with a myriad of emotions as she mumbled, soon, all of them will reap what they sowed. Yes, your grace, you are right. As long as we can make them all pay, it doesn't matter how we do it, Shoichi said with cold darkness in his eyes. Kira's expression relaxed as she then said with a nostalgic look, come, let's go back to that place and check on them. Soon, we may not get that chance. On the morning after 2 days, the Bloodburn Kingdom was steeped in a palpable mix of nervousness and anticipation. Tens of thousands of citizens, from the highest nobles to the common folk, gathered in a sea of faces, their eyes fixated on the Skycrawler, the kingdom's most formidable flying ship, now prepared for the king's journey to the Draconese kingdom. In the midst of the gathered crowd, whispers and murmurs rippled through. Look at the legendary Skycrawler, it's as big as Flowerless, one onlooker remarked in awe. The Skycrawler, a vessel of dark, almost jet-black hue, towered impressively over the throng. Its dragon-like structure was an embodiment of power and elegance, with large, bat-like wings unfurling majestically. Intricate runic carvings adorned its wings, glowing with a hellish ember that added to its awe-inspiring appearance. It was not merely just a vessel to carry people over large distances but also a powerful weapon in its own right. They could see how worried the queen was to lend her best flying ship to their king. May the king return victorious. A fervid citizen shouted aloud, their voice laced with hope. Rowena stood regally in front of the castle doors, her gaze following Asher as he ascended into the skies along with the 6 accompanying him inside the Skycrawler. Her expression, a blend of pride and concern, reflected her thoughts. These past 2 days, she didn't let him leave the castle to spend as much time with him as possible before he left and to hear him reassure her that everything would be all right. To ensure his safety, Rowena had dispatched a formidable escort, 100 Dreadwings controlled by a contingent of the kingdom's most capable warriors. They were a sight to behold, soaring alongside the Skycrawler, an intimidating protective convoy. She knew this small army wouldn't be allowed to enter the continent of the Draconians. However, she wanted to ensure his safety throughout his journey until he reached the Rowena. Her eyes never leaving the diminishing silhouette of the Skycrawler, murmured to herself, "We will be waiting a broken bar on the north side of the kingdom." Isola was sitting atop a pouting Khaleesi as they saw Asher's ship disappearing away from their sight. A broken bar. Hearing Khaleesi's sad mewl, Isola caressed her hard shell and said with a soft smile, "It can't be helped, Khaleesi. You are too big to fit into that ship, but don't worry, he will return safely to us after teaching those crude Draconians a good lesson." As the Skycrawler vanished beyond the horizon, the crowd still lingered, each individual carrying a mix of fear and hope for what the future held for their king and kingdom. He had only been crowned a few days ago, and now he had already left the kingdom for their sake. The sky, now empty, seemed to echo the sentiment of the kingdom as silent, watchful wait for the return of their king. Inside the lavish cabin of the Skycrawler, an air of excitement and tension mingled. The interior of the vessel was as grand as its exterior, with walls of deep maroon and black, adorned with intricate carvings depicting ancient demonic battles and mythic scenes. The plush furnishings, from the velvet seats to the silk curtains, all bore the dark colors of the Bloodburn Kingdom. The atmosphere was one of opulent power, a fitting environment for the king and his selected entourage. Its interior also boasted a mix of tempting amenities. The lighting was a soft, ambient glow, emanating from enchanted crystals set into the walls. Each room had a panoramic view of the skies, through windows enchanted to withstand the most brutal of aerial forces. Leonidas, his eyes wide with awe, nudged Kellam's elbow, his voice barely containing his excitement. "Can you believe we're actually here, in the Skycrawler? This is beyond anything I've ever imagined. It feels like a dream." Kellam, sharing his comrade's enthusiasm, nonetheless gave him a subtle nudge, signaling him to maintain composure. "It's indeed a privilege, my friend, but let's not forget our decorum," he whispered, glancing at Lady Nada, who had caught the tail end of their conversation and offered them a knowing, amused smile. Leonidas, slightly abashed, bowed his head in a silent apology towards Nada, his cheeks reddening slightly. Meanwhile, Oberon and Sylvan explored the living quarters, a series of elegantly appointed rooms, each with its unique demonic charm. As Sylvan reached for a door handle, Oberon interjected rudely, "This one's mine, find yourself another room." Sylvan was taken aback and looked at Oberon, whose eyes were gleaming with annoyance. Remember a broken bar. Don't get into any unnecessary altercations with your brother. Let him be broken bar." Sylvan remembered his father's words, which was just one of the pieces of advice he gave him after feeling worried that he was setting out for this journey, and so Sylvan sighed, not wanting to argue, and simply nodded and moved towards another door while shaking his head. "Tsk, I should have brought some women along with me." Oberon let out a frustrated sigh as he walked into his room. As Asher walked through the cabin, he examined his surroundings with a curious eye, acknowledging the grandeur yet thinking about the journey ahead. But one of the views outside a large window caught his attention. He kept looking at the reddish skies and the dark clouds surrounding them. Seeing how he was already up in the skies, he realized this was the first time he was leaving far from the Bloodburn Kingdom. He had never strayed off too far from his kingdom intentionally. He focused on building his strength because unlike Earth, it was too dangerous to roam outside in a cruel world like this. "Can you believe that the ship we are standing on is 4,000 years old?" Nada's graceful, melodic voice echoed beside his ears as Asher turned around to look at her with a smile. "Of course, just by standing inside it, I can feel how powerful it is. It can probably even endure the attacks of multiple soul devourers for a while." Nada nodded as she maintained her smile and said, "You aren't wrong, but the real beauty of this ship is the love that went into its creation. It is also one reason why the Queen wanted you to use this." "What do you mean?" Asher asked with a curious look. "It's said that 4,000 years ago, the king of our kingdom, Lesran Drake, made this ship for his most favorite wife, the queen at that time, and it ended up saving her life during one of her journeys where she had to leave the kingdom. From then on, every ruler of our kingdom treasured this ship and used it for every dangerous journey. They wouldn't step foot on any other ship, Neda said with a shake of her head. Oh, our broken bar. Asha didn't know this ancient ship had a backstory like that. It is a very rare sight to see the king and queen loving each other deeply. I can't help but envy you. What you two share is very precious. Neda said with a soft smile. I know, but I am sure you have it good as well, Asha said with a smile while wondering why she envied him. Does Vernon not love her, or does he not love her deep enough? They looked quite the perfect loving couple whenever he saw them. He then felt it wasn't his business to pry and looked at her and asked, so, what was the favor you wanted from me? Neda blinked her eyes as if she was surprised. Favor? Then her brows raised in realization. Oh my broken bar, don't tell me you still remember our conversation at that time? Asha was confused, but he nodded with a brief smile. Of course, you helped me a lot, and you said you wanted a favor in return. Neda gave an elegant smile as she leaned against the window and said with a look of appreciation, I didn't know you were still thinking about it. Not all men remember to keep their word. Asha could smell the pleasant fragrance of rose from her as she leaned against the window, close to him, the rosy fragrance from her wafting into his nostrils. Neda continued with a subtle smile, but I no longer need any favor as of now. I needed help with a diplomatic situation that could have affected our kingdom. Fortunately, I was able to take care of it before you returned. I never knew when you were going to return, so I decided to take care of it before it became too late. Asha was surprised as he asked, I didn't know that. Then why did you volunteer to accompany me? Neda gave an amused smile and asked, don't tell me that you thought I was coming with you because I needed a favor from you? Asha lightly shrugged as he said, then why? Neda looked at him with a warm smile and said, as her eyes flashed with memories of the past, Sylvia is very precious to me. Even before she was born, I took great care of her in my womb and gave her everything she needed to be happy. Maybe I overdid it and caused her to be a bit hard to deal with for people, as you must already know. Asha lightly chuckled as he shook his head, completely agreeing with her. She then looked at him with a deep gaze and placed her hand on his, which was resting on the window rail. But you saved her life during the quest where I couldn't have possibly been there to help her. You can't imagine how much it means to me, especially when you had no need to. Asha was a bit taken aback by the intensity of her gaze and voice and briefly looked at her slender, cold hand that was on top of his. But then he realized that she must have been greatly worried for Sylvia, and it was no secret that she pampered her the most. He didn't even think much about saving Sylvia from Sabina and only wanted to pull her to his side to benefit himself, and so Neda's sincere gesture left him feeling quite awkward. However, he cleared his throat and said with a polite smile, please don't mention it, it was the least I could do. It was better to let Neda think he did it for Sylvia's sake and gain her support as well. Maybe she was also doing it for the same reason since he was the king now. A mutual understanding. Aren't you too modest for a king? Neda said with a teasing smile and then added, whatever the case might be, I felt it was only right I accompanied you for protection even if it may or may not be necessary. I hope you won't mind the company of this old lady. You have quite the sense of humor, my lady. How could I possibly be bothered? Asha said upon hearing those words come from a graceful beauty like her, even though he knew her words weren't really wrong. Now you have more sense of humor than me, Neda said with a subtle, pleasant smile before leaning away from the window and adding, I shall not disturb you any longer, my king. Let me know if you need anything. Asha nodded as he saw her walking away with soft steps and stood there with a look of contemplation. He then decided to go to the front deck and make a change of plans for the journey ahead since they had a lot more time to reach Draconis Kingdom. Even though this ship could reach there in just an hour, it was not so easy. There were lots of dangerous areas in between, and to avoid all that, it could take more than a day. However, unbeknownst to him, dozens of large shadows were lurking in the clouds far behind the small army of Dreadwings. Asha stepped onto the front deck of the Skycrawler, where Eradicator stood with unwavering focus, her eyes scanning the horizon. The control panels before her flickered with an array of luminescent runes and gauges, but her attention was as much on the dark Ominous skies as on the instruments. Perched on her shoulder, a small cat with glossy black fur and piercing red eyes meticulously groomed its paw. Its two fluffy tails swished gently, almost in rhythm with the hum of the Skycrawler's engines. Sensing the king's approach, Eradicator turned smoothly, her movements precise and efficient. The cat, seemingly undisturbed, agilely climbed atop her helmet, settling comfortably. Eradicator bowed slightly, her voice even and devoid of emotion. "Your Majesty." Asher offered a surprised smile. "I wasn't expecting you to bring Twilight along." Twilight acknowledged his presence with a soft meow, its eyes briefly meeting Asher's before returning to its grooming. Eradicator's tone remained neutral. "Twilight requires care. There was no one else to attend to her needs during my absence." Asher suppressed a chuckle, the image of the stoic Eradicator as a cat caretaker amusing him more than he cared to admit. "It's quite surprising. I never took you for a cat lover," she replied without missing a beat. Twilight Ice a broken bar efficient in her role. She then asked right after, "Do you have any instructions for me, Your Majesty? Anything I should be aware of?" Asher glanced briefly at the control panels. "Nothing officially, but this ship is equipped with automatic navigation and threat detection arrays, so you could take a break, you know. The ship will alert us if there's any danger." She remained unmoved, her gaze fixed. "Vigilance is part of my duty, Your Majesty, and standing does not bother me." Beep. Suddenly, the control deck emitted a series of urgent beeps, breaking the quietude. A small screen flickered to life, displaying a cluster of red signals that blinked ominously. "Danger ahead?" Asher mused aloud, his eyes narrowing as he peered into the distance. Far ahead, where the sky churned with stormy clouds and streaks of red lightning, an ominous formation gathered. Eradicator's fingers danced over a holographic map, highlighting several red circles. She turned to the king, her voice steady. "A powerful storm lies a few miles ahead. Shall we continue our course, or descend to a lower altitude, Your Majesty?" Asher knew such storms were typical of a hellish world like this, and they were random, abrupt, and completely unpredictable. Such storms can even kill a soul devourer. It only made him realize how easy people had it on Earth, where they could travel without any worries. "What's your assessment?" Asher asked with furrowed brows. Eradicator weighed her options carefully. "Both choices carry significant risk, but one of them is riskier. Descending exposes us to potential ground attacks, making our position vulnerable. It will be easy for our enemies to gather on the ground while having territorial advantage." "A broken bar, that is true." Asher nodded as he also thought about it. Traveling was very risky in a world like this, especially if you have a lot of enemies. This was the main reason why people chose to not travel too far from their homeland unless they were part of a very powerful kingdom. If they were, they wouldn't be wrong to be confident that nobody would dare attack them. But his kingdom wasn't really the strongest, and there were still a lot of enemies who wouldn't be afraid to try and kill him while he was away from the protection of his kingdom. There were also no dragons accompanying him to deter such enemies. Rowena would have sent her dragon or some other less powerful ones, but they would become very unpredictable and dangerous without the presence of their master. Most dragons didn't even have a master and listened to only Flowerless, so that wasn't an option at all. Eradicator added after considering the second option, "Navigating through the storm keeps us less visible to any threats, but the ship will divert all energy to defense, limiting our offensive capabilities. Our Dreadwings cannot accompany us through such turbulence. We will be alone in that storm, which would take us at least an hour to cross." Asher pondered for a moment, analyzing the strategic implications of each choice. Finally, he made his decision. "Then there is no doubt here. We'll take our chances with the storm, have the Dreadwings fly under the storm and regroup with us on the other side." Asher knew the small army of Dreadwings on their own would have less chance of getting attacked because it wouldn't be worth the effort for anyone to attack a small army of them that has no valuable target among them, and by choosing to pass through the storm, the chances of anyone attacking them will be way less and the ship will be alright as well. Eradicator nodded, her expression unchanging as she relayed the orders. The Skycrawler's engines hummed louder, bracing for the impending challenge. "Is there trouble ahead?" Asher turned around to see Sylvan walking in with a worried look while looking around at the skies. Asher nodded and said, "Yes, tell everyone to brace for a storm ahead and keep a sharp lookout on our surroundings." Sylvan nodded with a serious look as he went back inside. "What's going on?" "I heard some sounds coming from the ship." Leonidas walked into the cabin with furrowed brows, followed by Kellum, who immediately looked out through one of the windows with a focused gaze. Sylvan was about to answer when Kellum let out a long sigh. "It seems we are heading into a dangerous storm." "Oh devils, I was praying for not one to come at least until we reached close to our destination, but now we are already facing one?" Leonidas shook his head in frustration. "Don't worry, the ship will protect us." Nada walked in with a reassuring smile as the rest of the three bowed in respect of her presence. She then added with a narrowed gaze, "But what we should be concerned about is any outside force attacking us, even if the storm should discourage most of them." Sylvan nodded firmly. "You are right, Lady Nada. His Majesty told us to keep a sharp lookout since we would be somewhat vulnerable while passing through the storm. I will go and let my brother know as well." On the outside, the 100 Dreadwings, each with a warrior astride, veered downward, diverging from the Skycrawler's path as it bravely ventured into the heart of the storm. The Skycrawler was like a fearsome beast as it plunged into the tempest that sprawled across hundreds of miles. Inside, Asher stood steadfast beside Eradicator, feeling the ship shudder as it absorbed the force of the lightning strikes. The defensive barriers, glowing with an intense energy, were holding strong against the relentless assault of nature. Asher observed, his eyes scanning the chaotic dance of electric arcs outside. He knew any ordinary soul devourer caught in this would be annihilated in barely few minutes. Eradicator maintained her unwavering focus on the controls, navigating through the tumultuous skies. During a storm, a manual touch was necessary to make it through with as little damage as possible. The ship's defensive systems were pushed to their limits, ensuring their safety amidst the storm's fury. After a couple of minutes, beep, beep. Suddenly, the calm within the cabin was shattered by the sharp beep of the radar. Multiple dots appeared on the screen, rapidly closing in on their position. Asher leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "Those can't be our Dreadwings. A broken bar sheet. A broken bar. We're under attack." Eradicator's hand moved swiftly across the control panel, preparing for combat. "It seems they are not deterred by the storm," she stated, her voice cold and composed. "Which idiots would dare to attack us in a storm like this?" Asher mumbled as he looked out through the windows. Eradicator closed her eyes for a moment before opening them and uttering a single word, "Werewolves." Asher focused his eyes as he peered through the thick, fortified windows of the Skycrawler, and the shadows of winged creatures began to become clearer, their forms slicing through the tempest with unnatural grace. "Werewolves in a storm like these. A broken bar. They can't survive the storm, right?" he murmured, his voice laced with both annoyance and surprised at their audacity. Even if they had thick fur, it was not as if they could survive this storm. "Yes, they can." A broken bar in a roundabout way. Nada suddenly walked in before Eradicator could answer, her voice carrying an edge of seriousness. Asher turned around with furrowed brows as Nada explained, "Those winged creatures you just saw are stormrummers, capable of withstanding the fiercest storms. They're native to regions where such weather is commonplace. They had adapted to such conditions, but to tame them, these werewolves must be from a powerful clan, and it could be either a Gretsch." The ship suddenly gave a slight shudder, and the sound of something akin to claws scraping against the barrier echoed through the cabin. Sylvan suddenly burst into the deck, his expression etched with urgency. "Your Majesty, it's the Rustblood clan. There are dozens of them, and they've managed to attach themselves to the ship's exterior." Asher turned swiftly, his eyes flicking to Nada and then back to the window. "Rustblood clan?" He clenched his fists, feeling the tension in the air. "This is no random attack. They are targeting us specifically." Leonidas came in with gritted teeth, followed by Kellum. "It doesn't make sense for them to go this far and take such risks to take us down like this," Kellum mumbled with a look of contemplation. Eradicator, standing by the controls, her posture rigid with readiness, added, The Skycrawler's defenses are strong, but these werewolves are trying to tear apart the shield by latching onto the belly of the ship. They will eventually succeed if we do nothing. Neda narrowed her eyes as she shook her head. How clever of them. They are using our ship as a shield to protect themselves from the storm while trying to destroy our barrier. She then turned to look at Asher and asked, "It's your call, my king. How do you want to deal with this?" Her question made the others also shift their tension-filled gazes as they landed on their king, who knew he had to make a quick decision in a situation like this, but there was no decision that could guarantee a perfect way out of this. Neda stepped closer, after seeing Asher stuck in a dilemma. "We must act swiftly, Your Majesty. The Rust Bloods are as fierce as their poison. I would advise to kill as many of them as possible even if it means sacrificing some." Asher's eyes narrowed as he understood what she was talking about. He let out a sharp sigh before saying to Eradicator, "Lower some of our defensive powers and use them to blast away these dogs trying to enter our ship. Let's give them a taste of our Skycrawler's wrath." Without a word, Eradicator's fingers danced across the control panel, expertly reallocating the ship's resources. The Skycrawler's hull began to hum with more aggressive energy, its barriers pulsating with deadly intent, but everybody could see the defensive light of the ship's shield dimming, the lightning from the storm causing even more turbulence to their ship. "Our broken bar won't our ship sustain damage?" Leonidas asked Kellum in a low voice. Kellum nodded with a serious look and answered, "Yes, but it is better than those dogs entering our ship, right?" "Right." A broken bar, Leonidas mumbled with a grim look. "To your stations," Asher commanded, his voice echoing with authority. "Prepare for battle." Everyone dispersed, each moving with determined strides to their designated positions, but in the shadows afar, Oberon hesitated, his thoughts racing with self-preservation. He turned to stealthily make his way back to his room, contemplating an escape plan. Why the fuck should he die because of that alien dog? However, his heart skipped a beat as Asher suddenly materialized before him, blocking his path with a chilling smile. "Oberon, where do you think you're going in such a hurry during a situation like this?" Oberon's face paled slightly under Asher's piercing gaze, but he gathered his wits and answered with a forced smile, I was just going to Broken Bar, prepare for the battle." "Yes, that's it." Asher's eyes narrowed. "Good, then let's see how prepared you are, Oberon. This situation will require everyone's effort, even more from you, since you are the strongest compared to the other three, so you should position yourself at the back of the ship to discourage them from entering." "You fucker, a Broken Bar, that is the most likely area they are going to enter." Oberon cursed this dog for purposefully putting him in such a dangerous spot. "What, are you afraid?" Asher asked with a curve of his lips. If only Rebecca was here to see her son's helpless face. "Of course not, a Broken Bar." Oberon could only nod stiffly, a mix of fear and resentment bubbling within him as he walked away. Asher's presence was a constant reminder of his downfall and the precarious position he found himself in, but he had no choice but to comply. Turning away, he headed to arm himself, his mind racing with thoughts of survival and revenge. At the same time, the werewolves clung desperately to the belly of the Skycrawler, their snarls and growls a cacophony amidst the storm. However, as the ship's shield intensified in heat, their resolve began to falter. The acrid smell of melting claws and burning flesh filled the air, and their howls turned to ones of agony. But before they could resolve themselves to endure it, a powerful shockwave emanated from the belly of the ship, causing many of them to get blasted away with agonizing howls, while some even had their bodies shattered completely and killed on the spot. However, a few of them were very swift and had good reaction times, making them anticipate this and jump up towards the ship to avoid getting blasted away, but their faces fell as lightning bolts immediately fell upon them, and not even a whimper escaped from their maws as their bodies turned into crisp ash and were swept away by the powerful winds. Inside, Leonidas watched with a mix of thrill and disbelief as the werewolves were repelled. "Oh yeah, take that, you motherfuckers!" he bellowed, his voice full of adrenaline-fueled exhilaration. He gripped his weapon, ready for any who might breach the ship, just like Leonidas, Kellum, and Sylvan. stationed at strategic points, remained vigilant, eyes scanning for any sign of an intruder. Neda was standing at a not-so-obvious location with a clear intent. She stood in front of the largest window, and through the thick glass of the window, she locked eyes with 3 werewolves who were trying to sneakily crawl over one of the lower sides of the ship to enter it. However, just as they crawled a bit further, their eyes happened to lock with Neda's gaze, startling them. Neda smiled as she slowly blinked her bright red eyes. The 3 werewolves had stumped expressions, but they then got distracted upon seeing terrifying lightning bolts curving through the sky and heading straight for them. Panicked upon seeing such lightning bolts with strange behavior, the 3 of them let go after having no other choice, but their eyes widened upon seeing that no lightning bolts struck the ship, and they realized too late that it was an illusory trick. Groag. They plummeted into the abyss of the storm, a look of horror and anger etched on their faces. Asher, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but admire Neda's subtle but frighteningly powerful abilities. The ship continued to shake and shudder under the relentless assault and movement of the werewolves, but Asher and the others inside remained unyielding. Oberon, having returned armed and begrudgingly ready, stood at the back of the ship alone, his expression filled with anger and bitterness. If only he could kill that dog with his own hands. Thud. Suddenly hearing heavy, menacing thuds up above the ship, Oberon gazed up, his eyes widened in disbelief. Even more such thuds echoed as it was obvious the werewolves were landing on top of the ship. Insania broken bar, he muttered under his breath, shocked by their audacity to brave the storm. How were they not getting killed by the lightning? Above, beyond his vision, the werewolves, their bodies sheathed in dark green armor, moved with a predatory grace. They latched onto the shield with the claws of their feet to not let the wild winds bother them. Their eyes, glowing with a sinister dark green light, scanned the ship's exterior. The armor seemed to merge seamlessly with their muscular, furry bodies, making them appear even more formidable. The lightning, which had been relentlessly striking the ship, held nothing back as some of the bolts descended with deadly intent towards them. But just before they could touch the bodies of these werewolves, a translucent dark yellow barrier suddenly formed around their bodies, deflecting the bolts with astonishing ease and harmlessly shooting back into the chaotic sky. It was as if the werewolves were unfazed by the very elements of the storm. Then, amidst the howling wind and the clashing thunder, a 7-foot-tall werewolf made his appearance by landing on the top of the ship after jumping off from his mount. He was a giant among his kind, his stature and aura commanding immediate respect and fear. His pack instantly recognized his authority, bowing in a display of fealty and reverence. Chief Boraga surveyed the ship with a menacing glare, raising his massive claws, which gleamed dangerously even in the dim light of the storm. He growled out his orders with a voice that resonated with primal power. Tear apart this ship, leave no one alive via Broken Bar except for the alien brat. He's mine to kill. His words were met with roars of approval from his pack. They began to unleash their fury upon the ship, their claws clawing away at the weakened shield. Inside the ship, the mood shifted rapidly from confidence to concern as Leonidas, Kellum, and Sylvan realized the severity of their situation. The sound of claws scraping against the hull of the Skycrawler echoed ominously throughout the cabin. Leonidas's earlier smugness vanished, replaced by a look of consternation. "Oh devils, they are trying to claw their way in!" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with frustration. Kellum nodded gravely. "This is but a Broken Bar. They came prepared. It's not just a random assault. They have a strategy." Sylvan, trying to piece together the werewolves' motivations, mumbled, "To go all out like these a Broken Bar. What is making them go so far?" In the control deck, Asher, standing beside a stoic Eradicator, turned to her with a question. "Why can't we just blast off those werewolves on top like we did with the ones below?" Eradicator's response was calm but carried a weight of concern. "Our ship has already sustained some damages. Diverting more power from our defenses to offense will expose us to the storm. We risk tearing the ship apart, and the werewolves could use that opportunity to breach our defenses." Neda, who was analyzing the situation, added, "These werewolves are willing to make sacrifices to get inside. Their chief must hold a deep grudge to risk so much. Did you happen to kill anyone important from their clan? Asher narrowed his eyes as he remembered helping killing Sirkin while Sati killed the other two who accompanied him on her own. But why would their chief care about a bunch of replaceable warriors? Was their chief that caring? Waiter broken by his son. Asher heard the news of the Rustblood clan's chief's son not returning from the quest, and he remembered seeing a dead body of other werewolves from that clan when we woke up beside Sati after somehow getting saved. One of the dead ones might have been his son. Still, there was no proof he did it, or did they just need an excuse to kill him? Creak. The sound of the shield up top enduring cracks only continued to echo louder and louder. Asher's expression darkened as he looked at the two and said in a determined, cold voice, "It doesn't matter, let's go up top and let those dogs realize they chose the wrong people to mess with today." Eradicator immediately shook her head. "Your Majesty, that is too dangerous. The sky is alive with lightning bolts. You could be in grave danger while trying to fight them. Let me try to buy some time." Asher turned to face her, his gaze unwavering. "Number. There is no point in you fighting alone. It doesn't change anything." He then turned towards Nada and asked, "And how, pray tell, are those werewolves managing to stand atop our ship without getting killed?" "Last time I checked, they aren't immune to lightning," Nada answered, her voice tinged with suspicion. "The only possibility I can think of is thunderstone armor made out of highly rare thunderstones. It naturally repels lightning, but those stones are guarded zealously by the Moonbinder clan where these stones form. It's not something we can just procure." Asher's brows arched in surprise, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. "The Moonbinder clan is aiding them in this assault?" He paused, mulling over the implications, wondering why the hell were they this hell-bent on killing him. He remembered those Rustblood werewolves mentioning some bounty on his head during the Quest of the Worthy. Even if there was hatred between their people for millennia, why go so far for only him? But he didn't have the time to think about it now. "Never mind. We should use the cloaked armor stored on this ship. It will offer some protection, albeit briefly. After that, you all have no choice but to retreat. That's why we must seize this fleeting window of opportunity," Asher said with a hardened gaze. He knew the ship was stocked with emergency supplies, including ones to help protect them from lightning storms, though they were meant to last long enough to get away from one, not fight in the middle of it. Nada's expression turned to one of worry. "And what about you, my king?" A confident smile played on Asher's lips as he reached for a cloak hanging nearby. "I will be fine." He draped the cloak of the Voidbringer over his shoulders, its deep, inky black fabric swirling around him like a shadow come to life. "I won't die that easily." Nada gave a knowing smile, knowing that his mystical immortal form should definitely be able to endure those lightning bolts for a while, but the ship will sustain serious damage if we let it be. Even more if we fight on top of it. We might not be able to fly anymore, Eradicator said, her tone carrying a hint of grave concern. Nada sighed and said, "Then there is no choice. I will stay back for a while and augment the shields of this ship, long enough to make sure the ship won't suffer too much damage. Or do you want me to accompany you, my king?" Asher had a difficult expression since Nada was the strongest on the ship, and if she didn't join, then they could be at a great disadvantage. But he also knew the Valentines were very proficient when it came to enchantment magic, and a powerhouse like her can surely raise the defensive capability of this ship to a great extent. Seeing no other choice, he nodded with furrowed brows. "No, Eradicator is right. You can augment the shields, Lady Nada. We will manage till then somehow." Outside the ship, the only sound came from the howling wind and the distant clashing on the ship's exterior by the werewolves, who managed to cause some cracks in the shield. Their chief was the main reason they were able to cause a dent in the shield this fast, but Boraga frowned upon seeing the shield suddenly but slowly beginning to repair itself, making him roar at his people, "Don't hold back, make those bloodburn rats come out of their holes." Saying so, he was about to gather an absurd amount of mana towards his hands and smash it against the shield, but his ear and those of others twitched upon hearing a sound far ahead of them. They abruptly ceased their relentless assault on the shield, and their heads turned in unison towards the source of a metallic latch opening. The storm's fury seemed to pause for a moment, the air heavy with anticipation. First to emerge was a vampire with striking silver hair, his expression a mix of irritation and grudgeful determination. He was forcibly sent first to face these dogs with poisonous claws and teeth. He shouldn't even be here in the first place. His sweaty hands brandished the sword while feeling the gazes of so many hungry wolves who couldn't wait to tear him apart. Following him was another vampire, his black hair contrasting sharply against the tumultuous sky, rapier in hand, his gaze sharp and focused. Then came two more figures, Leonidas, his deep red mane cascading in thick waves to his shoulders, gripped a long, sturdy axe. Beside him, Kellam, adorned in dark robes that mirrored the vast expanse of the night sky, held a bow and arrow ready. Each wore a dark red cloak, billowing in the violent winds. Finally, Asher stepped out, his figure enshrouded in the cloak of the Voidbringer, its inky blackness a stark contrast against the chaos around them. The 10 werewolves who saw them come out, let out subtle groans, their eyes glowing with killing intent. Baraga stepped forward with a malicious grin, his dark green eyes gleaming in the tempestuous light. He let out a thunderous laugh, his voice carrying over the roar of the storm. "Ha ha ha ha, what do we have here?" Baraga sneered, his gaze sweeping over the group. "Thought you'd come out to play, did you? Sending little brats to face you, Broken Bar, what a joke." Just as he said, a crimson lightning bolt struck down right beside him. Though he stood unfazed, Baraga could clearly sense that these 5 were no stronger than a soul purger, with the only peak soul purgers being the alien brat and this silver-haired drake standing in front. "Well, it will be quite a spectacle when a senior like you is going to lose face before juniors like us," Asher said with a cold smirk, though inwardly he frowned, not expecting the chief of their clan to show up personally. The other 10 werewolves were also no pushovers. 5 of them were peak soul purgers, while the rest were soul devourers. This was really bad, Leonidas said with his chest puffed up. "Yeah, you heard his majesty. This wouldn't be the first time we punished some Ewok." Suddenly, a lightning bolt crashed down on Leonidas' back, making his facial features twist in pain. Though he still maintained his footing, "Leonidas," Kellam shouted out in worry upon seeing his friend getting struck by such a terrifying lightning bolt, but it was relieved to see he was somewhat all right. Fortunately, the cloak negated most of the damage, though this made him and the others realize how dangerous it was to stand here. Baraga's laughter echoed again, filled with contempt, but then he looked at Asher with cold killing intent. Brave words coming from the little alien king. "Let's see if you can still wag your tongue when I pull out your gut." Clack. Baraga's attention suddenly shifted upon seeing someone else climbing out. A tall figure, clad in dark armor that covered her from head to toe, stepped out. Her helmet featured dark red slits through which her eyes glared fiercely, and her crimson cape billowed like a blood-stained banner in the stormy winds. With a single, graceful motion, she unsheathed the heavy sword strapped to her back. The metallic sound of the blade sliding out sent a chilling echo across the deck, and the weapon's formidable presence was palpable. The sword seemed to carry with it a weighty, bloody aura, making its deadly potential unmistakably clear. Baraga's scornful smile faded slowly as he let out a low growl. "Good, Broken Bar, at least someone who doesn't look too weak to play with will be joining you all," he said, his tone laced with a mix of sarcasm and anticipation. Asher didn't even bother to respond and gave a curt nod to the others. "Cut down these dogs," he commanded, his voice cutting through the storm. His eyes were fixed on the werewolves, not wanting to waste time now that everyone was here. These werewolves held the advantage over here. Baraga laughed, a sound that was more a snarl than anything joyous. "Tear them all apart, and bring me that alien brat, Fravag," he ordered his werewolves, who responded with a cacophony of growls and howls upon hearing the name of their chief's fallen son. "Fravag!" Leonidas let out a battle cry, swinging his axe with ferocious energy. Kellam released an arrow, its trajectory perfect even amidst the chaotic winds. Not too far from them, The two vampires moved with lethal precision, their blades singing a deadly tune. The storm above raged on, mirroring the ferocity of the battle below. Lightning flashed, momentarily illuminating the scene of impending carnage. They had to make sure to not get struck by powerful blows that could make these ruthless winds send them flying into the heart of the storm. But Kelem planned far ahead and threw several circular dark blue discs upwards, casting a temporary but powerful dark blue shield, preventing them from getting thrown off. However, he knew just those wouldn't be enough and shot an arrow up into the sky to reinforce the shield. He hoped he had enough mana to keep shooting these arrows, since every lightning bolt would easily break this shield, and so would multiple powerful blasts of mana from those fighting. The Skycrawler became a chaotic battlefield as the sound of claws and blades clashing, followed by war cries and growls, were muffled by the thunder and wild winds. Leonidas fought with the ferocity of a wild beast, his axe cutting through the air in destructive arcs of reddish mana. Two of the werewolves, their crimson fur matted with rain, lunged towards him with a savage hunger in their eyes. Leonidas's shock was palpable as the werewolves absorbed his attack with mere grunts, their tough bodies seemingly impervious to his powerful strikes. They countered with an onslaught of poisonous claws, aiming to tear into him with lethal intent. "Fuck off," Leonidas roared, his voice carrying a draconic timbre that caused the werewolves to grimace in pain. Seizing the moment, he swung his axe with all his might, aiming for their necks. Yet, to his dismay, his attack merely caused a shallow bloody gash, enraging the beasts further. Growl. With a brutal force, they slammed him onto the ship's surface, sending several of his teeth flying from his bloodied mouth. Pinned down, Leonidas stared defiantly into the snarling faces of the werewolves, his bravery unwavering even as they poised to plunge their venomous claws into him. Whoosh! Suddenly, the air was split by the sound of a blade cutting through the storm. A ring blade, blazing with dark green flames, sliced with deadly precision, severing the vital nerves in the werewolves' necks. Blood gushed forth as their eyes widened in shock before they collapsed lifelessly on the top of the ship, but then their corpses got kicked away, letting them roll off the ship and fall into the dark depths of the clouds. Leonidas, astonished and lying battered on the ground, looked up to see the king standing over him, his figure imposing and the ring blade in his hand still glowing with eerie flame. "Your Majesty!" broken bar Leonidas gasped, a profound sense of relief and gratitude washing over him. Despite his injuries, his eyes shone with admiration and awe towards his king, who had just saved his life in the nick of time and also killed those two ferocious werewolves with such ease and precision. But Leonidas' eyes widened when Asher suddenly lunged towards him and rolled over. Wah! Crash! Leonidas felt his heart almost leap out upon seeing that a terrifying lightning bolt struck the place where he was just a second ago. He then realized that his king managed to move him away in the nick of time. How could he have such reflexes and great senses at an age like that? "Stay alert, this is far from over," Asher said with a grim look as he pulled up Leonidas and rushed off, making Leonidas come back from his daze and spit out blood with a determined expression. Sylvan moved through the chaotic fray with a lethal grace that belied the savagery of the battle. Engaged with two hulking werewolves, his movements were a mesmerizing dance of death, his rapier a flickering extension of his will. As the werewolves lunged with bared fangs and extended claws, his dark red eyes glowed. With a subtle gesture, he manipulated his own blood to form razor-sharp tendrils that lashed out, striking with precision and speed. The tendrils, almost sentient in their movement, entangled the werewolves, momentarily halting their ferocious advance. Sylvan seized this moment, his rapier slicing through the air in swift, calculated arcs. The blade, imbued with his vampiric essence, left trails of shimmering energy, cutting into the werewolves with deadly efficiency. One werewolf, caught off guard by the unexpected assault, let out a howl of pain and surprise as the rapier pierced its shoulder, the wound sizzling as if burned by the vampiric energy. "Fucking bloodburner," the other werewolf, enraged by the sight of its fallen comrade, attacked with renewed ferocity. Sylvan, however, anticipated the move. With a fluid turn, he sidestepped the lunging beast, his rapier finding its mark in a vital spot. The blade impaled the werewolf with a dangerously accurate precision, its tip emerging coated in dark blood. As the second werewolf collapsed, its eyes wide with shock and pain, Sylvan withdrew his blade with a clean, swift motion. The two fallen werewolves lay motionless, their eyes fading as the life drained from them. But right then, Sylvan caught sight of Oberon in dire straits. Oberon, with a deep laceration on his arm that hissed ominously with the sound of poison, was desperately fending off two werewolves, one of which, the larger one, was a fucking soul devourer. He, exuding a sense of cruel amusement, taunted Oberon. "How fun it is to watch a little drake struggle before us," he laughed contemptuously as he bashed up Oberon left and right. "Ugh, ugh," Oberon groaned each time they pummeled him from both sides, and this bigger one was purposefully toying with him. Blood spurted out of his lips, and his face got swollen to the point he could barely open his eyes. "Bletchk!" An agonizing groan echoed from his lips as one of them dished out a sharp uppercut to his jaw, making his front teeth, including his fangs, fall out. "Too bad we don't have much time to play with you." Tear out his throat, Korun. With pleasure, Lars. Korun, a soul purger, lunged at Oberon's throat. Slish. Suddenly, a rapier sliced through the air with lightning speed, impaling the werewolf's neck cleanly, the blade emerging out the other side. Oberon, caught off guard by Sylvan's timely intervention, grunted in displeasure, his pride wounded at being saved but also relieved since there was no way he could take on that soul devourer in his current state. Seizing the moment, he retreated as if his life depended on it, leaving Sylvan to face the soul devourer. Sylvan turned, though he didn't look surprised but disappointed. "Such a good older brother you have," Lars sneered, grinning wickedly. "Too bad he is the reason you are going to die." "Don't talk too much," Sylvan retorted, his rapier glowing with a bloody aura as he aimed a swift strike at the werewolf's solar plexus, but Lars was quicker, too slow. He barked, smacking Sylvan's arm with a forceful chop of his massive hand. The impact fractured Sylvan's forearm, causing it to twist grotesquely. "Arg!" Sylvan cried out in pain as his rapier clattered to the deck. Before he could recover, Lars delivered a thunderous kick to his chest. Sylvan coughed up blood, the force of the blow sending him flying until his back slammed against the barrier. He crumpled onto the ship's surface, barely conscious, his chest heaving with labored breaths. Just as Lars prepared to walk over and finish him off, his eyes suddenly widened to their extremities. From out of nowhere, a heavy sword plunged into his back with lethal precision. In one swift, upward slice, Lars's upper body was torn into two halves, his face a mask of shock, splitting gruesomely down the middle. Eradicator, her dark armor gleaming menacingly under the stormy sky, kicked away the split corpse as if kicking away some dirt. But suddenly, three more werewolves lunged towards her back without making any loud sounds, their huge maws opening to tear off her neck. However, Eradicator was swift and moved with a warrior's grace, her heavy sword carving a deadly arc through the air. The blade met the chests of the werewolves with a resounding clash, cracking their ribs and sending them flying backwards, their bodies smashing against the ship's barrier. But Eradicator wanted to make sure they were dead and finished them off with another cleaving arc from her heavy sword. Baraga, who had been observing the battle from a distance with his arms crossed, watched in disbelief as one of his soul devourers was effortlessly cleaved in two by this blood-borne garbage. He then saw her dispatch three mid-level soul devourers with a single, devastating move. His eyes narrowed as he turned his attention to the alien brat. He was far stronger than he had anticipated, just as that temptress had warned. Asher, with his figure suddenly becoming invisible here and the while using his ring blade, had taken down two soul purgers with apparent ease and was now suppressing two low-level soul devourers. "You weaklings are broken by how dare you are broken," Baraga growled lowly, his voice seething with rage and disbelief. The air atop the sky crawler grew tense, charged with a palpable sense of impending doom as Baraga prepared his attack. He stood, a towering figure of wrath, his muscles bulging and veins pulsating with dark energy. The mana he gathered crackled around him, a swirling vortex of wind and poison that distorted the air with its sheer intensity. With a deafening roar, Baraga released the attack. It surged forward as a vortex of destruction, a tempestuous blend of razor-sharp wind blades and a venomous mist that turned the air a sickly green. The attack tore through the battlefield with an unstoppable force, carving deep cracks in the ship's shield as it hurtled toward Asher and Eradicator, but the shield was already regenerating before further damage could be caused. Eradicator, reacting with a warrior's instinct, activated her defensive powers. Her armor and heavy sword glowed with a deep crimson light, a blood barrier springing up around her, but the onslaught was too powerful. The wind blade slashed through the barrier, tearing into her armor with a force that sent shockwaves through the air. The poisonous mist enveloped her, seeping into the cracks of her armor, causing her to gasp in pain as it corroded her defenses. Meanwhile, Asher, facing the oncoming storm of destruction, had his brows raised just as he was done dealing with those two low-level soul devourers. Seeing such a destructive, poisonous storm about to crash into him, he transformed into his Hellbringer form immediately. The moment Baraga's attack struck him, the force was so overwhelming that his skeletal form was blasted apart, bones scattering like thousands of shards in a violent explosion. Yet, even as the pieces of his Hellbringer form flew across the surface of the ship, they began to regenerate rapidly, the dark green flames weaving the bones back together with an eerie, supernatural speed. As his form fully regenerated, he surveyed the scene with a gaze that burned with dark green flames. The aftermath of Baraga's attack was devastating. His vassals, each a genius in their own right, lay scattered across the deck of the Skycrawler, incapacitated or severely injured. Only Oberon was nowhere to see. As expected from that son of a bitch a broken bar, however, it was not like he could be of any help now after getting beaten black and blue. Eradicator, usually an unyielding force on the battlefield, was struggling to rise, parts of the armor covering her arms and legs blasted away by the attack. Blood seeped from the lower half of her helmet, matching the color of her cape, and Asher could clearly discern the severity of her poisoning. He was not surprised by the devastation wrought by Baraga. He knew all too well the immense power a peak soul devourer wielded. The gap between a mid-level soul devourer and a peak one was vast, a chasm that few could bridge, requiring years, perhaps even centuries, to overcome. The difference was even more than that of a soul eater and a soul devourer, and Eradicator was only a mid-level soul devourer. Baraga's heavy footsteps caused the ship's protective shield to vibrate subtly as he approached Tasha. His menacing grin was one of triumph and malice, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of victory. He was shocked to see a mere peak soul purger surviving his attack head-on, and it made him realize why everyone was calling this alien an immortal genius. But it didn't matter to him, for he knew this alien wasn't really that immortal. "What? Feeling scared, brat?" Baraga taunted, his voice dripping with contempt before adding, "But that's good because I am going to make you feel so scared of living a second more, you will beg me for death. Let's see how many times your weak bones can regenerate until then." Asher's eyes gleamed with a dark light as he saw Baraga approaching him with a dark grin. "At least I won't go down like that weakling named Varg, whom I had the pleasure of killing," he retorted, his voice resonating with a chilling echo. Baraga's eyes flashed with boiling fury at Asher's words. "I will teach you to fear death," he bellowed. He realized that the Temptress was really telling the truth. This alien brat killed his only prodigal son. The fact that he saw this alien taking down soul devourers made him grudgingly accept that Varg could have been killed by him, especially if this alien had help. With a swift and brutal motion, he slammed his clawed hand against Asher's blazing skull, shattering it into a cascade of fiery fragments. Asher's figure staggered backward, the pieces of his skull beginning to regenerate rapidly, but before he could fully recover, Baraga struck again, his fist colliding with Asher's reforming skull, obliterating it anew. Baraga, relentless in his assault, pinned Asher down by his neck with one foot, while continuously smashing his skull with the other. Asher clenched his fists, frustration building within him, knowing that Boraga locked him down with the overwhelming powerful mana of a peak soul devourer. He can't even teleport behind Boraga because of this, nor does he have enough strength yet to counterattack. He struggled against the relentless barrage, his Hellbringer form attempting to regenerate under the unyielding onslaught. He still could get out of this if he wanted to, but now isn't the right time since Boraga can still come after him. You are dead meat, brat. Even if I crush you 1,000,000 times, I won't get bored of this. Boraga laughed maliciously, taking perverse delight in the destruction he was wreaking. However, Boraga soon noticed something unsettling. With each regeneration, this alien's skull was becoming stronger, sustaining less damage from each subsequent blow. The dark green flames seemed to burn brighter, the bones knitting together more quickly and robustly each time. As Boraga reveled in his seeming dominance over Asher, his expression abruptly changed. His ears picked up the unmistakable sound of the wind being sliced behind him. With lightning-fast reflexes, he swung his hand back, catching the heavy sword mere inches from his neck. It was Eradicator, standing defiantly despite her severe injuries and the poison coursing through her veins. Blood poured from the gaps in her shattered armor, yet her resolve to protect her king remained unshaken. You bloodborne guards are too resilient for your own good, Boraga scoffed, annoyance flickering in his eyes. He raised his claw, preparing to deal the killing blow, but in that split second, a ring blade, ablaze with dark green flames, whistled through the air towards Boraga's eyes. Startled, Boraga released the heavy sword and leapt back, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectile. Asher had risen, the blazing ring blade firmly in his grasp. His skeletal figure now exuded a menacing aura, way more than before, where Boraga began, only to be cut off as Asher vanished and reappeared behind him in a blur of dark flames. Boraga, sensing the danger, raised his arm in defense just in time. The ring blade sliced through, leaving a long, bloody laceration. Shocked and seething with anger, Boraga couldn't believe he had been injured by a peak soul purger, even if it was a shallow injury, but he had little time to dwell on his disbelief. Asher, seizing the moment, conjured the chain of blazing ring blades and launched a ferocious assault. You dare think you can take me on? Boraga roared as he countered with a powerful blast of poisonous wind from his hand, the force of which sent Asher hurtling away. However, before Asher could be thrown off the ship, Sylvan, pale-faced but determined, caught him, preventing a fatal fall. Your Majesty, are you all right? Asher was surprised to see that Sylvan caught him and was forcing himself to stand despite being poisoned by the wind attacks from Boraga. Was he really that loyal to the crown? Since he was Oberon's brother and Rebecca's son, Asher always wondered what kind of man he was. You'll have to get through us before you can lay a hand on our king. Leonidas, his body battered and bruised from the relentless combat, dragged himself in front of his king, standing defiantly against Boraga. His voice was weak, though it echoed with unwavering firmness and determination. Beside him, Kellum, weakened by the poison coursing through his veins, stood with equal determination. Eradicator, her movements labored by her serious injuries, limped forward, dragging her heavy blade across the ship's shield, creating a grating metallic sound that echoed in the charged air. Asher couldn't help but remember his old team during his life as a human, where he was surrounded by such loyal and sincere people, and now, these four were ready to face death to protect him, even if it was out of duty. Above them, the storm raged on, red lightning flashing violently in the skies, mirroring the intensity of the battle below. Boraga looked upon the scene, a mix of amusement and coldness in his eyes. He let out a laugh, mocking their resilience. This day is turning out to be even better, he said, his grin turning icy. If only I wasn't in a hurry. A broken bar. With that, Boraga clapped his hands together, unleashing a devastating shockwave that shook the very space around them. The force of the blast sent Leonidas, Kellum, Sylvan, and Asher flying. Kellum, reacting quickly, shot an arrow towards the ship, grappling himself back onto it. However, he had exhausted his last ounce of strength, and he collapsed, unconscious. Asher, Still in his Hellbringer form, swiftly recovered in midair, he maneuvered himself to catch Leonidas and Sylvan, bringing them back onto the ship with a burst of dark green flames. Eradicator, using every ounce of her remaining strength, managed to cling to the hilt of her heavy sword, which was embedded into the ship's shield, preventing her from being thrown off, but she knelt on the deck, her condition dire. Asher landed beside her, his skeletal form still blazing. "Leave, take the others inside," he commanded, his voice echoing with urgency. Eradicator, her helmet hiding her face, hesitated, as if she was about to protest, but Asher's tone left no room for argument. "That's an order," he stated firmly. For a moment, Eradicator stared at him, a silent exchange passing between them. Then, summoning what strength she had left, she complied, dragging herself to gather Leonidas, Kellum, and Sylvan, and retreating inside the ship. Asher turned back to face Baraga, now standing alone on the battered deck of the Skycrawler. The tension between Asher and Baraga reached a fever pitch as they faced off, the last two combatants on the storm-lashed deck of the Skycrawler. Baraga sneered, "Are you that desperate to die alone?" Asher's response was cold, yet laced with confidence. "Today isn't my day to die." In an instant, his figure vanished. Baraga, anticipating Asher's strategy, spread his senses, guarding against a surprise attack from behind. He was well aware of this alien's annoying ability to appear unexpectedly behind someone. However, just as he braced for an assault from the rear, a powerful punch struck him from the front, forcing him to stagger back a foot. His growl of anger echoed over the deck, realizing he had been cleverly deceived by Asher's invisibility. "You can't hide from your death forever," Baraga challenged, his sharp teeth gnashing in fury. But even as he spoke, Asher, still unseen, struck from behind. The ring blade sliced across Baraga's back, leaving a bloody but shallow slash. The attack was swift, a blur of motion that barely registered before it was gone. "Enough of your tricks," Baraga bellowed, his frustration boiling over. He raised one of his feet and violently stomped on the shield, unleashing a massive shockwave that rippled in all directions. The force of the blast blew Asher away before he could unleash another attack. At that moment, a lightning bolt from the tumultuous sky struck down, smashing Asher onto the ship's shield. The impact shattered his skeleton, but almost immediately, his bones began to regenerate. Asher lay on the deck, his once blazing flames of regeneration suddenly fizzling out and his form returning to normal. He exhaled in frustration, realizing that a lightning bolt, in its immense power, had inadvertently strengthened him too much, depleting whatever mana reserves he had left. His protective armor, which once shielded him from lightning, had long lost its effectiveness and failed to absorb the bolt's energy. It could only last one or two such strikes, and he had already expended them. "Finally, you ran out of mana, so much for being the immortal king." "Ha," Baraga scoffed, a triumphant sneer on his face as he placed his right foot heavily on Asher's stomach. Asher grimaced under the pressure, feeling his organs shifting. Baraga leaned closer, his voice a sinister whisper. "Don't take relief that your death will be quick. I'm going to take you back and claw out your organs one by one, very slowly. We have ways to keep you alive while we do all that," he said, his grin chilling and malevolent. Asher, blood trickling from his mouth, managed a cold smile despite the dire situation. "Are you really a broken bar willing to go to war with my kingdom?" he asked, his voice strained but defiant. Baraga's laughter echoed over the howling winds, filled with contempt and confidence. "Who's going to find out? Nobody knows what's happening in this storm, and your ship can't communicate with anyone, especially after I kill everyone inside." He replied, his tone dripping with assurance and cruelty. Asher furrowed his brow as he realized this was one of the main reasons the chief of this clan personally came here, to make sure everything went as planned and avoid a war. No wonder this old dog took such extensive preparation and even got help from the Moonbinder clan. "But you weren't a broken bar doing this only for your son, right? Why do the Moonbinders want me dead?" Asher asked with furrowed brows. Baraga narrowed his eyes as he grinned. "You will be too dead to do anything by knowing why." so don't bother asking." As Boraga gloated over his apparent victory, a new voice cut through the storm's cacophony, its tone both graceful and deadly. "Not if I claim your life first," the voice declared with a friendly yet chilling firmness. Boraga turned, his expression shifting from triumph to smug intrigue, as he faced an elegant beauty dressed in a graceful red garment that was hugging her slender body, and on top of her garment, she was wearing a thick crimson cloak. Neda stood there, her posture exuding elegance and deadly intent, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding them. She shot a quick glance towards Asher and looked relieved to see he wasn't in a serious state. Boraga let out a dismissive scoff. "Finally, someone worthy enough to die at my hands shows up, the Lady of House Valentine. Your death will definitely shake up your kingdom of bloodsuckers," he remarked, his voice dripping with condescension. "My king, please get inside, I will finish this and get back to you," Neda said with a light smile, her tone firm and her face void of any tension. Asher knew it was crucial to avoid getting caught in the collateral damage of their impending clash. Moreover, he needed to replenish his depleted mana reserves. Clutching his stomach, he retreated back into the ship and, without a moment's delay, began to sacrifice his life force to replenish his mana. And just as he had enough of it, he teleported to his damned dimension, where he could recover without anybody seeing him roll on the floor like a madman. Meanwhile, Boraga's expression twisted into one of fury as he faced Neda. "Don't get too confident, you blood-sucking bitch," he roared. In a display of his immense power, Boraga unleashed a barrage of 100 poisonous wind blades, each one a deadly projectile aimed at Neda. With a graceful movement, Neda made her counterattack. She conjured mirrors made of blood, each one a shimmering, crimson shield that not only reflected the incoming wind blades but also distorted their trajectory. Some of the blades were redirected back at Boraga, while others were deflected harmlessly away. Boraga, undeterred, infused his massive claws with the power of wind, enhancing their destructive capability. Yug! He tore through the blood mirrors with ease, shredding both the reflective barriers and his own redirected projectiles with a savage ferocity. His claws cut through the air, leaving trails of wind energy that howled like banshees in the storm. Neda, in response, danced between the attacks with an elegance that belied the danger. Her movements were fluid and precise, a ballet of survival against Boraga's relentless assault. She manipulated her blood mirrors with expert control, creating new barriers and offensive formations. Boraga, growing increasingly frustrated with Neda's elusive tactics, prepared to unleash a devastating attack. Growl! With a mighty roar, he summoned a massive whirlwind, laced with a deadly poison. The swirling vortex was a menacing spectacle in the form of huge claws, designed to engulf Neda, disorient her with its ferocious spinning, and deliver a lethal dose of toxin. But Neda, poised and ready, countered by conjuring a dense mist of blood, a nearly impenetrable cloud that absorbed and deflected the claws from touching her. The mist swirled around her, creating shifting, obscure forms that confused and disoriented Boraga. Taking her strategy further, Neda crafted a complex maze of illusions within the mist. Boraga found himself surprised and trapped in a bewildering maze of red gardens and bloody sky, a world of illusions that began to cause mental exhaustion and disorientation. The intricate pathways twisted and turned, a maze without end, making him feel trapped and causing fatigue to his mind. However, Boraga, relying on his acute senses and the power of wind to enhance his agility and speed, navigated the seemingly beautiful but deadly maze. With just his sheer speed, he outmaneuvered the illusory maze before it could grow in size to overwhelm his mind. His every movement was a battle against the disorienting effects of the blood mist. Finally breaking free from the maze, Boraga emerged, taking heavy breaths from the exertion. He felt like he spent days trying to get out. His anger reaching a boiling point, declared, "Now you've really pissed me off." Neda, standing with an air of grace and poise, chuckled lightly. "That isn't going to help you in the least," she replied, her tone laced with a mix of amusement and challenge. Boraga growled in response, foregoing words for action. He began to summon a dense, poisonous cloud that started to spread in every direction. The cloud billowed around them, growing larger and more menacing by the second, forcing Neda to cautiously back away as it threatened to engulf her. But the pace of it was too fast and latched onto her crimson cloak. Neda, however, remained composed and simply let go of the cloak as she fell back, but seeing that the poisonous cloud was still coming after her, she murmured calmly and countered by summoning a deadly storm of blood. The blood rained down in torrents, colliding with the poisonous cloud. As the two elements mixed, the cloud became saturated with blood, diluting its toxic potency and reducing its effectiveness as a weapon. "You bitch," Baraga growled in frustration as he expended a lot of mana for that attack, only for her to get rid of it so easily. "You shouldn't bark so much," Neda whispered, knowing his sharp ears could easily hear her. She then enchanted the Bloodstorm, infusing it with a highly corrosive property. Upon even making contact with the shield of the ship, the blood began to sizzle and fizz, eating away at anything it touched. Baraga, caught in the midst of the corrosive downpour, fought back with ferocity but found himself gradually overwhelmed, especially since his mana reserves were running dry. Unlike her who focused on intelligence stats, his was focused on strength and defense. It was obvious whose mana pool was higher. Ugh! His roars of pain and frustration filled the air as the corrosive blood made contact with his flesh, causing fizzing sounds as it burned through. The mighty chief of his clan, once a figure of terror and power, was forced to his knees, his body writhing in agony. As the bloodstorm began to dissipate, Neda's figure emerged, standing before the defeated Baraga. She looked down at him, a brief smile gracing her lips. "Thank you for delivering yourself to me. It was a pleasure," she said, her voice carrying a finality that signaled the end, and raised her hand to deal the killing blow. Just a few seconds ago, kilometers away from the sky crawler, deep within the heart of the stormy clouds, an elderly man rode atop a majestic storm rimmer. His eyes, sharp and focused, were trained on the distant figure of Neda, standing victorious over a kneeling Baraga. In his hands, he held a bow and arrow, the arrowhead glowing ominously with a dark green light. "It's a good thing I insisted on this, Chief," Elder Moru mumbled to himself. With a practiced ease, he loosened the arrow, sending it slicing through the stormy air, its trajectory aimed straight at Neda. Back on the sky crawler, Neda was poised to deliver the final blow to Baraga. However, in a display of her incredible reflexes, she suddenly raised her hand and caught the arrow mere inches from her neck, her fingers closing around the shaft with pinpoint accuracy. She frowned, sensing the origin of the attack, but before she could react further, the arrow's tip exploded into a cloud of dark green poison. Neda coughed violently, the toxic cloud enveloping her and dulling her senses. As she stumbled back, in that moment of vulnerability, a crimson bolt of lightning, summoned from the tumultuous clouds above, struck her down. The bolt's impact was direct and brutal, smashing her body against the ship's protective shield. The distraction from the poison cloud left her no chance to dodge the lightning. Blood spilled from Neda's mouth as she slowly rose, her body racked with pain, but before she could completely regain her footing, a huge claw shot out, raking across her back, leaving 5 deep, bloody, poisonous lacerations. Neda's face contorted in agonizing pain, and before she could turn back, she got kicked down to the shield's surface from behind, causing minor cracks to spread along the shield. She grimaced as she tried to raise herself, but an immovable force pressed down on her back. Baraga, blood dripping from his mouth, let out a triumphant, yet pained laugh as he pressed his right foot onto Neda's back and briefly looked up. "Even the devils want you to die by my hand," he taunted, his voice a mix of malice and triumph. "It's a pity I can't take you back to have a fun time torturing you. Who knows what kind of tricks you might pull on the way, but I'll satisfy myself by tearing out your spine now," he said menacingly, crouching down, his claw poised to strike at her vulnerable back. However, before he could enact his gruesome intention, a figure materialized behind him, wrapping their limbs around his body in a swift, unexpected move. Baraga felt a jolt of shock and a chilling power coursing through him, disrupting the flow of mana in his circuits. were broken. Baraga weakly voiced his shock, baffled and enraged to find it was the alien brat latching onto him. In a rapid motion, Asher pulled both of them away from the ship, plunging them into the dark, stormy clouds. "How cowardly of you to attack a lady from the back," Asher scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. The skeleton beneath his flesh glowed ominously with a dark green light, making Baraga's eyes widen. Boom! A scorching, powerful explosion erupted from Asher's body. Dark green energy radiated in every direction, an inferno of eerie power that engulfed Baraga. The explosion was a whirlpool of energy, sending shockwaves through the clouds. Baraga groaned, shocked upon finding his strength suddenly sapped. He found himself drifting through the clouds as he tried to stabilize himself and his mana circuit, and just as he was about to regain his bearings amidst the dark clouds, he was suddenly hit with that same chilling sensation that had earlier disrupted his mana circuit. He tried to fight off the invasive energy that felt like it was trying to seep into his soul, making him feel a sense of fear he had never felt in his life. It was as if he could feel a gigantic bony hand wrapping around his body and slowly tightening its grip, making him feel like his soul might get crushed. But just as he was about to push back against this sensation, his vision was filled with the sight of a fist, blazing with dark green flames. In the next instant, Asher's fist connected with Baraga's jaw with devastating force. The impact was monumental. Baraga's crimson fur rippled violently, saliva spewed from his mouth, and his eyeballs rolled back from the sheer force. The shockwave from the punch boomed through the stormy skies, sending Baraga plummeting down through the clouds like a meteor. Asher, wasting no time, soared back towards the Skycrawler and was surprised to see Nada standing with blood dripping down her lips and her face paler than usual. "I am fine, let's get inside," Nada said with a weak smile as Asher followed her into the cabin of the ship. "Eradicator, now!" he shouted, his voice echoing with urgency. At Asher's command, the ship hummed to life, pulsating with a burst of dark red mana. It shot forward through the skies at an indescribable speed, cutting through the clouds like a blade. Baraga, his body battered from Nada's attacks and his pride wounded by that alien, managed to stabilize himself in the air. He growled menacingly, ready to give chase to the Skycrawler, only to find that the ship had vanished from his sight. "It's too late, Chief, and you are in no state to chase them," Elder Moru sighed, his voice carrying a hint of resignation as he descended gracefully on his Stormrimmer, floating beside Baraga. Baraga released a growl of frustration, his fists clenching in anger. He couldn't believe he let that alien brat ruin his plan. Elder Moru, maintaining a composed demeanor, offered a perspective. "If it's any consolation, they may not survive their journey. They sacrificed a large part of their defenses to escape. The storm could severely damage or even destroy that ship, but..." He paused, his expression turning grave. "What we should really worry about is answering to Ahim, especially after they entrusted us to finish this." At the mention of Ahim, Baraga's eyes flickered with a hint of fear. The weight of their failure and the consequences that awaited them loomed large in his mind. He glanced to the side, his thoughts racing. "We will somehow a broken bar make up for it," he said, his voice tinged with a mixture of determination and apprehension. The Skycrawler's shield was battered and shuddered violently as a crimson lightning bolt struck it, leaving multiple large cracks in its shields, making the ship even more vulnerable. Inside the cabin, Eradicator, injured yet resolute, was at the helm, maneuvering the ship with intense focus. Asher stood beside her, his expression marked with concern. "How long will we last up here?" Asher asked, his brows furrowed as he observed the ship's deteriorating condition. Eradicator's voice was calm, yet underscored with seriousness. "We've sustained too much damage by sacrificing our defenses for speed. If we don't lower the ship now, we may not survive, but we are also not out of enemy territories yet. Still, we're also close to getting past the storm," she explained, her hands steady despite the ship's violent tremors. Asher's response was decisive. "Then there is only one option, ramp up the speed as high as possible and leave the rest to fate," he said, his tone resolute. Eradicator nodded in understanding and adjusted the ship's controls. The Skycrawler hummed and shook, accelerating forward with a burst of energy, cutting through the storm like a bolt of lightning. Asher gritted his teeth, firmly planting his feet onto the floor as the ship continued to shake violently. He looked out into the tempest, silently praying that the lightning bolts would not strike again. At this incredible speed, the ship was at its most vulnerable, racing against time and the ferocity of the storm. It was a gamble. If even just one bolt strikes the ship now, they will be doomed. The situation was as dire as it could get, a race for survival against the wrath of nature itself. As the Skycrawler hurtled through the storm, Asher and Eradicator's attention was drawn to a menacing cluster of crimson lightning dancing chaotically in their path. They held their breaths, bracing for impact, anticipating a collision with the pure dark, destructive energy. But, in an unexpected twist, just as they neared the tumultuous cluster, it dissipated, revealing the clear, crimson sky beyond the storm's boundary. Eradicator let out a deep breath, though her posture remained vigilant, attuned to any further dangers. Asher leaned against the cabin wall, exhaling a massive sigh of relief. He mumbled, half in jest, "Is traveling in this world always this hard?" The ordeal had given him a newfound understanding of why tourism industry was virtually non-existent in this treacherous world other than the way of life of demons. Eradicator, maintaining her stoic demeanor, responded, "Traveling far away from the kingdom always carries great risks. The best we can do is take as much precaution as we can." Of course. Broken Bar. Asher nodded, understanding the harsh realities of their world. He then turned his gaze to Eradicator, noting her injured state. "You should now take rest," he suggested with genuine concern. "Let the ship handle itself for a while." Eradicator shook her head in response to the king's suggestion to rest, her voice steady. "I have already stabilized my injuries," she informed him. "I can heal faster than most vampires." Asher observed her more closely and realized she was right. Vampires were known for their remarkable healing abilities, and Eradicator seemed to be in better condition than he initially thought. He also remembered she didn't get directly struck by Boraga, so she must have been able to fight off the poison. She added with a sense of duty, "I will fix the damages to the ship in the meantime." At that moment, Kelem entered the cabin, his arms wrapped in bandages, but a light smile on his face. "I will lend a hand as well, if you don't mind," he offered. Asher looked at him with concern. "You sure you're okay?" he asked. Kelem bowed slightly. "I will be all right, Your Majesty," he assured Asher. "It is Leonidas who has it worse than me, but he will be fine as well. The draconic blood in his veins should help him heal soon." Asher responded by patting Kelem on the shoulder, acknowledging his bravery and resilience. "Good, you did well," he said, offering words of encouragement. Kelem's face lit up with pride. "That means a lot, coming from you, Your Majesty. We wouldn't be alive if not for you and Lady Nada," he replied, bowing deeply in respect. Kelem still remembered seeing the king punch the Rust Blood clan chief and throw him off. Even if that punch didn't do any serious damage, the fact that he managed to land it and escape was a shocking feat on its own. Asher smiled briefly. "We got lucky this time. I will go check on the others," Asher announced, deciding to leave the cabin to tend to the rest of his vassals. As the king, it was his duty to check on them, but other than that, he truly was concerned because they didn't hesitate to do their duty and were ready to die. As Asher entered the room where the injured were being treated, he found Leonidas lying on a soft mat, receiving care from Sylvan. Both looked worse for wear, the toll of the battle evident in their appearance. Upon noticing Asher, Sylvan started to rise, intending to bow, while Leonidas attempted to raise his body in a show of respect. However, Asher quickly gestured for them to remain as they were. "Don't bother, focus on healing," he instructed gently but firmly. Leonidas, with bandages covering half of his face and around his chest, looked up at Asher with a mix of regret and shame in his eyes. "I should have done better, Your Majesty," he apologized. The sense of shame was palpable in his voice, reflecting his high expectations of himself. Getting defeated so easily a broken bar, especially since this was his first official mission under the king's command, was the worst way to prove himself. Sylvan, beside him, let out a sigh. It's disappointing of us to have left you and Lady Nada to face those werewolves alone, he admitted, his expression one of self-reproach. Asher, however, shook his head, dismissing their concerns. You did the best you could, he reassured them. Those werewolves were peak soul purgers and soul devourers. It's actually astonishing that you all survived. Leonidas visibly relaxed, a wave of relief washing over him upon realizing that the king wasn't disappointed in their efforts. Sylvan, too, seemed to take comfort in Asher's words, though he remained critical of his own performance. You are too kind, Your Majesty, Sylvan said, gratitude evident in his tone. But where are the essential healing potions and stuff? I am pretty sure there were some boxes here, Asher asked as he looked around. Leonidas' expression darkened while Sylvan rubbed his forehead and said with a low sigh, it was my brother. Since he came down first, he took all the powerful healing items to his room before any of us could. Asher's eyes narrowed, but then he took out a couple of dark red vials and gave them to Sylvan. Use these to heal everyone who needs it. Oh devils, a broken bar, those are legendary grade A broken bar, Leonidas mumbled with shock and awe upon seeing the king hand them out like they were nothing. Sylvan immediately stood up and accepted them with a deep bow. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. We will make sure to not waste a single drop. Oberon, having gulped down the last healing potion from the box beside him, leaned back against his bedrest with a long sigh of relief. The swelling on his face had almost vanished. Thanks to the various healing supplies he used on himself, he knew taking too many of them at a time would leave him lethargic and tired, but at least the poison would be out of his system. However, his expression was marred by bitterness as he muttered, can't believe it took this long to get rid of the poison from those dogs. No, a broken bar, fuck him. His mind was clearly troubled, the image of Asher flashing in his thoughts, fueling his resentment. With a sense of escape, Oberon took out a Sightstone sphere. The magical device began to project a series of images in the air before him, each showing distant glimpses of a bewitching Gothic beauty, dressed in regal black garments and her face cold and reserved. She was either busy or simply walking alone in her courtyard. As he watched, a forlorn look crossed Oberon's face. My Rowan, a broken bar, you are the only thing that can give me some relief now, he murmured, his voice laced with longing. Bang. But his moment of solitude was abruptly shattered when his door banged open. Uthia startled, Oberon scrambled to hide the Sightstone sphere back into his spatial root, but before he could react further, he felt an overwhelming force freeze his body, his mana circuit locking down, and a wave of unfamiliar terror gripping his mind. Look at you, already looking as healthy as a dragon, Asher commented with a cold smile, closing the door behind him as he entered. The infernal aura emanating from Asher engulfed the room, causing Oberon's eyes to shake uncontrollably in shock and unfamiliar fear. He could literally see a blazing skeleton rising out from the depths of the seven hells, but gigantic in size, dwarfing him, making him feel like an insect standing under its petrifying gaze as its bony fingers wrapped around his soul. Oh, what's that? Are you enjoying watching things on your own? Asher chuckled as he stepped forward, effortlessly taking the Sightstone sphere from Oberon's hands. Oberon, paralyzed by Asher's eerie aura, could only stare helplessly, his desire to resist futile against the overwhelming, terrifying miasma emanating from him. But the moment Asher took the sphere from his hand, the eerie aura suddenly disappeared, letting him gain back control of his body and his mana circuit to continue to function as normal. And the moment he regained control, his teeth gritted in frustration. You can't just barge into my room like that, he said to Asher, give back my sphere. Asher's expression instantly darkened at Oberon's words. Raising his voice, he retorted, you dare tell your king what to do? The sudden change in Asher's demeanor and the authority in his voice caught Oberon completely off guard, causing him to involuntarily gulp back his words. Asher's expression quickly reverted to normal as he activated the Sightstone sphere. Let's see what you have here. The sphere activated as images of Rowena began to play out, making Oberon's face twitch as he stared with a frozen look. With a cold, piercing gaze, Asher turned to Oberon. "Did you seriously put my wife and the Queen's images into this without her permission, and that too with illicit intent?" Asher's voice was laced with a dangerous calm. "Did you forget that the punishment for doing so is a broken bar death?" Oberon's face twisted with fear and apprehension as he got caught red-handed. Oberon, sensing the precariousness of his situation, quickly tried to deflect the accusation. "That's not mine. I happened to find it here," he said, attempting to sound convincing. Asher, however, was not swayed by such a silly explanation. He responded with a cold smile, "You might be telling the truth, but to make sure, perhaps I should pass an order to have your memory of this day investigated. We'll see if you're really being truthful." "I have enough reason to do so." Oberon's face turned a shade of red, a clear sign of his realization that he was trapped. Seeing Oberon's reaction, Asher scoffed as he raised one of his feet to place it on Oberon's bed while looking down on him. "You must feel like a fish out of water now that your mother isn't here to always protect you and clean up your mess," he remarked, his tone laced with disdain. "You must really be not used to it, doing something this stupid in my presence." Oberon, feeling the walls closing in, his fingers digging into his skin in frustration, managed a forced smile. "Yeah, broken bar. I am sure a broken bar. We can come to an understanding. A broken bar, right?" he asked, hoping to negotiate his way out of the situation. Oberon understood that if Asher really intended to escalate this issue, he wouldn't be lingering in the room, engaging in conversation. He had to keep holding in his fury as he said these words because there was no other choice. Asher's lips curled into a slight, knowing smile. "Of course, we can come to an understanding, but the question is a broken bar. Are you willing to pay for such an understanding?" he asked, his tone carrying a sense of danger. Oberon's expression became wary, his brows furrowing as he realized the gravity of the situation. "What a broken bar kind of payment are you talking about?" he asked cautiously, fearing the answer. "The kind that allows me to break your bones and make you bleed as I wish," Asher stated bluntly and coldly, yet maintaining a calm smile. What are you?" Oberon's initial reaction was one of shock and disbelief. He was about to call Asher mad, but he quickly checked himself, not wanting to provoke him further. The audacity of Asher's demand sent a wave of anger coursing through him. Was this alien filth truly asking him to become a punching bag? Oberon couldn't help but wonder if this entire situation, from picking him for the journey to this confrontation, had been orchestrated by Asher to corner him. But even if that was the case, it didn't matter now. "Well, if you're feeling hesitant, then let's settle this once we get back home, though I doubt you may not live," Asher began, his voice laced with a thinly veiled threat. "Fuck that. Yeah, broken bar. I accept the terms." "A broken bar," Oberon interrupted, his voice strained and his teeth clenched in frustration and resignation. As Oberon barely finished his words of reluctant agreement, PHRSSHK. Arg! Asher's fist connected abruptly with his face, breaking his nose with a sickening crunch. Oberon cried out in pain, completely caught off guard, not expecting Asher to begin his punishment immediately. "Wait, not now," Oberon exclaimed, raising his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself while covering his bloodied nose. But Asher was relentless. He grabbed Oberon's wrists, twisting them into unnatural angles, snapping the bones effortlessly. Crack. "Ugh, you don't get to decide when I should punish you," Asher stated, his voice calm but his eyes burning with a dangerous, dark intensity. Oberon groaned in agony, his fear escalating as he witnessed the unforgiving expression on Asher's face. "Ugh, a broken bar. No, a broken bar. Wait, a broken bar. The others will know you did this to me," he stammered, trying to appeal to any sense of restraint Asher might have. Asher, however, was unmoved. "You grabbed almost all of the good healing supplies we had. I will make sure not to target any vital points so that you can quickly heal," he said coldly. With a chilling smile, he proceeded to batter Oberon mercilessly, the sounds of his cries and groans filling the room while his blood splattered across the walls and stained the sheets. Meanwhile, in another room where Leonidas and Sylvan were resting, they felt subtle vibrations coming from above. Leonidas looked up with a confused expression. "What is happening up there? Whose room is that?" Sylvan narrowed his eyes, a tone of uncertainty in his voice. "It should be my brother Broken Bar. Maybe he is just being himself," he said, though his tone suggested he knew it was more than that. He looked back at Leonidas and added, "We shouldn't pay mind to it, right Broken Bar?" Leonidas nodded with a look of bafflement but didn't ask any more. Half an hour later, as Asher exited Oberon's room, he casually dusted off his hands, an eerie calmness about him. He paused at the door, turning around with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Rest well, no need to come out until you are completely healed. Don't forget to clean your room too. I will see you tomorrow," he said, his voice light but laced with an implicit threat. Asher felt as if he got a good workout for his arms, and Oberon was quite the reliable punching bag. With those final words, Asher slowly closed the door behind him, leaving a scene of devastation in his wake. Inside the room, Oberon lay on the bed, a battered and bloodied figure. His face was crushed on one side, his bones contorted into unnatural angles, and his teeth scattered around him. His mouth was filled with blood, a clear sign of the brutal punishment he had just endured. "Tea tomorrow? Broken Bar?" Oberon weakly muttered, a sense of dread washing over him. The thought of enduring this kind of punishment every day until their return was unbearable. The mere idea sent chills down his spine as he wondered if some malevolent soul from the Seven Hells had taken possession of Asher. But suddenly, the door opened again, making Oberon's body instinctively shiver. "I forgot about this," Asher said as he picked up the boxes of healing supplies and even his stock of blood bottles, making Oberon, who was helplessly lying on the bed, weakly raise his hand in a desperate attempt to stop him. He wanted to cry out words, but his voice was too feeble. Without those healing supplies and his stock of blood, he wouldn't be able to completely heal in a matter of minutes. "It will take hours. Don't worry, within a couple of hours, your body will heal itself and regrow your teeth too. It's not like you have been starving for days," Asher said with a reassuring smile as he left. Broken Bar Broken Bar Oberon's eyes teared up as he subconsciously called out for his mother, wanting her to get rid of this mad fiend and feel her comforting warmth. This was the first time he was feeling so alone and cornered, and he realized how much he missed her. Every time he was even slightly hurt, she would come running and pull him into her warm embrace. Just her face, no Broken Bar, just her gentle voice alone would suffice now to feel better. He couldn't believe he was so pathetic enough to cry for his mother like this, but ever since that nightmare he suffered for 3 years, he felt like something wasn't the same anymore. How many days was he going to suffer this torture alone? How many days until he can get back to his mother? He didn't know what was worse, the nightmare he was stuck in for 3 years or this living nightmare. Oberon lay there, trying to process the harsh reality of his situation. The pain was overwhelming, but even more daunting was the prospect of facing Asher's wrath again. Asher took a deep breath of satisfaction as he left Oberon's room. Some people back on Earth used to say that harboring feelings of revenge and hatred would not only make one vulnerable to demons but also consume their soul and destroy themselves in the process. But he had to disagree with that, since the satisfaction of venting these feelings on his object of revenge was sublime. Nothing else could beat that. For more than 10 years, he suffered helplessly and silently as Oberon tortured him, and now Asher felt as if he could do the same to Oberon 10 times more and still have room left to satiate his thirst for revenge. His thoughts then shifted to Neda, who had also sustained severe injuries in her fight against Boraga, and made his way to her room. He was concerned about her well-being, particularly since she had been poisoned by Boraga's claws. The poison of a peak soul devourer can't be easy to shake off. Even though she told him earlier that she would be fine on her own, he still wanted to make sure she was also the strongest one accompanying them, and having her in top shape was a priority. Standing outside her door, he spoke gently, "Lady Neda, are you all right? Do you need anything?" There was no response at first, and Asher hesitated, wondering if she might be resting and whether he should leave her undisturbed. But then, a soft, graceful voice echoed from inside the room. "Well, a broken bar. I don't want to inconvenience you. I will be fine in a while, my king." Her voice shivered for a brief second, making Asher realize she was still sick. Asher's expression softened, and he replied earnestly, "Please don't think like that. Helping you out won't be an inconvenience at all, especially in your current state, so don't hesitate to ask." He felt responsible for her getting hurt and wanted to make sure she was all right. It was understandable for someone of her status to not ask for help. After a moment of silence, Neda let out a soft sigh, her voice still carrying that same elegance and grace. "Higher Broken Bar, you are too persuasive, my king, but if you insist so, Broken Bar, please come in," she said quietly. Asher carefully opened the door and stepped inside, prepared to offer whatever assistance he could. As Asher stepped further into the room, his brows raised at seeing Neda's condition. She lay in bed, covered with a thick bedsheet, her face alarmingly pale and sickly. Despite the cool air in the room, she appeared to be sweating profusely. "Devil's a Broken Bar, you don't look good," Asher commented, his voice laced with worry as he closed the door behind him. Neda managed a weak smile in response. "I definitely have looked better," she quipped, her spirits still evident despite her weakened state. Asher, slightly taken aback by her ability to still look bright, moved closer to examine her. "The poison is still inside your body. Why didn't you tell any of us?" he asked, his tone a mix of concern and disappointment. Neda shook her head slightly. "I'll be fine," she assured him. "By tomorrow, my body will fight off the poison." Her voice was soft, but there was a hint of her usual strength in it. Then, with a wry smile, she added, "Other than that, I didn't want to lose face by looking like this before everyone." "You can't just," Asher began, but Neda cut him off, her expression becoming slightly serious. "But to be honest, I didn't want you all to see me in such a weak condition. The last thing you people need is to have your morale lowered. I have a responsibility to stand strong always, especially before you, the king." Asher blinked in astonishment. Despite her physical weakness, her resolve as the most senior figure in the ship and sense of duty remained as firm as ever. "However," he insisted, "forget about responsibility and all for now. Let me help you, especially since you got injured while trying to protect me. There is not even any guarantee you will be all right by tomorrow, nor is there a reason for you to keep enduring this for so long." Asher knew Baraga's poison must be quite potent because of his strength, and Neda's body would surely take a lot of time to get rid of it on its own. Neda started to shake her head, ready to refuse his help. But Asher interjected with a serious look. "As your king, I am ordering you to listen to me," he stated firmly. Asher didn't know if she would listen since even if he was king in name, he didn't really have the power to order a lady of a great house unless it was something that concerned the entire kingdom. Neda let out a sigh, a weak smile playing on her lips. "I've never met such an assertive king," she said, the light tone of her voice belying the gravity of her condition. "You're not really giving me a choice here, are you?" Saying so, she attempted to raise herself. Her movements were sluggish and strained. Asher quickly stepped in to assist her. He gently grasped her wrist and supported her neck with his other hand. "Let me," he said softly as he helped her sit up on the bed. "Thank you," Neda whispered, her smile light yet grateful. She then turned to show her back to him. "I already cleaned the wound myself. Buta Broken Bar, the poison is still coursing through my veins. How do you plan to help me?" Asher could see that she was wearing a thin red robe, and on her back were several healing patches, evidence of her attempt to treat her own wounds. Asher explained his plan. "I can't guarantee it, but I can use the power of my flames to burn away the poison in your body. However, it will require you to let me access your mana circuit, as the poison is clogging it." Neda raised her eyebrows in surprise. "You want to access my mana circuit?" she asked, her voice tinged with subtle disbelief. "You must already know that even the slightest miscalculation when doing anything to my mana circuit could be life-threatening for me." Asher nodded, his expression solemn. I'm aware of how sensitive this matter is. That's why I want you to trust me with this. I may not be a physician officially, but I give you my word that I won't make things worse." In his mind, Asher felt a tinge of doubt, wondering if she would actually trust him, a junior with barely a few years of experience with such a critical and risky procedure. It would be no different than trusting a child to do brain surgery. Neda hummed lightly and responded with a brief smile, "Since you're so confident about it, I'll trust you with my body. Wouldn't it be shameful of me if I can't put faith in my king?" Asher, taken aback by her agreement, felt a mix of responsibility and determination. He wasn't really expecting her to agree just like that. Were all respected individuals of the kingdom truly this devoted to the crown? He felt he had yet to understand the mentality of these people. Asher then gently asked, "Could you lower your dress so I can begin the treatment?" Neda gave a soft nod, understanding the necessity of the request. With a slight grimace, she carefully parted her thin red robe from the front, letting it slide down her smooth shoulders to reveal her bare back while maintaining her modesty by hugging the bedsheet to cover her front. Her back, exposed to Asher, was shapely and striking, even with the gruesome claw-shaped injuries marring the pristine skin. As Asher removed the medicinal patches to get a clearer view of the wounds, he found himself momentarily captivated by the elegance of her form. The curve of her back that extended towards her loin held a certain grace while her skin was riddled with droplets of sweat, and the rosy scent coming off her body was sweet to the senses. Neda, sensing the silence, turned her head slightly and asked, "Is it looking quite ugly? You don't have to stare at it if it's too unsightly." Asher quickly snapped out of his thoughts, focusing back on the task at hand. He couldn't believe he got distracted in a situation like this. He realized he embarrassed her or maybe offended her by staring like that. He reassured her with a comforting smile, "Of course not. I was just assessing the extent of your injuries. I'm going to start now. Let me know if it starts to hurt too much." Asher's concentration intensified as he closed his eyes and placed his hands on Neda's back, tuning into the task at hand. His hands began to emit a subtle dark green glow, indicative of his energy seeping into her body. Neda, feeling the warm energy penetrating her skin, flinched slightly at the unfamiliar sensation, her cheeks gradually flushing a reddish hue from the heat slowly spreading into her body. Despite the sensations, Neda remained silent, allowing Asher to continue his focused efforts. Asher's energy methodically spread throughout her body, targeting the remnants of Boraga's poison in her bloodstream. He had been cautious in making any promises about the effectiveness of this treatment, not knowing whether the strength of his energy was enough to destroy the poison of a peak soul devourer. However, as his energy coursed through her, he sensed that the poison had already been somewhat weakened by Neda's own defenses, but by then, the poison had managed to successfully suppress her defenses. He realized he had intervened at a crucial time, just before the poison could have potentially rebounded with greater strength. Carefully, Asher guided his energy to obliterate the remaining traces of poison, particularly around her vital organs. When his energy reached Neda's mana circuit, he was especially gentle, almost caressing it with his power to avoid causing any harm. The sensation of Asher's energy moving so delicately over her mana circuit elicited a soft moan from Neda. Broken bar her lips parted briefly in response to the gentle touch, and her cheeks deepened in color, slightly taken aback by the profound effect of his treatment, but her eyes were blinking in surprise as she could feel herself getting better. Asher slowly opened his eyes and removed his hands, watching as Neda's wounds began to close before his eyes. A smile of satisfaction and relief spread across his face. "I succeeded. It's finally over. You should be feeling back to normal within a few minutes," he said, pleased with the outcome. Neda smiled, her complexion noticeably brighter than before and rosy as if she had just taken a hot, refreshing bath. She gracefully pulled her dress back up, the red fabric sliding over her now healing back, and tied her robe at the front. "I am quite impressed. I wasn't really expecting you to completely destroy the poison with such ease and precision. It didn't even hurt. How did you learn to do all this?" Even the expert physicians I know will be impressed you can do this at such a young age, she remarked, genuinely curious. Asher softly chuckled at her words. Fortunately, I have the talent to quickly pick up things, he replied with a side smile. That is quite some talent, one anyone would be envious of, Neda said, her tone conveying a mix of admiration and slight jest. She then looked at him with a sense of gratitude. I feel like I owe you, since you helped even if you didn't have to. If you need any favor, you can always ask me, she offered warmly. Asher, however, shook his head in response. I'm the one who owes you a lot, and this was the least I could do to repay you, he said sincerely. Neda leaned forward, her smile radiant. I've never felt more glad that someone like you became our king. I knew our queen didn't make a hasty decision, unlike how some believe, she expressed, her eyes reflecting appreciation. However, in that moment, Asher's focus wavered. Earlier, as she leaned forward, he caught a brief glimpse of her cleavage, accentuated by the thin red robe that wrapped around her curvaceous bosom, and the absence of her innerwear allowed him to see her nipples poking against the soft fabric of her dress. Her rosy, luscious lips curved into a smile as she talked, drawing his attention. Before he fully comprehended his actions, he found himself leaning in, letting his lips latch onto her soft lips in a spontaneous gesture. Neda's eyes widened in surprise as Asher's lips suddenly enveloped hers, a soft, muffled sound escaping her in the unexpected moment. However, almost immediately, she gently pulled back, breaking the kiss and bringing Asher back to reality. He quickly got up, a wince crossing his face as the sudden realization of his actions set in. I am sorry, I didn't. Asher began, his expression a mix of embarrassment and confusion, trying to apologize for his impulsive act. Don't bother about it, mistakes happen. You must be feeling quite foggy after dealing with them and getting exhausted, Neda said softly, her voice dismissive yet gentle. She turned her back to him, perhaps to give him a moment to compose himself. Asher let out a sigh, closing his eyes briefly as he composed his thoughts. No, yeah, heartbroken, but I should let you rest now. I will be outside, he said, feeling that his skin wasn't thick enough to keep standing here any longer. Feeling a sense of embarrassment and confusion, Asher quickly exited the room. Once outside, he raked his hand through his white hair, his mind racing with thoughts. He couldn't believe that he had impulsively kissed her. Was he more lustful than he had realized? And now, what would Neda think of him? He felt like he ruined his image as a king as well. Fortunately, nobody saw that. Otherwise, he could be in great trouble. And Neda seemed to not turn it into a serious matter, as expected from someone like her. However, he could still feel the softness of her rosy lips on his mouth and the sweet taste they had, almost like kissing a rose. But he then shook his head. He felt she was right. He should rest and get his head straight for what was coming. The world of Zultha predominantly housed 4 continents and 4 seas. Each continent was positioned in such a way that there was no easy path to traverse from one to another. Every path consisted of great and random dangers that would prove to be life-threatening for the common people. Positioned to the south was Dracira, the continent where the Bloodburn Kingdom exists, which only spanned about 10% of the world's landmass. However, in ancient times, nobody would dare underestimate them because of the size of the lands they occupied. For just their dragons alone could dominate the entire world, and even now, after a great decline in their power, most other smaller kingdoms and tribes in the continent of Dracira wouldn't dare to offend the Bloodburn Kingdom and maintain a friendly relationship. But it was no secret that one of their most hated enemies lived on a continent not too far from their continent, the Rogut continent, which was located towards the east, but it was 3 times bigger than Dracira. Nobody from outside would be foolish enough to venture into this continent that was ruled by werewolves, mainly the 5 clans, and when one travels further north, there exists the largest continent in the world of Zultha, Inferna, ruled and dominated purely by the Draconese kingdom, which was situated at the farthest end of the continent. Every common soul living in this world feared them and knew they could get sniffed out of existence with just a single breath from them. Their word was the law and unquestionable, spanning a whopping 50% of land mass in total. It was the farthest away from Dracera, and the fastest route between them was the Crimson Sea, though not even the Draconians would dare venture into a sea tormented with endless storms. However, in the west existed the Ocean continent, which was almost as big as Dracera. It was once famous and highly respected due to the existence of the Kingdom of Eclipsion, but now this region was controlled by the Draconians even though they couldn't be least bothered about the wastelands in it. And in these desolate wastelands of the Ocean continent, a place steeped in dread and death loomed in the south. This region, infamous for its overwhelming stench of decay and death, was shunned by all due to rumors that it was imbued with a deathly energy capable of sapping the life force of anyone who dared venture too close. They say it was the very same energy that finished the last remains of the Kingdom of Eclipsion. Despite the fearsome reputation of this forsaken land, two figures approached it with an air of calmness. One was a beautiful Vulpinari with flowing golden hair that shimmered against the bleak landscape. She stopped walking and wore a stunning and modest dark green robe over her dress, which lent her an aura of dignity and grace, starkly contrasting with the previous allure she had. Beside her was a vigilant Vulpini, his sharp eyes constantly scanning their desolate surroundings for any sign of danger. As they neared the heart of the wasteland, Kira mumbled almost nostalgically, "It feels like only yesterday I left." Then, with a wave of her hand, she caused a ripple to spread across the empty air. The ripple shimmered like a mirage, distorting the air around them. "It's because your heart never left, Your Grace," Shoichi said with a softened gaze. "That's true." Kira wistfully smiled. "Come, they have been waiting for a long time," she instructed softly. And as they took a step forward, their figures vanished into the ripple, disappearing from the desolate landscape. As Kira stepped through the ripple, the oppressive atmosphere of the wastelands vanished, replaced by an environment vibrant with life. The air was fresher and cleaner, devoid of the deadly energy outside. They found themselves surrounded by a lush, verdant landscape, where enormous trees, diverse plants, and exotic fruits thrived. Each element of the flora appeared to be intricately connected to powerful mana formations that seemed to enable such growth under the harsh conditions of this world. Suddenly, a young woman with emerald eyes, brown fox ears, and a fluffy brown tail bounded towards Kira with an expression of astonishment and joy. "Your Grace!" she cried out ecstatically, followed closely by several other young men and women, each sporting fluffy tails and fairy ears. However, all of them had emerald eyes, making their common Vulpin bloodline quite evident. Kira's face broke into a warm, resplendent smile as she opened her arms wide to welcome the girl. "Lena, you have really grown up into such a pretty young lady," she exclaimed with affection. "Your Gracie." Broken bar, Lena shyly mumbled as she got pulled into her embrace but couldn't stop herself from smiling. Turning her attention to the others, Kira's eyes shimmered with warmth. "You all did. Last time, you all were so small. How the years have passed." A broken bar, a young man among the group, his eyes brimming with tears, spoke up with heartfelt emotion. "We are so happy to see you come back, Your Grace. We have been waiting every day," he said, his voice choked with emotion. The others around him nodded in agreement, their eyes moist with tears of joy and pure smiles of happiness. They also felt that she definitely became more beautiful compared to how they remembered her all those years ago, and even though she wasn't displaying it, they could feel that her aura was stronger than ever, making them feel even more elated. The gathering of Vulpins around Kira grew, eventually numbering around 200, representing a broad spectrum of ages, from the young to the elderly. Even those who could barely walk were assisted by others, eager to catch a glimpse of their queen who had returned after a long 70 years. As Kira stood amidst her people, they collectively bowed deeply and greeted her with a chorus of voices, rich with emotion and energy. "Welcome home, Your Grace." An elderly Vulpin, distinguished by his long white hair and beard, made his way forward, leaning heavily on a walking brown stick. His eyes brimmed with overwhelming emotion as he spoke. "We could hardly believe our eyes when our scouts reported your arrival," he said, his voice quivering slightly. Everyone here has been preparing to celebrate your return, Father Zhu. Kira greeted him with a respectful nod of her head. I wish I could have visited earlier, but a good opportunity never presented itself. Zhu, smiling warmly at Kira, replied with understanding and affection. We all know that, Your Grace, we have managed to thrive here only because of the resources you've continuously sent to us. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago in this forsaken place that once nurtured us. As Lena continued to hug Kira, she looked up with a bright, hopeful smile. Will you stay with us for a long time now that you've returned? She asked eagerly. The others around them also looked on, their faces alight with anticipation, waiting for Kira's answer. Kira exchanged a brief, serious glance with Zhu before addressing everyone. I will be here for a short while, but after that, I must return to continue my work outside. It's necessary to ensure that you all can continue living here peacefully. The young men and women's expressions turned bittersweet, understanding her commitment but also feeling a pang of sadness at her impending departure. Lena's voice was heavy with concern. Can't we help you? We don't want you to work hard alone. As your subjects, shouldn't we be doing something to help? Zhu intervened with a gentle smile. It's too dangerous outside, Lena. You know that, right? We would only make things harder for Her Grace if we accompanied her. This place is safe for us, and Her Grace can help us best without worrying about our safety here, he explained, reassuringly. Kira smiled warmly at them. Don't be disappointed. I might return more frequently from now on, as I've made some new arrangements, she said, bringing a wave of relief and joy to their faces. Well, let's let Her Grace rest for now. She has had a long journey. Meanwhile, you boys and girls should continue preparing the feast, Zhu suggested. Yes, Chief Father. Everyone eagerly nodded, bowing to Kira with promises of a grand feast in her honor and wishes for her to rest well. As the group dispersed, buzzing with excitement, Kira's smile remained while Zhu approached her and spoke softly. Things are bad, aren't they, my child? Kira's smile began to fade as she turned to look at him. Kira let out a long sigh, her eyes closing briefly as she grappled with the weight of her situation. You already know a broken bar. My cover was broken, and I got exposed in a way I never imagined all these years, she admitted with a hint of frustration in her voice. Zhu nodded with furrowed brows. I heard a broken bar. I never thought an alien boy who was soulless for almost his entire life would be the one. He can't be ordinary at all if he managed to slip under your eyes. He isn't, Kira said with a hardened expression and added, that is why I want him dead first. I have this gnawing feeling that he is going to be very troublesome if allowed to live. He is head over heels with his queen, so he will do whatever it takes to secure the interests of his kingdom. Him getting crowned as the king only sealed that fact. She then looked at Zhu with concern. Does everyone here know about it? Zhu shook his head, his expression reassuring. Other than our scouts and myself, no one knows that you've been living among our enemies. It's not like most of the people here even step out of this haven you created for us, he said, offering a comforting smile. Kira's expression eased into one of relief. Good, she murmured. Zhu's expression turned somber as he addressed the larger issue at hand. But how long can we protect them from the truth? Sooner or later, they'll realize that you've not only been secretly gathering resources for us but also putting yourself in danger among those bloodburners to seek vengeance for us. Kira responded with a wistful smile, tinged with determination. I know, but I'll do everything I can to ensure they don't learn the truth, she said. Her eyes then hardened with a cold glint. A broken bar until I'm done with them. Only then can the souls of our people who bled and died on these very lands finally rest in peace. Zhu's expression turned resolute, reflecting his deep-seated desire. I, too, wish vengeance upon those bloody usurpers, he said firmly and added, I know it is one of the reasons your father crowned you queen on his deathbed to honor the memories of the ones who fell and to punish everyone who had a hand in our fall. However, his expression softened as he glanced around at the young men and women, their faces alight with innocent joy. But after all these years here, when I look at them, I realize I want nothing more than to keep them smiling. They're happiest when they see you, Zhu said, his voice tinged with emotion. He turned back to Kira, his eyes warm. That's why your life is more important than anything. You don't have to risk everything for us. We would rather lose everything than lose you. You're not only the last of your kind but also the last queen of whatever is left of our kingdom and our strongest protector. Whatever plans you have here Broken Bar, they don't involve you leaving us, right? Kira looked away for a moment, her expression wistful, before meeting Zu's gaze. I know, she acknowledged softly, but you also know this place isn't meant to last forever. It's not a haven but an illusory prison to protect our people. We can't be happy here indefinitely, and I can't keep up with the immense resources this place needs forever, especially given my current situation. When that happens, everything will fall apart. Once our people are exposed, they will be tortured, killed, or taken advantage of. Zu nodded, his eyes closing in a pained acknowledgement. I know, maybe I'm getting too old, too comfortable with this illusion of peace. I should be the one fighting out there, not just you. Kira, her expression filled with a mixture of gratitude and respect, gently shook her head. You've already done more than enough, Father Zu, she said softly. You saved me and a few others from my mother's tribe when our kingdom fell. You've raised me well and have been like a father, not just to me but to all of us here. You are the only one who can protect this place in my absence, so please don't feel guilty about not joining me outside. Zu's eyes seemed to drift into the past as Kira spoke, reflecting on old, sorrowful memories. I was your mother's godfather, yet I couldn't save her or any others from your father's bloodline, he said, his voice tinged with regret. Kira offered him a wistful smile, her words aimed at soothing his guilt. It's not your fault. My mother believed it was her duty to stand by the man she loved, and my father and his people felt it was their duty to defend our kingdom at all costs. But my father also wanted to ensure the survival of a few of us. That's why he chose to die with our kingdom. Otherwise, they would never stop until they have hunted each and every one of them. He hoped we could finish what they started, but they now know about your existence. They must be already gathering people to hunt you down, Zu said with a worried look and added with gritted teeth. They fear even what one of you is capable of. Isn't that why they went so far as to try and eradicate your father's bloodline? There were only 100 of you, and now they won't rest until they erase the last one. Kira offered a reassuring yet confident smile. Don't worry, Father Zu. I have lived through all sorts of hardships outside and dealt with so many of them that I know how to hide from these vile greedy scums. They will never think of looking in the very place our kingdom used to be, nor will they want to come anywhere near a dead land. I also have some friends outside to help me out. I will rest here until Kira's conversation with Zu was gently interrupted by the feel of a small girl, about 4 years old, tugging and hugging her 3 golden tails. The girl's face was lit up with wonder and joy. She really has 3 of them. Wow! Broken Bar, Kina, don't disturb her grace. Lena, appearing slightly out of breath, rushed towards them, her face apologetic. Kina looked up at Kira with wide, innocent eyes. They are so soft and big, as Big Sis said. She exclaimed, clearly mesmerized by Kira's 3 golden tails. Kira couldn't help but smile warmly at the little girl's enthusiasm. Oh my, this little one is quite naughty, she said affectionately, lifting Kina up into her arms. Kina giggled delightedly, reaching out to play with Kira's golden locks. They are so smooth, Tahi. She chirped. Zu watched the interaction with a light chuckle. Ho ho, little Kina finally got to meet her queen. She has been praying to see you and has been nagging us every day to let her meet you. Lena looked embarrassed as she approached. I am so sorry, Your Grace. My little sister can be a bit unruly at times. I can take her back if you'd like, she offered, her voice filled with an apologetic tone. Kira, however, shook her head and gently pecked Kina's cheek, eliciting an even louder giggle from the child. Let her be. You were like this too, or did you forget now that you're all grown up? Kira teased Lena playfully. Your Grace, a Broken Bar, Lena mumbled shyly, her head bowed slightly, a hint of nostalgia and affection in her voice. Kira leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to a lower, more intimate tone as she asked Lena, Did your father remarry? Kira knew Lena's mother had died tragically from lingering injuries she suffered during the fall of their kingdom, and after that, Lena had been raised by her father. Lena responded with a soft smile, her voice equally low. He initially didn't want to, out of respect for our role traditions and because he couldn't let go of my mother in his heart, but with our situation and our numbers dwindling, everyone encouraged him not to waste his life. She paused briefly, her smile growing tender, and it just so happened that one of the women here lost her husband, who was a scout. Kira nodded, her gaze filled with a mixture of sadness and understanding. Looking at the playful Kina, she added warmly, he did the right thing, otherwise, this beautiful little one wouldn't have been born. Zhu nodded with a warm smile. Yes, Lena agreed, her smile reflecting a sense of contentment. My father is happier now than he was before. Things are much better for him now, Your Grace. Shoichi suddenly rushed towards her with a serious expression, though he looked around and took a deep breath to steady his breath. It seemed as if he had come running urgently. Lena, noticing that it must be something important, immediately swept in and plucked Kina away. I will let you know when the feast is ready, Your Grace. Lena bowed deeply as she hurried away. Did something happen? Kira asked as she turned to look at Shoichi while Zhu looked on with furrowed brows. He managed to escape. The Rust Blood clan failed, Shoichi said with a hint of anger and frustration in his eyes. Zhu had his brows raised while Kira narrowed her eyes. Even after all the help they got, they still couldn't do it. I knew at our broken bar he is going to be hard to kill. Should we try to intercept him? He has yet to reach the Draconese kingdom and will be passing over our lands. Since he is the king of the Bloodburners now, his death will definitely be a huge blow to them, Shoichi asked with a deadly sharp glint in his eyes. Kira shook her head and said, Leave it, we can't afford to take huge risks now, and he may not even return alive once the Draconians are done with him. Let's use our time here to think about what to do next. He isn't the only one we have to deal with. Saying so, Kira looked up, her emerald eyes reflecting the crimson skies. The sky crawler, nearing the vast lands of the Inferno continent, prepared for its descent. Behind them, the 100 Dreadwings, which had been their protective escort, had to cease their accompaniment, leaving the ship to continue alone. Leonidas, gazing out through the window at the departing Dreadwings, expressed his concern and frustration. Oh devils, a broken bar, we felt so safe with them round and were able to repair our ship in peace. Now we are going to be alone in the land of those arrogant Draconians. Kellum, stepping up beside him, chuckled lightly, trying to lighten the mood. At least we aren't going to get killed the moment we land. Our king should be the one worrying, not you. He is the one who is going to take on whatever challenges they throw forward for our sake. Leonidas sighed and nodded in agreement. You are right. He has it tough, and he is so young. I don't know how he is able to maintain his cool. That is why he is the king, Sylvan interjected, his voice carrying a note of respect as he joined them with a smile. Your Highness, both Leonidas and Kellum greeted, bowing their heads briefly. Just call me Sylvan while we are among ourselves, Sylvan responded with a light smile, prompting a grin from Leonidas. As you wish. So Broken Bar, you aren't scared? Sylvan's gaze drifted out to the looming view of the Inferno continent. Yes, I am, he admitted. It seems obvious that the Draconians are planning something bad for our king. They never play fair, but what makes me wonder is if the king is prepared, or if he has any plans to return without any incidents. As the group stood together, discussing their concerns about the upcoming challenges in the Draconese kingdom, the sound of approaching footsteps diverted their attention. They turned to see Oberon approaching. Leonidas and Kellum's expressions stiffened noticeably as Oberon neared. They greeted him formally, albeit with evident reluctance. Your Highness, they both said, their voices strained to keep it polite, especially after what he did yesterday. Not only did he abandon the king as soon as he got injured, but he also snatched away the best supplies while making the king personally retrieve them from him. Just by his crimes alone he should be flogged 100 times at least. However, what caught their attention was Oberon's appearance. He looked unusually pale, his eyelids heavy as if burdened by a month's worth of sleeplessness. His face bore a dark, almost haunted expression, and he shot a deathly glare at the three before continuing on his way without a word. "What the fuck? He stole our supplies and glares at us as if we were the ones who did something wrong," Leonidas muttered under his breath, his annoyance clear. He then turned to Sylvan, suddenly conscious of his words, realizing he had just spoken ill of Sylvan's brother. To his surprise, Sylvan appeared unbothered by the remark. Shaking his head, he said, "He must have woken up on the wrong side of the bed." His tone was nonchalant, as if he couldn't care less. Leonidas visibly relaxed at Sylvan's reaction, while Callum couldn't help but lightly chuckle to hear Sylvan's comment. As the sky crawler glided through the air, Asher stood by one of the large windows, his gaze fixed on the hellish landscape sprawling beneath them with volcanic mountains spewing forth lava every minute. The land dominated by the Draconians unfurled before his eyes, a vast expanse marked by the stark realities of their rule. There were only a few stretches of land that were relatively safe, and people seemed to have built barriers to protect their lands. With his exceptionally sharp eyesight, Asher could discern the activities happening far below. People of various demon races looked up at the ship, their expressions ranging from curiosity to fear upon suddenly seeing such a huge ship passing over them and casting a dark shadow over their lands. Among them, Asher noticed ogres, minotaurs, and goblins, their burly and rugged forms moving about the land. They seemed to be the henchmen for these Draconians, as expected. Scattered among these demons were a few Vulpins, their presence sparse and seemingly subdued. It was clear that no lone or a group of vampires or werewolves dared to tread in this hostile territory, and the lesser numbers of Vulpins suggested either a desperate escape from these lands or a resigned submission to servitude, just like similar to other weaker races. Clearly, their females were used by the Draconians to vent their lust. He could see piglins with a face resembling that of a pig being used for labor and any shitty work. Such a submissive race was perfect for these Draconians to make use of. The Draconian guards, easily identifiable by the symbols on their armors, were omnipresent. They wielded whips and lashes, driving their workers and slaves relentlessly. The guards moved with an air of authority and cruelty, enforcing their dominance through fear and brutality. Asher's eyes caught sight of several instances of torture and atrocities. It seemed like raping, skinning people alive before their families, or killing for sport was a daily activity in this place. Some guards were seen laughing as they inflicted pain on the helpless, their actions devoid of empathy or restraint. The scene below was a dark picture of oppression and despair. The Draconian lands were rife with suffering, where the strong preyed on the weak, and mercy seemed to be a concept long forgotten. In stark contrast, Asher's thoughts drifted to the Bloodburn Kingdom. He remembered Rowena telling him that despite its challenges, it was a realm where a semblance of order and stability prevailed, a society that, while not perfect, offered a sanctuary compared to the hellish landscape he now observed. Even though he came to learn that the Bloodburn Kingdom also has their hands dipped in blood, it wasn't at least as bad as this. Only the strongest can hope to survive in the continent of the Draconians. The rest can only pray and endure. Asher's introspective gaze was broken by Nada's soft voice from behind. "Such a pitiful sight, a broken bar, don't you think?" she said, her tone laced with a mix of sorrow and contemplation. Turning slightly, Asher noticed Nada walking up to stand beside him, her eyes also drawn to the grim scene below. He suddenly recalled the kiss he had planted on her lips yesterday. However, noting her composed expression, he surmised that she had chosen to overlook the incident and forget about it as a mistake. Just like she said, Asher decided it was best to do the same, especially considering he couldn't end up in a messy situation right after becoming king. He already had enough troubles to take care of. Asher nodded in agreement with her statement. Looking back out the window, he reflected aloud, "It makes you wonder if a kingdom, or any person in our world, can become powerful quickly through pure subjugation and domination, without leaving any room for peace. I wonder why our kingdom didn't do the same as the Draconians." Nada offered a brief smile, one that seemed to hold a deeper understanding. because that isn't the vision we inherited from our forefathers," she responded and added. "But the harsh truth is that the draconian way of life is the most effective and quickest way to gain power. That's how they managed to conquer millions of miles of land over the centuries. Just a fraction of their conquered assets is enough to cover our kingdom with their palm." Asher nodded and then said with a focused gaze, "But we have something they don't have, broken bar dragons." Neda gave a knowing smile. "Of course, they are one of the main reasons we are still standing today. Just the fear of the progenitor of all dragons still continues to hold the Draconians at bay." Buta Broken Bar, her expression became slightly grave as she added, "If things suddenly turn bad and the Draconians wage war against us, then we will definitely lose. Our few dragons and all of us combined can definitely deal some damage to the Draconians, but in the end, they will win, and atop our ashes, they can easily get stronger over the years. If we still had Drogo, then maybe things wouldn't seem so bleak." Asher's expression became serious. "We really don't even stand a 1% chance of winning?" Neda turned to look at him with a narrowed gaze. "Well, a Broken Bar, you are one factor that the Draconians or none of us ever saw coming, and since you have proved yourself to have the potential to achieve miracles, then maybe we might stand a chance if you manage to reach the peak. But that's a big if, and I can't really guess our chances because not even I can predict how far you can grow. Every single time, you just seem to defy everyone's expectations." Asher smirked and said, "I just don't like disappointing people. A very appreciated mentality for a king," Neda said with a smile and then looked out the window as she furrowed her brows. "Looks like we are almost there, Broken Bar, the most dangerous place of this continent, a Broken Bar, the Draconese kingdom." Asher joined her in observing the landscape that unfolded before them. The sight was as fearsome as it was awe-inspiring. In the distance, dark towering structures spanned thousands of miles, creating a skyline that spoke of power and a menace. Wyverns and other dark flying beasts circled overhead, their massive forms casting unsettling shadows over the land. At the heart of the kingdom, colossal walls reached skyward, their surfaces etched with crimson runes. These runes pulsated with an eerie glow, adding to the kingdom's intimidating presence. The walls appeared almost alive, serving as both a formidable defense and a stark warning to any who dared to challenge the Draconese kingdom's might. Above, the blood-red sky seemed to mirror the kingdom's nature, fiery, unyielding, and steeped in power. The kingdom itself stretched beyond the limits of sight, sprawling over charred plains and intimidating volcanic mountains. The peaks of these mountains spewed fire and ash into the air, painting the horizon with shades of rage and passion. Just the size of this kingdom was almost half as big as the Dracura continent. Asher crossed his hands behind his back as he said with a focused gaze, "Let's see what they have in store for you, Broken Bar." The balcony of the Royal Draconese Palace presented a stark vista of the vast crimson skies, and on this balcony, a menacing beauty with silvery lavender hair and dark silver wings stood with a cold gaze. Her posture was rigid, her eyes unblinking as she surveyed her domain, or maybe she was imagining something with cold eagerness. As she stood there, lost in her thoughts, a tall, bulky figure approached her with measured steps. Despite his stocky build, he had a youngish and chiseled face with long black hair. The figure exuded an aura of strength and menace and had gray-scaled wings. He stopped beside her, bowing his head briefly in a show of respect. "You asked for me, Mother?" he inquired, his voice a deep rumble that resonated in the still air. Lysandra, without shifting her gaze from the horizon, responded, "Rhaegar, you have made the right preparations to avenge your little brother, right?" Rhaegar's dark red eyes, mirroring the skies above, lifted slowly. A confident glint sparkled within them as he assured her, "You can leave it to me, Mother. I won't disappoint you or my brother's soul. I will make sure to satisfy your wish." "Good. In the meantime, make sure the dread chamber is ready," Lysandra commanded, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Once he is defeated, I can't wait to claw out everything he cherishes inside his heart." "It's already done, Mother. I knew you would be telling me that," Rhaegar replied, his lips curling into a cold smile, but he then asked with a furrow of his brows, But what if he chooses to not go ahead with what we planned initially? It seems Father thinks there is a real chance he wouldn't. Lysandra waved her hand and said, even if that was the case, he would suffer either way. Now that you mentioned it, I would prefer if he chooses the alternative. Of course, there is no better way to torment a soul, Ryger said with a sadistic glint in his eyes. After a brief pause, Ryger's expression softened as he gazed upon her figure. In the meantime, you should rest, Mother. You have not been sleeping ever since that day. Do you perhaps a broken bar want me to give you a relaxing that will be all? Ryger, you may leave. Lysandra cut him off indifferently. Her dismissal was abrupt, leaving no room for further conversation. Ryger winced slightly at her cold response but nodded in acknowledgement, bowing his head before turning to leave the balcony. However, just as he stepped outside, his body suddenly froze as a large shadow enveloped him. Father, Ryger mumbled with his brows raised as he briefly bowed his head and added, I wasn't expecting me to be here at this time? Drakkar asked as the gaze of his piercing red eyes fell on Ryger and then added in a deep voice, I remember telling you not to come here unnecessarily, especially when your mother is grieving, or did you forget that? Ryger's eyelids shook briefly before he shook his head and said with a deeper bow, Mother asked me to do something for her. I hope you will understand. I will, but next time, you will ask for my permission unless you want your wings skinned and cut off. Do you understand me? Drakkar's voice was like a low, thunderous rumble, making Ryger's expression stiffen as he readily nodded, clenched tight. Forgive me, this son overstepped. That is what I wanted to hear. You can leave now. Ryger again bowed quickly before leaving with quick footsteps. However, as he stepped out, his fists were shaking as he turned around to look back. As the sky crawler descended, the atmosphere in the Draconese kingdom began to fill with a tension akin to that of a tightly drawn bowstring. It landed smoothly in the center of a large clearing, and at the same time, the collective footsteps of boots stomping against the ground echoed. A frightening army of Draconian soldiers surrounded the ship with their weapons, ready to draw. Hundreds of soldiers, their steel-like wings catching the crimson light of the sun, stood in formation, their presence overwhelming. The Skycrawler's massive doors opened, and Eradicator stepped out first, her stance protective and vigilant, acting as a shield for her king, who followed closely behind. Nada, exuding an aura of grace even under such pressure, walked just behind Asher. They were followed by Sylvan, Leonidas, Kellum, and a visibly unsettled Oberon. The Draconians watched the Bloodburners with scornful expressions, their eyes particularly fixated on the alien who was also the king of the Bloodburners. The air was thick with unspoken animosity and the tension of a long-standing enmity. Asher scanned his surroundings, noting the sheer number of guards encircling them. Each guard was at least a soul purger in strength, and this was merely a welcome party of soldiers. He understood that this display was a calculated demonstration of power by the Draconians, meant to intimidate and assert dominance. Oberon, unable to hide his trepidation, glanced nervously at the formidable soldiers. For a moment he thought they had surrounded to attack. Leonidas and Kellum held their breaths, feeling the oppressive weight of the Draconian army's collective aura. They weren't used to standing before so many powerful Draconians. In contrast, Sylvan and Nada appeared calm and composed, maintaining their dignity and standing their ground alongside Eradicator. The Draconian soldiers then began to part, creating a path through their ranks. A tall, bulky figure emerged, walking forward with a commanding presence. He had dark red armor adorning his stocky build, and his fiery red eyes looked as if they could ignite a person alive with just a stare. He was followed by a couple of Draconians clad in heavy armor, distinctly standing out from the rest of the guards. The tension in the air thickened as the bulky man, Prince Ryger, fixed Asher with a cold, contemptuous smile. His voice dripped with disdain as he addressed Asher. So they really sent a boy here to die, huh? Don't tell me the mere title of a king gave you enough confidence. I can also grant the title to any pig in a mud pool, and it will be more feared by the people here than you. Ha 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 ha. The Draconians surrounding them erupted into raucous laughter, relishing their prince's brutal mockery of the Bloodburn king. The sound of their scornful mirth echoed across the clearing, amplifying the tension. Leonidas, Kellum, and Sylvan frowned, their expressions a mix of anger and disdain at the blatant disrespect shown by the Draconians, but they could do nothing but swallow this insult helplessly. Oberon, in contrast, seemed to take a perverse pleasure in the scene, a gleeful glint in his eyes at the sight of Asher being demeaned. It was the least pleasure he deserved after getting trapped by him. Eradicator's fists were clenched tightly, her blade slightly humming with her simmering emotion. But she remained stoic and unmoving beside Asher. Asher, however, responded with a light chuckle and a disarming smile. "I'm sorry, a broken bar. Who are you? I don't remember any Draconian whose job is to go around declaring pigs as kings. You must really have too much time on your hands," he retorted, his tone casual yet pointed. Nada, standing just behind Asher, subtly covered her lips with her hand, her eyes betraying amusement at Asher's response. Rhaegar's smile suddenly froze while the expressions of the other Draconians instantly darkened at Asher's bold retort. They were taken aback by his audacity to feign ignorance of Prince Rhaegar's identity, the eldest son of the Queen Consort, who in this world wouldn't know him. Saying he had too much time on his hands was just another way of calling their prince, whose job was to deal with pigs, a good-for-nothing. Nobody had ever dared to blatantly insult him like this, and even they felt their skin sting upon hearing these words. The atmosphere became charged with a new intensity, as the Draconians grappled with the Bloodborne King's blatant challenge to their pride and authority. The tension escalated as some of the Draconians, reacting to this bold retort, unsheathed their blades, their movements swift and threatening. The metallic sound of drawn steel resonated in the air, adding a dangerous edge to the already charged atmosphere. Unperturbed by the display of hostility, Asher glanced around at the armed Draconians, then turned his attention back to Rhaegar. "I am disappointed by the hospitality of your people," he said, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of reproach. "I came here to honor the pact. Shouldn't you people have some basic courtesy of respecting it, at least for your ancestors' sake?" Rhaegar deeply furrowed his brows, but he then realized there was no point in showing a dead man his place. He thought about his mother and how she would want things to proceed perfectly, and as her only son, he should see to its success. That was the only reason he personally showed up here. Otherwise, his mother would have sent some nobody to accompany these bloodburners. And so, with a menacing smile, Rhaegar decided to shift his approach. "Since you lack knowledge despite being a king, let me introduce myself to you first," he said, and added with arrogance booming along with his voice, "I am the first prince of this kingdom, Rhaegar of the Draken bloodline and son of the Queen Consort, and sure, we are going to show you every bit of the hospitality you deserve. Why don't you follow me for now, and then we can discuss how you are going to honor the pact on behalf of your kingdom." Rhaegar led Asher and his group to a grand, imposing building. The structure stood tall and majestic, its architecture reflecting the Draconian love for opulence and power. The building, with its lavish decor and imposing presence, seemed more like a palace than a temporary residence. Large windows adorned the walls, offering a view of the Draconian landscapes. Dark stones and intricate carvings adorned its exterior, and the massive doors were flanked by towering statues of previous kings, their eyes set with gems that glinted menacingly in the light. "You and your people will be staying here during your stay in our kingdom," Rhaegar announced, gesturing towards the building. "These servants and maids will be at your disposal should you need anything." At his signal, a large number of servants and maids stepped forward, bowing deeply in a well-rehearsed display of subservience. Leonidas, observing the arrangement with skepticism, whispered to Kellum and Sylvan, "Stay, in such a nice place with lots of servants, what are they cooking up? I thought there was only going to be a spa, and then we could go back home." "Right, a broken bar. I would be less surprised if they were planning to skin us alive now," Kellum replied, shaking his head in distrust. "It seems like it may not end in a simple spa," Sylvan added, his eyes narrowing as he assessed their surroundings. Asher, tilting his head slightly, gave the building a thorough once-over. He then turned to Rhaegar and asked, Am I wrong in understanding that we are going to be here for more than just today? Rhaegar responded with a slight curve of his lips. You need to be in top shape for what's about to come. After such a long journey, how could we not make arrangements for you and your people to rest today and talk business tomorrow? He said, his words dripping with a mix of hospitality and hidden intent. Asha and Neda glanced at each other before Asha shrugged and said, well then, I appreciate such hospitality, but you don't mind if I take a walk around your cities, right? Rhaegar's smile took on a patronizing edge as he responded, you are free to do so, he said. However, his next words carried a veiled warning, but I'd advise you not to stray too far from the capital. Foreigners like you tend to meet unfortunate ends daily or are simply never heard from again. They are simply too weak to survive on their own. The underlying threat and ridicule in Rhaegar's words was clear, and it didn't escape Asha's notice. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure. Thank you for such helpful advice, Asha replied, his voice laced with a hint of irony. He then turned and headed towards the building, signaling to the others to follow. The building itself, with its luxurious interior and attentive servants, felt more like a gilded cage than a place of rest, but they knew they sure as hell needed to rest, even if they had to do it in enemy territory. Under the shifting light of the blood moon, an ominous atmosphere loomed in a large clearing, shrouded in a thick mist. This clearing, surrounded by a dense, foreboding forest, was dominated by a single, towering structure. Its pinnacle reached high into the sky, visible from miles away, piercing the night like a sentinel. Into this eerie area, a werewolf with crimson fur and dark green eyes was violently hurled into the clearing. His body rolled across the ground, coming to a jarring halt amidst the mist. It was Baraga, his face battered and bruised, a stark contrast to his usual fierce demeanor. He coughed out blood, his body racked with pain from what happened after he returned with a failed attempt. As he struggled to regain his senses, Baraga's eyes suddenly quivered with fear. He sensed an imposing presence nearby. Looking up, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes glowing within the mist, belonging to an intimidating, muscular figure seated regally on a large throne made of bones. Rumble. A bolt of crimson lightning suddenly flashed up in the sky, illuminating the majestic figure briefly. His skin was red, and his neck-length white hair was thick and smooth. He sported a thick white moustache without a beard. His muscles were quite huge, and rippling with strength, veins pushing up against his skin. He looked old, but his entire figure and demeanor were brimming with an air of dread and power that only added to the chilling atmosphere. His aura was completely reserved, yet anyone standing in his presence can feel their bones rattle and their heart tremble. This sensation multiplied hundredfolds was what Baraga was feeling now as he realized the gravity of his situation while grappling with his shock. His instincts kicked in as he crawled forward, his voice trembling with desperation and fear. "Oh great Nia Brokenbar, I never knew you came out of seclusion after so long. If I had known, yeah Brokenbar, I would definitely have prepared something big to mark your return. Still a Brokenbar, why you didn't have to grace this servant with your presence personally. I could have conversed with the Messiah." Before he could utter another word, Baraga was abruptly slammed and pushed into the ground. A burly foot with sharp claws pressed down on him with immense force. "I am right here, you pathetic thing," came a deep, menacing voice. Baraga's eyes widened in shock and fear, taken aback by the sudden presence of the Messiah himself. The figure looming over him with white fur and blood-red eyes was the chief of the Moonbinder clan, the embodiment of power and authority. "And who gave you the permission to address the Great One? You won't speak unless you are allowed to," the Messiah reprimanded harshly, pressing his foot down even more firmly on Baraga. The sound of bones creaking under the pressure echoed through the clearing, adding a visceral sense of danger to the scene. Baraga, now in agonizing pain, cried out, "This little one didn't mean any disrespect to the Great One. Have mercy." His voice was filled with desperation, pleading for leniency from the Messiah and the Moon Guardian. The Messiah turned his attention to the Moon Guardian, seeking guidance on Baraga's fate. "Great One, should I finish him already? Nobody who breaks our confidence deserves to breathe a second longer," he asked, his voice resonating with a sense of finality but brimming with reverence. The Moon Guardian, shrouded in mist, hummed thoughtfully before responding in a deep, rumbling yet calm voice, "Number. Tear away his arms and legs and cripple his mana circuit. Death isn't really the apt punishment for weaklings. Let him be reminded of his weakness till his last breath." Boraga's face twisted in terror upon hearing the Moon Guardian's decree. He began to plead more fervently, his voice quaking with fear. "Please, Broken Bar, please forgive me. I know I committed a very grave sin and betrayed your faith in me, but please, Broken Bar, give me another chance, and I won't disappoint you. I swear on my entire bloodline." The Messiah growled in response, his disdain for Boraga palpable as he pressed his foot down even harder. The sound of Boraga's spine creaking grew louder. "How dare you beg for mercy?" the Messiah scolded. "You not only wasted all the rare thunderstones we gave you, but you also failed our guardian's order and made him come out of his seclusion. Mercy should be the last thing you should be dreaming of. You must be wondering, a Broken Bar." The Moon Guardian began to speak, making the Messiah and Boraga hold their breaths. "A Broken Bar, why we didn't take care of this ourselves when it is the most effective way?" Boraga blinked his eyes as he also had the same question. It was not as if the Moonbinders had anything to be afraid of, especially if their guardian was personally supporting them. "Still," he answered with a wince, "of course not, oh Great One. I know you all are too busy to handle such small matters, especially you. That is why we little ones exist, only to take care of such matters, though what happened today will never happen again. Number. That young alien isn't supposed to die by our hands." "A Broken Bar, not yet," the Moon Guardian said as his blood-red eyes glinted briefly. "Not supposed to die by their hands? What does that even mean?" A Broken Bar. Boraga couldn't guess what he meant exactly, but he knew the Moon Guardian was the oldest and strongest of them all and had powers beyond anyone's comprehension. He could know things others possibly could not. The Moon Guardian, observing Boraga's desperate pleas, contemplated for a moment before speaking in his deep, rumbling voice. "On second thought, I am willing to give you another chance. It will show whether you are a disgrace to your own bloodline or not." Boraga's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, but the Guardian's next words sent a shiver down his spine. "But if you fail, all your women will be taken by our clan, and your children put to death as punishment for their chief's failure." Boraga's throat tightened, and he gulped audibly, the gravity of the ultimatum weighing heavily on him, but he knew it was a common punishment carried out in cases like this. Nonetheless, he nodded eagerly, kowtowing and expressing his dramatic gratitude. "Thank you for showing me mercy, Great One. I will not fail, even if the seven hells were to swallow our world." The Messiah, clearly skeptical of Boraga's newfound resolve, scoffed and delivered a harsh kick to the werewolf. "Then what the hell are you still doing here?" he growled. Boraga, not daring to linger a moment longer, nodded hastily and scurried away, his injuries a painful reminder of the consequences of failure. As Boraga and the Messiah departed, a new figure emerged from the shadows, a short, bald man with yellow skin, round ears, and large grey eyes approached the Moon Guardian. His smile was wide, revealing all his teeth. "Oh Great One, the end of your seclusion will surely be causing ripples across our realm within the next few days. I have been waiting patiently all this time, and you never fail to amaze this servant. Your timing couldn't be more perfect," he said, his voice tinged with admiration and intrigue. The Moon Guardian shifted his gaze towards the man. He hummed deeply. "Orbo's a Broken Bar," he said. "Have you prepared what I instructed you all those years ago?" Orbos nodded with a knowing smile. "Of course, it has already been set in motion. Then all we have to do is wait." With these brief words, the Moon Guardian rose from his throne of bones and began to walk away, his figure gradually fading into the mist. Orbos's lips curved into a knowing smile as he bowed deeply. "Consider it a success already," he proclaimed confidently. The next day, the Draconese kingdom was abuzz with excitement. Throngs of Draconians, their anticipation palpable, rushed toward the capital to witness what they believed would be the spectacle of the new Bloodburn King's downfall. Their conversations were filled with mockery and predictions of the young king's demise. "They say the alien brat thought he could challenge us," one Draconian jeered to another as they made their way through the bustling streets. "Coming all this way just to die a fool's death," laughed another. "He should have stayed in his little kingdom. We'd have crushed them easily in a war. But this is much more entertaining, watching the brat swatted to death right before our eyes." Amidst the raucous crowd, a note of confusion arose regarding the unusual setting of the event. "Strange that the king would choose to announce it here in a casual setting, not in one of our grand arenas," remarked a Draconian elder, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Draconese capital, a temporary, elevated, and grand platform had been erected. Asher stood at its center, his posture calm and composed, betraying no sign of the tension that permeated the air. Behind him stood Eradicator, her presence a silent but dependable support. In the seats arranged around the platform, Nada, Leonidas, Sylvan, Kellum, and Oberon were seated, their expressions ranging from concern and vigilance to schadenfreude. "This is too much. They are treating us like dirt, especially our king. Letting our king stand out here in the sun for the announcement instead of the throne hall is taking it too far." Leonidas grumbled with gritted teeth. "We just have to endure it for the time being. The stronger ones always get to dictate rules." Kellum sighed. "I still don't understand why our king wanted to accept this. He should have just ignored it," Leonidas said with a shake of his head, "because that would show he isn't fit enough to be a king by endangering the peace of our kingdom. As far as the world is concerned, we are responsible for almost violating the pact and should make up for it. Otherwise, it would give the Draconians an excuse to wage war or deal a severe blow to our kingdom, which we aren't ready to endure right now," Sylvan explained. "Prince Sylvan is right, but this is also a good chance for our king to establish his authority and power. If he is able to overcome what these Draconians are going to throw at him, then his status as a king will rise to great heights, and the Draconians will lose enough face to not challenge us again for a long while," Nada said with a light smile, making Leonidas raise his brows, realizing he never thought about it like that. The platform was surrounded by Draconian elders and officials, each casting contemptuous glances at Asher. The nobility of the Draconese kingdom, including the numerous sons and daughters of King Drac-R, were present in large numbers, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. Asher could see them blatantly jeering at him, though he didn't pay mind to these nobodies. He heard that these princes and princesses were numbered according to their worth in the kingdom. The 99th prince would be considered trash compared to the 50th prince, and so he could tell that Rhaegar stood above them all, and it was no surprise since he was the son of the queen consort. After Agamemnon's death, he was the only one left. Even if there was a prince stronger than him, it would be hard for that prince to become the favorite of his king, not unless his mother could somehow overshadow the queen consort, which was impossible according to various rumors. The murmuring crowd surrounding the platform fell into an abrupt, reverent silence as several winged figures descended gracefully from the sky. The royal usher stepped forward, his voice booming across the gathered crowd. "Hear me, people of the realm, nobles, and commoners, bear witness to the august arrival of our overlords, the embodiment of our nation's glory and might." He paused, allowing the anticipation to build, as the royal family approached the edge of the platform, presenting His Majesty, King Drac-R, the ruler of the North, the bearer of the Draken blood and descendant of the ancient bloodline of Dracarys. The crowd's murmurs swell into the reverent hush as King Dracar's feet finally touched the platform, his powerful wings slowly folding on themselves. His commanding presence dwarfed the entire area. Every inch of him spoke of raw power and dominance. His face was chiseled, with sharp, aristocratic features. A pronounced jawline served as a foundation for lips that wore a cold expression. Atop his head sat a thick mane of hair, pitch black, cascading down to the nape of his neck. Contrasting with the blackness of his hair, a beard traced his jaw, neatly trimmed but wild enough to befit his status. Asher narrowed his eyes as Dracar's gaze fell on him, which seemed to try to peel back layers of his soul. Just his gaze alone could have been overwhelming for any ordinary soul. not just in physical terms but in the sheer force of personality he exuded. However, Asher's gaze didn't falter as he met Drakar's gaze head-on. This wasn't the first time he was having a stare-down with an old monster. Drakar narrowed his eyes upon seeing how this brat didn't even flinch under his gaze, but the corners of his lips only curved upwards slightly as he walked towards his throne. "Behold, Her Grace, Queen Consort Lysandra, the Dark Star of the Crimson Skies, the peerless sorcerer of the Draconian realm, keeper of the ancient wisdom, and the mother of our nation." Asher raised one of his brows as he saw a menacing beauty descending towards the platform. Her face was delicately sculpted, a harmonious blend of soft curves and regal sharpness. High cheekbones accentuated almond-shaped eyes. Her attire was the embodiment of dark royalty, a cascading gown of deep red, adorned with shimmering sapphire embellishments that mirrored the vastness of the night sky. The fabric hugged her hourglass figure, accentuating her well-endowed bust with a deep cleavage, while flowing outwards in a sea of silken threads. Framing her face was a cascade of silvery lavender hair that flowed down her back, reaching her waist in gentle waves, a silken curtain that shimmered with every movement, while most of her face was as pale and delicate as porcelain. Intricate scales of luminous, dark silver graced the sides and covered her wings, shimmering softly. Asher could see that her beauty only added to the aura of overwhelming danger exuding from her. However, unlike Rebecca, who wore every emotion on her face, he was unable to read what this woman was thinking or feeling. Her entire face was like a layer of frost, and the sharpness in her fiery eyes could make one feel as if she was going to stare them to death. "And let the skies and the realm rejoice in the presence of His Highness, Prince Rhaegar, the scion of Valor, the young Draken, heir to the throne of Dracones, and the future darkness of the kingdom." Rhaegar stood tall as he descended on the platform and walked to his seat before giving a mocking glance at Asher. As these regal figures descended, the Draconians round the perimeter of the platform kowtowed in unison, their heads touching the ground in a display of absolute subservience. The nobles and officials seated on the platform hastily stood and bowed deeply, maintaining their position of deference until the royal family had taken their seats in the most elevated section of the platform. Once seated, King Drakkar raised his hand, signaling for the crowd to rise. The nobles and officials returned to their seats, their eyes fixed on the royal family, particularly on Drakkar, who now held the attention of all present. Asher, standing at the center of the platform, felt the intense gaze of Lysandra upon him. Her fiery and cold red eyes seemed to pierce through him, laden with a barely restrained killing intent. It seemed as if she could no longer hold back from conveying what she wanted to do to him, and that was no surprise since he had heard that Agamemnon was the apple of her eye. He could feel her urge to kill him on the spot for killing her son, making him give her a brief smile, feeling amused at such a sight. Despite seeing him smile, Lysandra briefly closed her eyes, and the next moment her expression became indifferent. "King Asher of the Bloodburn Kingdom, a broken bar, we are truly pleased you accepted our invitation," Drakkar began, his lips curving into a sly, almost mocking smile. Asher's response, delivered with a polite smile, was laced with a subtle jab. "The pleasure is all mine to visit a kingdom that managed to become the strongest after technically losing the Great War. It is a commendable achievement, and I am truly impressed to personally witness what this kingdom has achieved," he said, his words impeccably courteous yet undeniably pointed. The crowd's reaction was immediate, their expressions darkened, recognizing the Bloodburn King's reference to their shameful past. The Draconians were acutely aware of the historical scar left by their perceived loss in the Great War, a conflict halted by the intervention of the Supreme Dragon, Dracarys. However, in this moment, they were forced to suppress their indignation at this moment since they could only let their king deal with this. Drakkar, undeterred by Asher's thinly veiled provocation, let out a low, menacing laugh. "You have quite the silver tongue, King Asher, but let's get down to settling what you came here for, shall we?" His gaze was intense, scrutinizing Asher's every move. "Of course, you wanted a spar to death, right?" Asher asked, his eyebrow raised inquisitively. "That is up to you to decide," Drakkar replied, his eyes glinting with an unspoken challenge. Beside him, Lysandra raised her chin slightly, her posture exuding a quiet but cold eagerness to what was about to unfold. Asher's expression turned quizzical. "Up to me? Am I missing something here?" His question hung in the air, echoing his confusion. Drakkar leaned forward slightly, his demeanor shifting to one of mock generosity. "Since you are now the king of Bloodburn, not just a royal consort, I thought it fitting to offer you an alternative way to honor the pact instead of a crude one that may not befit your status," he explained, his voice smooth yet carrying an undertone of danger. "And what way would that be?" Asher inquired, his expression guarded. "You can either spar to death with all my sons," Drakkar began, eliciting a barely audible grunt of frustration from Leonidas, who muttered under his breath, "That's unfair. A duel should only be between two people." "The duel will definitely be only between two, but I think their king is talking about sending one after the next until our king is done with all of them. Though you are right, a broken bar it seems like a way to corner our king," Sylvan said with narrowed eyes. Kellum also held his breath since even the top 10 strongest sons of Drakkar were soul devourers. Sparring against almost 100 of his sons would be suicide. Oberon smirked and wondered if he would get to see Asher getting his guts pulled out right before his eyes. After his previous words settled down, Drakkar carried on. "Or a broken bar, you can take part in a trial in the Tower of Torment, which you can see from here." Broken bar, he gestured towards the east. The crowd had their eyes widen as they gasped in surprise, not expecting their king to mention the infamous yet legendary Tower of Torment, but then they smiled gleefully, thinking it was not a bad idea at all. Nada frowned while Leonidas gulped and said, "Tell me he is kidding. A broken bar, not even their ancestors survived it. I am afraid he is not a broken bar." Kellum mumbled with a grave expression. "Maybe he is trying to use our king to finally reveal the secrets hidden inside the tower," Sylvan said with furrowed brows, making the other two exchange grim looks. Asher followed his gesture and saw a looming dark tower in the distance. The structure bore a striking resemblance to the Tower of Hell in his own kingdom, yet it exuded a different, more ominous aura. Asher was aware of the existence of such a tower in this kingdom but knew it as a place of forgotten legends, as no one had ever successfully cleared it. Unlike the Tower of Hell, this tower was said to have only a single floor, making it seem more intriguing. In the long past, many Draconians, kings and powerful warriors had ventured inside, hoping to achieve the impossible, but when they came out, they ended up soulless. Since then, a law was passed that this tower should never be attempted by their people since it was not worth losing so many geniuses over the years, and so, for centuries, no Draconian had dared to venture inside, and eventually, people stopped thinking about attempting it. Asher regarded Drakkar with narrowed eyes, sensing the layers of intent behind the offer. "Is there any reason why you are offering such an alternative? What do I, or you, stand to gain from it?" Asher asked, his tone laced with suspicion. Drakkar's smile widened slightly while exuding a sense of disappointment. "This tower has remained unconquered ever since its existence, dating back to the creation of our world. Since the devils themselves placed these towers in our realm, I, as the king of this kingdom and a devoted man who worships the devils, wish to see someone from our world conquer it." Asher inwardly scoffed as Drakkar added, "And this person need not be from my kingdom. I would be more than happy if someone worthy could conquer this tower. People have been saying that you are quite the rising darkness of our world, to the point some of them believe you have been favored by the devils themselves. So broken bar, this tower can't be that daunting for you, can it be?" he asked, his eyes glinting with a mix of challenge yet hidden ridicule. "What in the name of the devil's a broken bar? He is trying to provoke our king." Leonidas slammed his fist against the armrest of his seat after hearing the Draconian king's words. Asher felt like shaking his head upon seeing how Drakkar was purposefully trying to stroke his ego and not even hiding his intention. However, he pondered on the choices laid before him. He understood that, like the Tower of Hell, the Tower of Torment might also offer rewards for it. It seemed likely that Drakkar's proposal was a calculated move, ensuring that regardless of the outcome, he would emerge victorious. If he chooses to spar with almost 100 of his sons, then he won't definitely outlast every single one of them back to back. He would be cornered and would have no choice but to admit defeat and be titled the cowardly king who brought the downfall of his kingdom. On the other hand, this Tower of Torment was quite the infamous tower among the 3 towers that exist in this world. The third one was managed by the werewolves, but as far as he knew, only a very powerful figure called the Moon Guardian used it as a seclusion resort. The last time people saw him come out was a long 200 years ago, and nobody knows if this guardian was still alive inside that tower since he was old already when he went into seclusion. But thinking about the Tower of Torment again, Asher knew it was probably more dangerous than the Tower of Hell since nobody in history ever cleared it. It was as if it was built to prove how futile it was to give a try at this tower. However, he believed that the devils couldn't be so bored that they would place a tower with impossible difficulty in this world. There was no point to that. Asher wanted to believe that there was a good reason for whatever shit the devils do. However, if he dies there, then Drakkar and especially his queen consort would still be pleased with the outcome, and they wouldn't be breaking the pact in any way. He initially had a somewhat risky plan, even if Drakkar was going to put forward a very unfair spar, but now that this Tower of Torment came into the equation, he fell into a dilemma, especially since there was the fact that when it comes to rewards for conquering these towers, they were always very generous. It was a very difficult decision since he knew he may not get such an opportunity again, especially if, on the off chance, somebody managed to clear it before him. Nothing was set in stone. Leonidas, visibly anxious about the situation, turned to Lady Nada and said in a respectful tone, "Lady Valentine, can you please advise him not to enter that tower? It seems like he is really considering it." Nada let out a sigh, her expression becoming slightly serious. "How can I advise him when the alternative isn't much better?" she replied. "Fighting all sons of their king without a break is as perilous as it gets." Her gaze then shifted towards the distant tower. "Butte a broken bar, the tower a broken bar. Nobody knows what will happen inside. We know it's because nobody has survived with a sound mind to tell the tale, but since our king is the only one who conquered the Chamber of Hell, we can't dismiss the possibility of his success, right?" Her words hung in the air, reflecting the dilemma they all faced. "She has a point. There is no right advice or option here," Kellam whispered to Leonidas, who rubbed his forehead. As Asher stood in contemplation, the scornful looks from the Draconians grew more intense. Ryger, seated close to his mother, leaned in and whispered with a hint of smug malice, "He is already getting scared, Mother. We might get to see him fall sooner than expected." Lysandra, her expression unreadable, turned towards her husband. In a voice tinged with sharp concern, she posed a question. "If, by some miracle, he happened to conquer the tower, wouldn't that be a problem? I still would prefer you take back the offer you made and let him spar to death." Drakkar, his gaze shifting, replied with confident assurance, "Lysandra, when you take revenge, make sure you benefit something out of it. Otherwise, we will only be making a martyr of him and etching his face in the history of this world. We wouldn't want his name to echo even more, would you? Believe me, a broken bar, no matter what happens, we will get what we want. I will see to it as I promised you. You know I never disappoint you, right?" His gaze was intense, and a sharp smile played at the corner of his lips. "I know a broken bar," Lysandra responded in a low mumble before turning her head away. After a moment of deep thought, Asher opened his eyes and addressed Drakkar with a calm determination. "I have decided. I will try to see if I can conquer the Tower of Torment." His declaration caused a ripple of reactions across the crowd. Most Draconians were shocked that he actually agreed to it. Was he that foolish or too scared to die at the hands of one of the princes before everyone? Even then, they would have picked the latter one if they were in his shoes. But this felt quite amusing and fun to them, and they couldn't help but shoot scornful smiles while imagining how pathetic and broken he would be when he came out. Leonidas, watching the king's decision unfold, couldn't help but express his apprehension under his breath. "Devil's a broken bar, he really knows no fear, a broken bar," he mumbled, his voice a mix of admiration and concern. Sylvan, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully, added a different perspective, or maybe, considering his record so far, he is the only one who is qualified to take on such a challenge, he observed. Leonidas started to voice another worry but stopped himself midway. But what if he ends up a broken bar? He trailed off, not wanting to verbalize the fear of the king becoming a soulless again, a concern that was both deeply offensive and potentially ominous. Nader, sensing the growing unease, chimed in, "Let's believe in our king, that's the best we can do for him now, but no matter what happens, our duties will never change," she said, her light smile conveying both hope and resolve. The others around her nodded in agreement, feeling she was right. Drakkar allowed a brief smile to cross his lips as he looked at Asher. "Impressive," he acknowledged, as expected from the one with the title of Hell Prince, the only soul to have earned the favor of the great Hell Maiden herself. "I can't think of anyone more suitable to enter the Tower of Torment." As the crowd watched intently, Asher calmly stated his condition. "I have just one small request. I would like a week's time before I enter the tower," he said, his voice even and measured. Rhaegar, unable to contain his disdain, scoffed and muttered under his breath, "Is he already pissing his pants or trying to delay his fate like a fool?" Lysandra's eyes flickered with hidden annoyance at Asher's request, but she remained silent, her gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Drakkar, his expression unchanging, responded with a slight nod. "Of course, that won't be a problem. You are welcome to stay here until it's time," he said, his voice betraying no hint of objection. Then, Asher, as if struck by a sudden thought, snapped his fingers. I forgot to mention, I would prefer if you could grant me a residence within the royal palace. I've heard there's a great view and favorable air that could help me prepare for what's coming. I'm sure this little request won't be too much trouble." "What are you thinking? A broken bar?" Nader mumbled to herself with knitted brows. Rhaegar's barely concealed anger spilled over. "What bullshit is this? How dare this bloodburn pig be so brazen?" he mumbled, his expression a mix of shock and anger. Lysandra frowned deeply, her displeasure evident, while the surrounding Draconians' expressions turned openly hostile. The audacity of the Bloodburn King to request accommodation in their sacred royal palace was an affront to them. However, Drakkar, after a moment of contemplative silence, surprised everyone with his response. "Since you are already a guest to us, I will allow you to stay in our royal palace, but I am afraid this is the extent of hospitality I can offer," he declared, his narrow eyes scrutinizing Asher, making it clear he won't be entertaining any more of his nonsense. The crowd erupted in murmurs of surprise and disbelief. Letting a mortal enemy into their royal palace was unprecedented. Why was their king being so lenient and kind to someone who didn't even deserve a fraction of it? They can't even remember him being this agreeable to their own people. Rhaegar was visibly taken aback, and Lysandra shot a questioning glance at Drakkar, though Drakkar gave her a quick, confident nod, making her maintain her silence. "Then there is nothing more to discuss. I will be standing before that tower within a week," Asher declared as he pointed to the tower afar, but he could feel that Drakkar was looking forward to getting him into that tower more than forcing him into an unfair spar. There must be something very tempting hidden inside it. As Asher and the other 6 accompanying him entered the royal palace, they were flanked by a large contingent of Draconian guards, their presence a constant reminder of the watchful eyes of this kingdom. The interior of the palace was a spectacle of dark grandeur, its vastness and opulence both impressive and intimidating. Leonidas and Kellum could hardly conceal their astonishment as they gazed around. The towering ceilings made them feel minuscule in comparison, and the scale of the palace's architecture was almost beyond comprehension. They craned their necks upwards, taking in the sight of the tall ceiling that seemed to stretch into infinity. Oberon's expression was quite pale, his eyes quivering subtly at the thought of having to suffer Asher's torture for the next 7 days. Initially, he felt jubilant, thinking Asher would be entering the tower right away, but who knew this alien fiend would be asking for a week's time. He wished he could just fly away, but all he could do was follow inside helplessly, the grand architecture of the palace not even entering his mind. "There are at least 200 floors," Kellum murmured, his voice filled with awe. "And each floor is hundreds of miles wide. Each floor also signifies the ranking of their nobles," Sylvan chimed in, to which the two nodded. Eradicator seemed least bothered and was always shifting her gaze around while Nada seemed to take a good look at the interiors. Asher, too, was taken aback by the sheer size of the building. However, he couldn't help but think that the Draconians had built such an immense structure more for show than for practicality, a stark contrast to the dignified and functional design of the Demonstone Castle in the Bloodburn Kingdom. Ryger, with a hint of disgruntlement in his voice, turned to address Asher as they continued to walk. "Usually, even our most important guests are only allowed to stay on the first floor," he said, his tone slightly bitter, "but due to your special request, we are allowing you to stay on the 190th floor for the next 7 days only, so consider yourselves lucky. Nevertheless, you and your people are not permitted to visit any other floor, not even the one directly below or above the 190th floor. You can only use the teleportation chamber to come directly down here. Of course, by the way." Our broken bar leaning in slightly, Asher's voice was low but clear. "I heard all the princes and princesses live in this building, and the higher up the floor they are, the higher their rank in the kingdom." Ryger's response was curt, his brow arching in a mix of curiosity and irritation. "So?" he asked, his tone edging towards defensiveness. "So Broken Bar King Drakkar lives on the topmost floor, and his queen consort lives just below him, while you, as the first prince, should be staying on the floor beneath hers, just as previous princes of your rank have throughout history. The rest of your father's consorts are supposed to live under your floor. Buta Broken Bar, I heard you aren't staying in the royal palace." "I wonder why," Asher said, his head tilting slightly, indicating genuine curiosity. Ryger's expression darkened at Asher's words. "Why the fuck do you care?" He shot back, his annoyance palpable. He added with a sneer, "I stay wherever I wish to. Why stay here when I can have a palace of my own? Not that it is any of your business." "I didn't mean to offend you, I was just curious," Asher replied, his tone neutral and his shoulders shrugging slightly. Internally, however, he was intrigued. Ryger's reaction suggested that there was more to his living arrangements than mere preference. The fact that Ryger chose not to live in what was considered one of the most prestigious locations in the Draconese kingdom, and his visible annoyance at the question, hinted that something was going on here. Thanks to Nada, he had heard rumors of Ryger not being looked upon favorably by his own father even though he was the strongest prince. Asher was hoping he could find out the true reason, and maybe that could end up being useful for him. Nada's subtle smile broadened slightly as she observed the exchange between Asher and Ryger. Upon arriving at the 190th floor via the teleportation chamber, the vastness and luxury of the space were immediately apparent. Ryger, having done with escorting them, announced his departure. "I'll be seeing you in 7 days," he said, his tone carrying a mix of disdain and sadistic eagerness before he turned to leave. Leonidas, Kellum, Sylvan, and Oberon began to explore the enormous floor, each taking in the opulent surroundings. "We could spend hours just walking through this floor alone," Leonidas mused, his gaze scanning the area. "Now, which room should I pick?" Oberon, eager to distance himself from Asher, attempted to slip away to the farthest end of the floor. However, his efforts were thwarted by Asher's call. "Oberon, why don't you stay in this room?" Asher suggested. "In case I need any assistance from you, it will be easy to reach you." Caught off guard, Oberon stiffly turned around, and under the watchful eyes of the others, he managed a forced smile and a nod. "Of course, Your Majesty, as you please." He then retreated into the room Asher had indicated, his steps heavy with reluctance. Eradicator took a step forward. "Do you want me to stay in the room adjacent to yours, Your Majesty?" she asked stoically, with Twilight, her cat, peeking curiously from her cape. Asher, with a playful smile, inquired, "Can you stay inside my room?" Eradicator, taking the question seriously, responded without hesitation, "If that is what you wish, I can. I would be able to help you faster in case of any emergency." Realizing her literal interpretation and seeing how dense she was, Asher chuckled lightly. I was kidding. You can stay in the adjacent room. You are dismissed for now. Acknowledging his instructions, Eradicator nodded and quietly disappeared into her assigned room. With the others settled in their rooms, Nada approached Asher. It seems like you have something to tell me, right? She asked, her tone suggesting that she sensed there was more behind Asher's decisions and actions than he had revealed so far. Asher's expression was serious as he addressed Nada. I need your help for the next 7 days, but it is going to be risky. Are you up for it? Nada responded with a gentle smile, her tone resolute. There's no need to ask. The least I can do is help you, especially after you potentially saved my life. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, does this have something to do with you coming here without much hesitation? Asher nodded, a thoughtful look crossing his face. I'm not sure, only time will tell. For now, let's retire to our rooms. Later in the evening, Oberon paced restlessly in his room, his mind a tumult of fear and anxiety. Every so often, his eyes darted towards the door, a sense of dread lingering over him. The memory of Asher's brutal beating haunted him, replaying over and over in his mind. He had never experienced such humiliation and was torn between the desire to have it over with and the fear of enduring it again. Then, the door creaked open, and Asher stepped in with a dark, ominous smile. Been waiting for me, have you? Don't worry, from now on, I'm going to take my sweet time. Oberon's heart raced as terror set in. No, a broken bar, just wait. A broken bar. We can perhaps come up with another arrangement. I know you feel wronged, but you don't have to take it this far, he pleaded, his teeth gritted in desperation. But Asher, closing the door behind him, was unyielding. Dark green mana began to swirl around his fists as he spoke with chilling intent. What did you say? Don't take it this far? Where were all these thoughts when you inserted that damned bug into my body and made me feel like my organs were being ripped apart slowly again and again? It didn't seem to bother you much during those times, did they? Oberon swallowed his saliva as he unconsciously began to step back. Asher continued to walk forward slowly, the echo of his steps causing Oberon's nerves to jitter each time. There is no escape for you from this. How can I let you go when I am going to enjoy smashing your flesh into a pulp and breaking your bones again and again until you wish to not be alive for even a second more? But then you will realize no matter how much you wish, it isn't going to end. Oberon's face paled as he tried to prepare his nerves to endure the worst from this mad fiend. The night had settled over the Dragonese kingdom, yet the raging volcanoes never let any tranquility settle over its huge landscapes. In the royal quarters of the 199th floor of the royal palace, Lysandra, adorned in a dark red nightgown that elegantly accentuated her voluptuous curves, prepared for her nightly rest. Her long, silvery lavender hair cascaded gracefully as she prepared to lie down on her grand bed. The hours of the night ticked by silently, with the kingdom enveloped in a chilling slumber. Wishaw broken bar. Lysandra's fiery red eyes snapped open, roused by an unexpected sound. With the instincts of a seasoned warrior and queen, she rose swiftly from her bed, her gaze sharp and vigilant, her dark silver wings unfurled majestically as she prepared to confront whatever disturbance had invaded her private sanctuary. But as she turned her gaze towards the balcony, her eyes widened in shock. Lysandra's heart raced as she saw a winged shadow standing on her balcony. The unexpected presence and the familiar aura around him sent a shiver down her spine. Mother, a broken bar, were you waiting for me? The figure whispered, its voice carrying an unnerving familiarity that stopped Lysandra in her tracks. Overwhelmed by shock and disbelief, Lysandra's voice trembled as she whispered back, "Our broken bar, Aganona broken bar, my son, a broken bar. Is that really you? Am I dreaming you?" The shadowy figure paused, its back still turned to her. After a moment of silence, it replied with a tone laced with pain and accusation, "Is it so hard to recognize your youngest son? Did I matter to you only so little?" Then, with a powerful spread of its wings, the figure took off into the night sky. His words struck Lysandra like a physical blow. Her heart pounded in her chest, a mix of hope and despair overwhelming her. "No, Aganon, wait." she cried out, rushing to the balcony in a desperate attempt to follow him. Standing on the balcony, Lysandra scanned the skies, her fiery red eyes searching frantically for any sign of her departed son. Without even caring about her nightwear attire, she took off as well, driven by a mother's desperate need to reconnect with her lost child. Could he have been really alive all this time? It seemed impossible, but so did what has just happened now. But no matter how far her gaze reached, no matter how sharply she looked, there was no trace of Aganon. The skies were dark and empty, devoid of the figure she so desperately sought. Confusion, grief, and a sense of surreal disbelief washed over Lysandra. The emotions she had been bottling up in her chest were slowly oozing over her eyes. The encounter had been too real, too visceral to be a mere dream. Yet, the absence of any evidence of Aganon's presence left her grappling with the disappointing possibility that what she experienced might have been an illusion or a ghostly visitation created by her mind, stirring up emotions she had struggled to keep at bay. But how could her mind be so feeble? She had never experienced something like this before. The night air around Lysandra grew colder as she continued to hover in the air, lost in her thoughts, the weight of the moment leaving her feeling both hollow and filled with unspoken longing. "Queen Lysandra, what are you doing out here?" The sudden casual voice from behind startled Lysandra out of her reverie. She spun around, her expression shifting from confusion to annoyance to resentment as she looked down to see Asher standing on his balcony, gazing up at her. The coldness in Lysandra's voice was palpable as she retorted, "You dare speak to me?" Asher, unfazed by her tone, continued, "I was just being curious upon seeing you hover in the sky. Or is this a nightly thing for you?" His gaze was steady, his question genuine yet probing. Lysandra glared at him with undisguised hostility, but chose not to engage further, especially not after her mind was in a mess after what happened. With a swift motion, she flew back into the room, leaving Asher on his balcony. Once she was gone, a slight smile played on Asher's lips. He retreated back into his room and took out a whisper stone. "Thank you, Lady Nada, we got this started beautifully." He spoke into the stone with a tone of satisfaction. Nada's voice responded from the other side, tinged with a mix of admiration and curiosity. "I am glad to hear that, but I had no idea you were capable of producing something so convincing. I am curious about how you did it, but I'll restrain myself from probing further. Good night, my king." "Thank you for the consideration and good night, Lady Nada," Asher replied, ending the conversation. He then tapped on his whisper stone and said, "Eradicator, come out and stand guard in front of my room." "I am already standing guard outside, Your Majesty." "You can rest without worry," her stoic voice echoed from the other side, surprising Asher. Does the concept of sleep not apply to her? Still, since that was taken care of, Asher went into his bathroom, and his figure disappeared. Far from the opulent chambers of the royal palace, Ryger stood alone on the balcony of his mansion. The night was quiet around him, but his sharp eyes were fixed on a distant scene unfolding at the palace. Every night, he would step onto his balcony and gaze far at the royal palace. Even though his mother's room wasn't in his line of sight, he wondered what she might be doing at this time and if she was eating and sleeping well. The death of that arrogant prick shouldn't deter her for too long. He could only pray she quickly forgets about him so that she would realize some truths that she was blind to before, including the fact that she wasn't alone. But tonight, he had noticed his mother hovering in the air in her private attire, a rare and unusual sight, especially at such a late hour. It felt like a long time since he had seen her in such clothes, but then his attention got distracted as he observed the brief but surprising interaction between his mother and Asher. A mix of confusion and anger welled up inside him as he witnessed their exchange. Ryger's voice was low but laced with contempt as he mumbled to himself, "Mother, a broken bar, what are you doing out there in the cold air, talking to that swine? He doesn't deserve your attention." The sight of his mother flying back to her room did little to ease his suspicions. His gaze remained locked on Asher, who soon retreated into his own room while his mind raced with questions and doubts. In the eerie expanse of the Dimension of the Damned, Asher watched as a figure began to materialize before him. This being before Asher was an imposing, nightmarish vision of power and despair. The creature was an amalgamation of man and dragon, its form both grotesque and awe-inspiring. Its wings, vast and dark, were like swathes of blackened, magma-drenched fabric. They unfurled with a pulsating power, casting deep, abyssal shadows in the damned dimension. Half of his form was of burned flesh, while the other half was charred, exposed bones. Despite his monstrous appearance, Aghanon immediately bowed in deference upon sensing Asher's presence. "Rise, Aghanon," Asher commanded with crossed arms. Aghanon slowly rose, his dark green eyes respectfully lowered. Despite his terrifying appearance, there was an air of subservience about him that contrasted sharply with his monstrous guise. "I can't express enough how great you did tonight. Your mother, or the mother of who you once were, was quite shaken to see you," Asher commented, a note of satisfaction in his voice. "I have to thank Nada for hiding your body from others' eyes. We can't have people suspecting you are back." Despite his statement, Asher didn't expect a response. Fully aware of Aghanon's current state, he will only answer if he asks anything. This was also one of the reasons he couldn't let Aghanon interact with Lysandra for too long. Since Aghanon's soul was damned, he had lost his sense of identity and was experiencing a pain akin to his soul getting crushed again and again that he couldn't even formulate his own thoughts or express himself. He can only carry out specific orders and act accordingly. The real Aghanon had long since succumbed to the pain, and the one standing before him was no different than an empty shell of what he once was. Still, he commanded this one to consider itself as Aghanon only. Pausing, Asher then delved into a more profound inquiry. "But I have to ask a broken bar, why does your mother love you so much? I know it might seem like a dumb question, especially since you are her son, and mothers are supposed to love their sons, but in a world like ours, love is a luxury, and even when it exists, most demons have a twisted concept of it in their minds." He mused aloud, his tone reflecting a mix of curiosity and introspection. Aghanon remained motionless, his expression unchanged. Asher's steps circled Aghanon as he probed deeper into the complex dynamics of the Draconian royal family. "So, at first, I thought she loved you because you were a rising genius and possibly the future king. It would elevate her status as a consort, and losing you could deal a severe blow to her position and power in the kingdom. But then I realized she still had Rhaegar, who is the first prince. Her status wouldn't be challenged. None of the other princes can match Rhaegar. So, could it really be that she has a pure motherly love for you? Care to enlighten me here, Aghanon?" Asher knew that even if the real Aghanon was gone, his memories would still be there. Aghanon's voice, hollow and gruff, broke the silence. "She did," he confirmed. Asher, intrigued by this brief yet revealing response, prodded further. "Is there any specific reason, or just pure motherly instincts?" Aghanon's next words were startling in their revelatio. "Because I was the son she had with her one true love," he said, his tone as dead as his expression. Asher's surprise was evident. "What? Are you kidding me? Did you just say that she cheated on Drakkar out of all people?" Aghanon clarified, his voice still devoid of emotion. It happened before she married Drakkar. It took many years before her lover's seed came to life inside her. She had been praying and waiting for it to come to life desperately for over 80 years. Asher couldn't believe this woman literally waited for an entire lifetime of a human to bear the child of her lover. She must have been really in love with him, which was quite surprising for a Draconian. Asher's bafflement grew with each revelation. "Still, it doesn't make sense. How can Rhaegar be born before you?" he questioned, trying to piece together the complex puzzle of the Draconian royal family. He knew if the seed of a man inside a woman, especially a powerful demoness, wasn't purged, then she couldn't carry another seed. Aghanon's next statement added another layer to the intrigue. "Because Rhaegar wasn't born from her," he revealed, causing Asher's disbelief to deepen. "What? She isn't his mother? How could Drakkar be fooled like that? Isn't a bloodline test conducted whenever a child is born?" Aghanon explained further. He does have her blood, but he wasn't carried in her womb. She made another woman carry him until he was born while she went into seclusion on the pretext of nurturing the child safely. Asha's expression changed to one of realization. Surrogacy, cue her broken bar. How clever to satisfy Drakkar with a son. She truly went that far to give birth to you while hiding that fact from Drakkar. I'm assuming she silenced this woman after she gave birth to Rhaegar, but what if her secret gets exposed? Even if Rhaegar is technically her son, she still gave birth to someone who is not of Drakkar's blood. How did you escape the bloodline test? I do not know that because she purged that memory permanently from her mind since that was a very serious crime. Wow, a broken bar. She must be used to playing with fire. Asha's curiosity led to another question. Wait, a broken bar. Where is her lover now? He died right before she got married to Drakkar, Aghanon replied, his voice still devoid of emotion. How? Asha probed further. Aghanon revealed, her lover was from her branch family, and the two of them grew up together and also had the right to marry each other, but Drakkar took a fancy to her, and so a duel was set up where Drakkar ended up beheading her lover. Asha let out a low whistle, shaking his head. Oh, how tragic. Her life just keeps getting better, doesn't it? Having to marry the same man who killed her lover and can't even do anything about it. Asha was also astonished that she managed to keep her resentment against Drakkar in check without the slightest suspicion for all these years. Truly hardcore she was. From an outsider's perspective, her life seemed pitiful, but for him, this was getting better and better. You must resemble her lover in many ways. A broken bar. You were the last proof of her love for that man. No wonder a broken bar. Did Drakkar know about this? Asha realized that he underestimated Lysandra's urge to kill him after learning about this. She might be dreaming of killing him in a million different ways every single day. This also made him realize her indescribable restraint. As expected of a woman married and living with the man who killed her lover, Aghanon shook his head and said, she knew Drakkar had his eye on her even during her younger days, and because of his tendency to kill anyone he didn't like, she made sure to not make her feelings for her lover obvious to protect him. But in the end, when Drakkar demanded her hand in marriage, her lover challenged Drakkar despite her warnings and protest. What a story. A broken bar. Asha shook his head as his lips began to form a smile. You have been quite helpful, Aghanon. Stay put because we are just getting started, especially after learning all this. Asha couldn't stop smiling as he left the damned dimension. The memory of the previous night's unnerving encounter lingered heavily in Lysandra's mind as she tried to settle into sleep on the second night. Her son's voice, or what she believed to be Aghanon's voice, replayed in her thoughts, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. The vividness of the encounter made it impossible for her to dismiss it as a mere dream or a trick of her mind. Lysandra lay on her bed, her eyes staring at the ceiling as she wrestled with the memories, trying to make sense of the impossible. She forced herself to calm down, hoping to find some respite in sleep. However, just as she began to drift into slumber, Mother, a broken bar. I am waiting for you. A broken bar. The whisper, carrying the same familiar tone as before, jolted Lysandra awake. She gasped, her heart pounding as she quickly sat up, her eyes darting towards the balcony. There, the same winged shadow stood, a silhouette that sent shivers down her spine. Aghanon. A broken bar. Lysandra gasped, her voice trembling with a mix of hope and shock. She rushed towards the balcony, desperate to reach him, to confirm that it was indeed her lost son. But, just like the previous night, the shadowy figure took off into the sky as she approached. Determined not to let him leave this time, Lysandra followed without hesitation, her wings carrying her swiftly into the night air. As she emerged onto the balcony and hovered in the sky, her eyes frantically searched the darkness for any sign of Aghanon, but once again, there was nothing. The night sky was empty, devoid of the figure she so desperately sought. The repeated disappearance of the shadowy figure left her reeling with confusion and frustration. The encounters felt too real to be mere figments of her imagination, yet, the lack of any tangible evidence of Aghanon's presence was bewildering, and so she wondered if it was any expert of one of their enemies trying to play a trick on her. She scanned her room and the balcony for any traces of mana that could have been left behind by a Mind Force expert. Even just a mere whisper from a Mind Force expert would carry mana that manipulates one's mind, and given her power and having mastered the arts of mana echoes, it can't be hidden from her sight. But to her confusion and disbelief, there was none. How could this be Broken Bar? Does this mean that what she saw and heard was real, or were multiple powerful experts doing this to her? Then, there was a possibility they could work together to hide their traces, but the latter explanation didn't seem plausible. No enemy can get anywhere within 100 miles of the Dragon Palace. No, a Broken Bar. There were enemies nearby. Queen Lysandra, is there something you are looking for at such a late hour? Asher called out, his tone laced with a hint of curiosity. Lysandra's response was immediate and sharp, her eyes narrowing into a cold gaze as she turned to face him. "We're Broken Bar. Why are you awake at this hour?" she demanded. Her voice carried a warning edge as she continued, "Whatever you are planning a Broken Bar, don't push it. You aren't as safe as you think." What Asher, about to respond, was cut off as Lysandra swiftly flew back to the room, leaving no room for further conversation. Asher watched her retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips as he turned back into his room. On the third night, Lysandra took extra precautions. Determined not to be deceived or disturbed, she erected powerful magical formations around the room, designed to ward off any hostile mana that might infiltrate her space and trick her senses. With the formations in place, Lysandra felt a sense of security and control. She lay down in her bed, trying to push aside the disturbing memories of the past 2 nights. The visions of her son, whether real or imagined, had deeply unsettled her. Despite the vivid recollections tugging at her mind, Lysandra focused on clearing her thoughts, seeking the peace of undisturbed sleep. However, as she drifted into slumber, "Mother, a Broken Bar, I need you," the whispered plea jolted Lysandra awake. Her heart racing, she sprang from her bed and charged towards the balcony without wasting a second. There, on the balcony, stood the winged figure resembling her son Aganon, his back turned to her. As Lysandra reached out, desperate to touch him, to confirm his reality, the figure ascended and vanished into the night, like a wisp of smoke. "Aganon!" she cried out, her voice echoing with despair and confusion. Lysandra scanned the skies, her mind reeling. "We're Broken Bar. You can't be Rella Broken Bar," she whispered to herself, disbelief and shock evident in her voice. The realization that she had seen her son despite the protective formations shook Lysandra to her core. This wasn't an illusion or a trick of her mind or someone playing tricks on her, it was real. "What are you doing?" In the midst of her emotional turmoil, Lysandra was startled by the sudden appearance of Drakkar in her room. Lysandra, momentarily caught off guard, quickly composed herself. She turned to face Drakkar, who was surveying the room for any sign of disturbance, masking her inner turmoil with a calm exterior. "I just had a bad dream," she explained with a slight shake of her head. "I didn't mean to disturb you." She was aware that her outcry for Aganon might have carried beyond the walls of the room, possibly alerting others, including Drakkar. Drakkar's expression was stern, his gaze piercing as he addressed her. "You can't let Aganon's death hold you down and make you weak. You can't afford that as my queen. I have given you enough time, Lysandra, but if you continue to feel this troubled, then I will have to let someone fix it for you," he warned, his tone firm and uncompromising. Lysandra quickly reassured him, keen to dispel any concerns about her strength and resolve. "No, that won't be necessary," she responded firmly. "I won't give you any more reason to think I am going to let this hold me back. Once that alien is dealt with, I will move on." Drakkar nodded. "That won't take too long, but until then," he glanced at the defensive unique formations around her room and added, "A Broken Bar, keep a hold on yourself. Everyone is watching you," he ordered before vanishing as abruptly as he had appeared. Once alone, Lysandra allowed herself a deep breath, closing her eyes, her fists clenching. On the 4th night, Lysandra couldn't sleep and sat up on the bed, her gaze glued to the balcony while the formations she had placed in her room yesterday were nowhere to be seen. Her expression was vacant, and her eyes weren't blinking as hours continued to pass. But no matter how much she eagerly waited, he never showed up. On the fifth night, she couldn't sleep, and her anxiety only increased as she stared at the balcony. Why wasn't he showing up again? She could hear his voice echoing in her mind, calling out to her, seeking her as if he were in trouble. What if he was really a ghost, a wandering or lost soul? She didn't know if such things were real, but she had heard tales of their existence. She would have dismissed them as absurd stories, but now she found herself wanting to believe in them, especially after realizing that what she saw and heard was real. But hours passed, and it was already sunrise, and she was still sitting on the bed, her eyes glimmering with disappointment upon seeing that he didn't show up. On the sixth night, Lysandra, driven by a deep yearning to see her son again, prepared herself to sleep. She hoped that, as in previous nights, Aganon or his ghost might appear if she were asleep. Reluctantly, yet with a sense of purpose, she consumed a potion to induce sleep, her heart heavy with a mix of hope and apprehension. "Mother Brokenbar, are you there?" Lysandra awoke to the familiar, haunting whisper. This time, however, she restrained her impulse to rush towards the balcony. Instead, she rose slowly, cautiously, from her bed, as if any sudden movement might frighten away the shadowy, winged figure that stood there. "Aganona Brokenbar, is that really you? Can I come close to you, Brokenbar? At least let me look at you, Brokenbar," she asked, her voice trembling, her usually cold eyes filled with a desperate longing. Yet she remained rooted to the spot. "Yeah, Brokenbar, I want to, Mother, but I can't. Brokenbar, I am trapped," the figure murmured in a low, gruff voice, laden with a sense of helplessness. Lysandra's eyes widened in confusion and hope. "I don't understand, son. Where are you? I will come there and break you out myself," she pleaded, her maternal instincts overriding her regal composure. "You can't. Only that alien can do something. Brokenbar, I can't stay here any longer. I will be waiting for you, Mother," the figure said before vanishing into the night. "Wait, I don't understand." Brokenbar. Lysandra stepped onto the balcony, reaching out to the empty space where her son had just stood. "Aganona Brokenbar," she whispered, her voice a mix of despair and determination. Then, her expression hardened as she gazed down from the balcony, her fiery red eyes narrowing with resolve and a newfound sense of purpose. Meanwhile, Asher lay relaxed on his bed when he noticed a note slipping under his door. He picked up the note and it glowed briefly upon getting touched by his mana, and the contents were revealed. A smile formed on his lips as he picked it up, murmuring, "Right on time, Mia Brokenbar." In the faint light of a dark, empty cellar that was a bit far from the Dragon Palace, a figure cloaked in secrecy made his way in. He pushed back his hood, revealing his distinctive moon-white hair, a stark contrast to the shadows enveloping him. This was something he had to undertake alone, having convinced Eradicator to stay behind despite her insistence on accompanying him. He can't let others know he was here since he wasn't supposed to be here, but thanks to a certain someone, he got the help and directions to get here in secret. Leaning against the cold, stone wall, Asher's eyes were fixed on the door, anticipating the arrival of someone specific, someone he was eagerly looking forward to meeting despite the risks. However, his attention was abruptly drawn behind him as he sensed the space warping. In a swift, unexpected move, a cold yet soft hand clasped his neck, slamming him against the wall with such force that cracks spider-webbed across its surface. A curved bone projection from a dragon-like wing pressed menacingly against his throat, restricting his breath. "Is these a Brokenbar how you greet your guests?" Asher managed to choke out, his eyes meeting those of Lysandra, who stood before him with an expression of deadly coldness, her grip on his neck unyielding. Lysandra's voice was low, seething with barely contained killing intent. "What did you do to my son?" she demanded. Asher, still grimacing from the force of Lysandra's grip and the bony projection piercing his skin, managed to speak despite the discomfort. "Yeah, Brokenbar can't answer you if you're trying to kill me," he said, his voice strained but clear. Lysandra's hand tightened momentarily, the temptation to end this scum's life then and there almost overwhelming. Yet, the memory of Aganon's words echoed in her mind, prompting her to take a deep breath and slowly release her hold. As Asher coughed and rubbed his bruised neck, he eyed Lysandra, as for a moment, he really thought she was going to crush his neck. Not that he was worried about it. He straightened his clothes and pointed a finger at her, his voice turning cold and firm. "Before I say anything, let me make some things clear. If you try to kill me or lay hands on me again, consider your son to be gone forever. I am not one of your people to let you do as you please." Broken Bar. Lysandra's eyes glinted with cold fury and surprise. She didn't attack him without thinking about it. She wanted to see if fear of death would make a young thing like him succumb to her and tell her everything she wanted. But she was surprised to see that she didn't even notice a glimmer of fear in his eyes. As someone with vast experience, she could observe just from his unfazed eyes that he had experienced much more. Her fists that were pulsing with dark mana began to simmer down as she said with furrowed brows, "That will depend on whether you are lying or not," she retorted, her tone calm yet sharp. "You knew I was seeing things ever since you came here. What kind of tricks are you pulling on me, or how did you pull it off, making it seem like Aganon is still alive? If I don't like the answer you are going to say, the tower is the last thing you should be worried about." Asher's lips curved into a slight smile. "Tricks? Do you seriously believe that? What if I told you that your son still exists?" he offered, his statement hanging in the air like a tantalizing possibility. Lysandra's eyes betrayed a flicker of vulnerability at Asher's assertion about her son still being alive, but she quickly regained her composure. Her tone turned dicey as she responded, "You chose the wrong person to play this game with. Everyone knows you're Broken Bar." She paused, her voice chilling. "A Broken Bar killed my son. I don't care if you didn't do it alone or not, but I know you had the biggest hand in it. You even paraded my son's emblem like a trophy to let everyone know you killed him. So now you are telling me that you didn't kill him? Not even a fool would believe that." Asher exhaled a deep sigh, shaking his head slightly. "I only did those things because he Broken Bar. Look at me, a Broken Bar. I am just an alien with no background. I had to do something to gain recognition, especially from my queen, or my life would have been over. And what better achievement than killing the second strongest genius among the younger generation? How else do you think she made me king? Because we are in love? Nah, Broken Bar, you know things like that aren't something a queen like her can afford to depend on. It's just politics." Lysandra's fists clenched at Asher's words, but she remained silent, listening as he continued. "But your son is still out there. I didn't snuff him out of existence," Asher stated, his tone carrying a hint of sincerity, making even Lysandra feel as if he was telling the truth. "Then where is he? Why didn't he return to me once the quest of the worthy ended?" Lysandra challenged, her gaze unyielding. "Nobody can stay behind once the quest of the worthy ends." Asher knitted his brows and answered, "That's because he is stuck in another dimension, a Broken Bar, a very nightmarish and dangerous dimension. It could very well be a dimension that exists within the seven hells. A Broken Bar only the devils could know," he said, his tone grim. Lysandra's eyes widened, a blend of disbelief and curiosity in her eyes. "What are you saying? What kind of dimension are you talking about? How can that even be possible?" she asked, struggling to grasp the reality of Asher's claims. Asher elaborated. "Look, Aganon and I did fight each other, and we almost killed each other during the quest, but then something strange happened. A mini-quest dropped, and we both got stuck in that place. We couldn't get out until we completed the quest, and we had to work together, even if we hated it. We made a deal to continue our fight after we got out. At least he was an honorable guy in that way, that I have to admit." His tone carried a note of appreciation, softening Lysandra's expression momentarily as she recognized her son's commitment to honor, a trait she deeply valued and something he inherited from his father. And since Asher mentioned that, she wondered if he was really telling the truth and continued to listen despite what a part of her instincts was telling her. "But it seemed like the devils didn't want both of us to escape. The entire dimension came falling apart, and Aganon was injured quite badly, so he couldn't make it out in time while I did," Asher continued. Lysandra felt a tight grip on her heart at the mention of Aganon's injury. Though skepticism lingered in her gaze, she found it hard to believe that her son got injured more than Asher. But then again, she knew about Asher's mysterious ability to transform into an immortal form. For a while, Asher proceeded with his story, and then the devils gave me a message that I was free to go. But Aganon couldn't come out unless I sacrificed my life force. But why would I sacrifice my precious life force to help my enemy? Even if we worked together for a few days, it didn't change the fact that we couldn't exist under the same sky. So, I returned a broken bar alone. How could you? A broken bar? Lysandra's chin quivered as she felt the urge to cut him into two halves. What? You would have done the same in my shoes, so don't you be a hypocrite and judge me for doing what a sane man would do. Would you sacrifice your life force for me if I was stuck there? Asher asked with crossed arms, to which Lysandra closed her eyes to bottle up her anger and frustration. She couldn't refute him since he was right, but that didn't change the fact that she wanted to punish him for leaving her son behind. Grappling with the weight of Asher's revelations, she expressed her doubts. In the history of our world, never has such a mini-quest occurred during the quest of the worthy. I still believe you're not telling me the entire truth, she stated firmly and with suspicion brewing in her voice. Prove to me that something like this really happened. Let me see Aganon again, then I will find out once and for all. Asher acknowledged her skepticism with a nod. I know this sounds unbelievable, but the only way I could let Aganon see you these past few days was by sacrificing some of my life force. I only did it to get your attention, but he was quite grateful to me for allowing him to see you again. No matter the reason, he missed you quite a lot, he explained, watching her reaction closely. Lysandra's eyes wavered between pain, disbelief, and hope as she struggled to accept Asher's claim. Was he really waiting for her all this time? But she cleared her head since she couldn't bring herself to believe all this. Sensing her continued skepticism, Asher decided to reveal a piece of information, and since we are a bit closer now, Aganon let me in on a little secret, he continued, his tone taking on a more intimate quality. He told me a broken bar he isn't Draka's son, and that his real father died a long time ago. Am I right? Or is this not enough to convince you that your son still exists? Asher inwardly smiled as his words struck a chord, visibly shaking Lysandra's usually composed demeanor as she took in a cold breath. Lysandra's composure momentarily faltered, visibly shaken by Asher's revelations. It was as if 1,000 thunderbolts struck her mind. She had always dreaded the scenario where she would hear these words coming out of a certain someone's mouth, but she never thought it was going to come from the new Bloodburn King, a young alien at that. However, she quickly regained her poise, her eyes narrowing as she instinctively countered his claims. Even if we assume it is true, Aganon would never disclose such a secret to anyone, not even his most trusted aide, she asserted, her voice tinged with both skepticism and a hint of uncertainty. She had spent so much effort for years to keep this secret from ever seeing the light. The last person who would come to know would be him. Pointing the finger at Asher, she added firmly, I don't know who you're colluding with to fabricate such slanderous lies, but I'm not going to entertain this any further. Despite her outward dismissal, Lysandra couldn't shake off a nagging doubt within her, as she knew the secret was known only to two people, and she was sure both of them would never betray her. Asher, sensing the turmoil beneath her composed exterior, sighed. I told you, Aganon and I developed a certain unexpected friendship due to what we went through and how he thinks I helped him out. He sees me somewhat like a savior, and I understand it might be difficult for you to grasp. So, let's try this instead, he proposed. Ask me something that only Aganon would know. With my connection to the dimension he's trapped in, I'll get the answer from him. Lysandra's skepticism was evident in her tone as she questioned Asher's ability to communicate with her son. You can communicate with my son now using your connection to that dimension? How is that possible? She asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Asher responded with a shake of his head, indicating his own lack of complete understanding. I have no idea how it's possible, but after that mini-quest, the devils seem to have tethered a part of my soul to that dimension. It allows me to talk to Aganon, but I can only do it once a day, after which it requires the sacrifice of some of my life force. Lysandra's skepticism persisted, but she recognized the opportunity to verify Asher's claims potentially. There was no harm in doing so, no matter how absurd all this was. Deciding to test him, she proposed a question only Aganon could answer. Fine then, ask my son Broken Bar what was the last thing I told him before he left for the quest. Asher nodded in agreement and settled down on the floor. Don't disturb me, I will be back real quick, he stated before closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. Lysandra observed him intently, her gaze cold and skeptical. Yet, beneath her disbelief and skepticism, a faint glimmer of hope began to take root in her heart. Asher's confidence and the high stakes of his claim suggested that he was not engaging in a frivolous deception. As Lysandra watched Asher, her heart was torn between hope and doubt, wondering if there could indeed be a sliver of truth in his extraordinary assertions. A minute later, her expression intensified as Asher opened his eyes and rose to his feet. "So, what did my son say?" she asked, her voice tense with expectancy yet with doubt as well. "He said that you told him, return victorious, and you will be one step closer to righting all wrongs we suffered," Asher revealed, his gaze steady. Lysandra's reaction was immediate and profound. Her lips parted slightly, and her eyes shimmered with untold emotions as she softly repeated, "You really can talk to Hema Broken Bar." The confirmation of her words, the very same she had spoken to Aganon before his departure, ignited a glimmer of hope and relief in her heart. The realization that her son was still alive, albeit trapped in another dimension, was overwhelming. Not everything was lost. Asher's lips curved into a slight smile as he responded, "I told you not that I would blame you for doubting me so much. Hell, even I wouldn't believe it if I were in your shoes unless I personally experienced it." Lysandra, emboldened by this newfound revelation, took a deep breath and stepped closer to Asher. Her eyes blazed with determination as she declared, "Take me to him, I will break him out of there." Asher, however, chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Did you forget what I said earlier? This is a totally different dimension that doesn't even exist in our realm. How can we mere mortals dream of breaking someone out of a dimension created by the devils?" Asher continued to maneuver the conversation strategically as he circled around Lysandra. "Besides, why should I help you? I didn't sacrifice my precious life force for the past few days to make you or Aganon happy," he stated, his tone matter-of-fact. Lysandra's expression turned dicey, her eyes reflecting a cold bitterness. "You despicable Mana Broken Bar," she muttered, recognizing Asher's attempt to exploit her desperation regarding her son. Even if anybody would do the same with the cards he was holding, she hated him for putting her in such a situation and fooling Aganon. "If you're expecting to get out of my kingdom alive, then you're asking the wrong person. I am the last person who can help you. You have to enter the trial or spar to death. I can't stop that, and even if you run away, you're only going to make it worse. But if you let me see my son and tell me how to free him, then I will ensure Drakkar doesn't try to provoke your kingdom anymore. I can influence him in matters like that," Lysandra stated confidently. Asher responded with a chuckle, "Of course, you are his favorite consort, and I have no doubt you can make him do that, but that's not what I want. And if you want to talk to your son again, then you're going to help me when necessary, whether you like it or not. The choice is up to you. Are you willing to let go of your son again and let him watch helplessly?" Lysandra clenched her jaw, the thought of Aganon believing she would abandon him twisting her heart. With a cold gaze, she confronted Asher. "What stops me from torturing you to make you listen to me? You wouldn't be the first to break." Asher maintained his composure under Lysandra's threat, countering her with a calm yet firm response. "You're free to try that if you wish, but if you do, you'll lose your son forever," he warned. "Even if you manage to break me, I have to willingly sacrifice my life force for the connection to work. But if you break my mind, then the connection will be lost forever since it requires a sound mind to maintain." Lysandra's frustration was evident as she clicked her tongue. She had a feeling he was lying, but she couldn't afford to be sure of it. He was young, but he was far too cunning for his age. Asher, sensing his advantage, continued with a slight curve of his lips. Besides, I've already made arrangements to send the little letter to your husband if I suddenly disappeared during my stay here. I'm sure you might know what the letter might contain. Lysandra's expression shifted to one of seething rage mixed with a hint of fear. Don't you dare! A broken bar, she muttered, but then her demeanor shifted to a more composed state, despite the internal turmoil she was grappling with. Even if you did that, there's no way to prove it, especially since my son isn't with me, she pointed out, trying to undermine the threat posed by Asher's letter. Asher, unfazed, nodded in acknowledgement of her point but countered, "You're right, but all it takes is a seed of doubt, even more so in a man like Drakkar, to cause some ripples, don't you think?" His words implied the potential for significant upheaval, even without concrete proof. Lysandra's eyes briefly closed as she battled her frustration. When she reopened them, her gaze was filled with cold determination, her voice measured yet laced with a hidden edge. "Then tell me, what help do you want from me?" she asked. Asher's response came with a smirk. "Not so fast, let me first survive the tower," he said. Lysandra's skepticism was evident in her scoff. "Do you really think I'm foolish enough to believe that? Or are you deluded enough to think you can actually clear the tower?" she challenged, her tone laced with strong skepticism. Asher's response came with a confident smirk. He pulled his hood over his head and began walking towards the door, his steps deliberate. "You let me worry about clearing the tower, all you need to do now is wait until I'm back," he said. Reaching the door, Asher paused and turned to face Lysandra. His smile was enigmatic, almost taunting. "So, since it's in your best interest that I return alive, I hope you pray well to the devils and make sure my people are comfortable here. Don't want anyone disappearing while I'm away," he quipped before exiting the cellar, leaving Lysandra alone with her thoughts. Lysandra clenched her fists in frustration. However, the revelation that Aghanon was still alive, albeit trapped in another dimension, was overwhelming to process but ignited hope within her, making her cling firmly to it. The air was shaking with anticipation and schadenfreude as the Draconians gathered around the ominous Tower of Torment. They eagerly awaited the spectacle of the Bloodburn King emerging in a soulless state, reduced to the shell of the man he once was. It was quite amusing to think that soon, he would be returning to the state he once was in. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their voices a cacophony of mockery and cruel laughter as they thought about that. The Tower of Torment itself loomed over the scene like a dark sentinel, its massive structure, crafted from a stone that was as black as night and that absorbed the light around it, reached toward the sky in a twisted spire. Sinister lines glowed faintly across its surface, casting eerie shadows on the ground. The very air around the tower seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, and the towering entrance door promised nothing but despair and madness to those who simply stared at it. Among the crowd, the princes and princesses of the Draconese kingdom stood in their exclusive area, their laughter and jests cutting through the air. More than 100 consorts of their king were also seated on another platform, lost in similar conversations. They delighted in the impending downfall of their mortal enemies, speculating with glee how the alien king would be the first Bloodburn king to succumb to such a pathetic state. Ryga stood apart on an elevated platform, his eyes scanning the crowd and the tower with an air of superiority. He was eagerly anticipating the arrival of his mother to witness the climax of this event. Then, the moment the crowd had been waiting for began to unfold. Asher and his entourage made their way through the throng, their arrival drawing a surge of noise from the crowd. Whispers, jeers, and taunts followed their every step. But Asher's demeanor remained composed, unfazed by the hostility that surrounded him. Leonidas couldn't help but feel like smacking the shit out of these arseholes. Some of them were even blatantly throwing insulting remarks at him. Because of his lineage, most of these assholes can't even take him on, and yet they were thick-skinned enough to mock them. Most of them in the crowd had no problem throwing remarks at Leonidas, Kellum, Sylvan, and Oberon. However, when their gazes met the tall, armored guard walking in front of the Bloodburn King, they felt their spines pulsing with a chilling sensation. causing them to swallow whatever they were about to say, and when their eyes met those of Lady Valentine, they were stumped by her elegance and beauty that subtly encompassed her powerful aura and couldn't bring themselves to say anything bad. The atmosphere shifted as a majestic figure descended from the skies. Everyone kneeled as Queen Consort Lysandra landed gracefully on the platform, the folding sound of her majestic dark silver wings silencing the crowd. Even the other consorts of King Drakkar had to bow to her whether they liked it or not. Their status was nothing compared to hers. Rhaegar bowed respectfully, and his face lit up upon seeing his mother. The elegant sleeveless red attire she was wearing wouldn't look more perfect on anyone else. She only seemed to look more devastating with the passing of each day. However, he furrowed his brows upon noticing her face. It was unlike her to appear so distracted, especially in a moment she should be feeling good about. "Mother, is something troubling you? Can I be of any assistance?" he inquired, his voice carrying a hint of worry. Lysandra, momentarily lost in her thoughts, regained her composure and shook her head slightly. She briefly closed her eyes as if to dispel any lingering distraction. "I just want this to be over with quickly," she responded, her voice carrying a tone of weariness uncharacteristic of her usual poised demeanor. Rhaegar offered her a sly smile, trying to lighten the mood. "Of course, everyone wants that, and you can take joy in the fact that when Asher comes out, he'll be nothing more than an empty shell," he said confidently, expecting a typical response from her. However, Lysandra's reaction was subdued. She narrowed her eyes but remained silent, an unusual restraint for her. At that moment, Asher turned around, locking eyes with Lysandra and offering her a smile. This unexpected interaction caught Rhaegar off guard, filling him with a sense of indignation. How dare this alien regard his mother in such a manner? If only he had the permission, he would have bludgeoned him to death right there and then. But before Rhaegar could think further, his mother turned and walked away, taking her seat without further interaction. This departure from her usual assertive presence left Rhaegar feeling unsettled. Something was amiss, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. The crowd's attention was suddenly diverted as a powerful gust of wind swept across the gathering, heralding the arrival of their King Drakkar. All eyes turned to witness the king's descent before the Tower of Torment. Asher, composed and resolute, approached Drakkar, who stood imposingly before the entrance of the Tower of Torment. The towering structure loomed ominously, and the closer one got to it, the more they would feel terrified. However, it only made Asher feel even more determined to overcome this challenge. "Are you ready, King Asher?" Drakkar inquired, his gaze momentarily shifting to the tower's foreboding entrance. "I am. The question is, are you ready to drop any allegations against my kingdom once I am done with this?" "I am taking it that you have already prepared it in writing," Asher replied, his eyes narrowed with a mix of determination and caution. Drakkar responded with a slight curl of his lips, a subtle display of amusement. "You don't have to worry, I have made a public declaration, so I can't go back on my word. But I forgot to mention a broken bar. You can take someone along with you into the tower. The tower allows it, though nobody knows why," he revealed. "Eh? The tower allows that? Then does that mean that one of us can accompany His Majesty?" Leonidas murmured, his voice a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Oberon, on the other hand, felt a chill run down his spine. The thought of being dragged into the tower by this sadistic fiend, potentially to share in a grim fate, filled him with dread. He trembled slightly, his mind racing with fear and speculation. Surprised by the revelation, Asher sought clarity. "What purpose does it serve to allow someone else inside?" he asked, trying to gauge the true intent behind this rule. Drakkar responded with narrowed eyes. "Don't think that the second person can help you clear the tower. You alone must complete it. The reason why the tower allows an accompaniment is a mystery and is entirely optional," he explained. Asher's expression grew more intense as he inquired, "And if I fail, does the second person also end up soulless?" "No," Drakkar shook his head, dispelling that concern. "They won't be affected in that way since they aren't the ones challenging the tower. However, should you fail, they will not remember anything that happened inside the tower. They will be as they were when they entered." but I am not going to offer any guarantees." Oberon felt relieved upon hearing that. Just the thought of ending up soulless was too terrifying to imagine. If he doesn't even hesitate to torture him while he is still conscious, he can't imagine what that crazed fiend would do to him in that state. Still, who would trust a Draconian's word at face value, especially their king? "So, are you going in alone, or will you take someone with you?" Drakkar probed, his gaze fixed on Asher. Asher pondered the decision, weighing the implications. Drakkar's nonchalance suggested no hidden agenda, making him feel in a dilemma. At that moment, Eradicator stepped forward and offered, "If you wish, allow me to accompany you, Your Majesty." Asher turned around to look at Eradicator and wasn't surprised. Leonidas and Kellum, who were initially poised to volunteer, but decided not to when Eradicator stepped up. "If you may allow it, I would like to accompany you, Your Majesty." Neda suddenly stepped forward with a light smile, her voice steady, her eyes fixed on Asher. The surrounding ones, including Leonidas and Kellum, looked at her with a blend of surprise and respect. They exchanged glances, realizing that they underestimated her commitment to the crown. Neda's sudden offer to accompany him also took Asher by surprise. Asher took a moment to absorb the situation, a dilemma evident on his face. He had anticipated going into the tower alone, prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead by himself. However, having someone to join him can't make things worse. Eradicator turned slightly to regard Neda but didn't say anything. Asher felt any one of these two would be more than enough but didn't know whom to choose. Eradicator's stoic voice finally broke the tense silence. "Your Majesty, I advise you to let Lady Valentine accompany you. She may be able to support you better if necessary," she said, her voice steady and resolute. Asher understood the rationale behind Eradicator's advice. Neda, being a peak soul devourer and a powerful one, could indeed offer substantial support inside the tower even though Drakkar made it clear that they weren't going to be of much help. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to Neda. "I would appreciate you coming with me, Lady Neda." "The pleasure is all mine," Neda replied, her smile conveying both readiness and determination. At that moment, Drakkar intervened with a snap of his fingers. "Then you two may enter." The massive doors of the Tower of Torment began to creak open, eliciting a collective gasp from the crowd. A chilling draft escaped from the dark maw of the entrance, sweeping over the onlookers and sending shivers down their spines. Devils knew it had been centuries since that infamous door opened, and they felt like they had just witnessed a key moment. Asher and Neda exchanged a brief, meaningful glance, acknowledging the gravity of the step they were about to take. With a deep breath to steel themselves, they stepped forward into the tower's darkness, the doors ominously closing behind them. Lysandra, from her seat, watched with furrowed brows as Asher and Neda disappeared into the tower. Her fingers briefly clutched the fabric of her dress as she might have very well lost the chance to see her son again. Meanwhile, Ryger observed his mother's reaction keenly. He noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the unusual tension that seemed to grip her. As someone who always observed her every day, he knew what was normal for her and what was not, no matter how tiny the differences were. His eyes narrowed slightly, a silent question lingering in his gaze since the slight change in her behavior was pricking his mind. At the same time, Drakkar's lips curved into a malignant smile upon seeing Asher disappear into the tower, and mumbled, "I really hope you clear this tower by some miracle." In the Tower of Torment, just as Asher and Neda entered, they were enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Neda's voice carried a note of concern as she warned, "You have to be careful." But suddenly, her voice faded away, leaving Asher alone in the dark void. "Lady Neda?" he called out, his voice tinged with worry. However, there was no response, as if Neda had vanished into thin air. Asher attempted to use his flames to illuminate the surroundings, but before he could act, the darkness seeped into his mind, overwhelming his senses. "Araziel, my child, a broken bar. It's time to wake up," a gentle voice called out, cutting through the darkness. Raziel groggily opened his eyes, the darkness receding as light filtered into his vision. He found himself in a modest stone house, lying on a quilt. Turning his head, He saw a woman in her early 50s, with frail features, red eyes, and light brown hair streaked with white. Her eyes appeared vacant, as if she couldn't see the world around her. "Mother, what a broken bar. Did I oversleep? I should be the one waking you up," Raziel, bewildered, murmured. Aurelia smiled warmly in his direction, her blind eyes attempting to meet his gaze. "You must have had a good dream to sleep this long," she said softly. Raziel ran his hand through his neck-length black hair, still feeling disoriented. "Maybe. I just felt like I had the longest dream of my life, but I can't remember anything." "Stranger broken bar." His mother chuckled softly and said in a pleased tone, "I'm glad you did, because a gifted 19-year-old young man like you needs good rest. You work too hard every day, barely sleeping and always out training." Raziel shook his head and rose with a bright smile, his youthful energy filling the room as he gently assisted Aurelia to her feet. "I can't slack off on my training, Mother. I need to get stronger and help protect our tribe. I don't want us to keep moving every few weeks because of the dangers outside. I don't want you and all of us to live in fear like this. I want a better life for you. I want to make up for the sufferings you endured in the past." "Her broken bar, including losing your eyes because of me," he said earnestly, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of responsibility. Aurelia's face lit up with a wistful smile, her blind eyes seemingly looking towards Raziel as she gently cupped his cheeks. "You have to stop thinking it's your fault," she insisted with a firm shake of her head. "Bloodline complications during birth can happen to anyone and aren't something we could have foreseen. Even if your father isn't here anymore, he would be just as happy and proud as I am to see you grow into such a fine young man. So focus on making yourself happy, not me." Raziel's smile broadened as he replied, "I will still be happy becoming strong for our people. Grandpa Keys said that if I win the next upcoming spar, he'll let me join the group of gatherers to go outside for hunting resources. That's why I have to keep trying hard, and it will be a pleasure to strike down those abominable humans while doing so." Aurelia let out a sigh, her smile tinged with a mother's worry. "It's good to hear that Chief Keys has confidence in you, but a mother always wants her son to be safe. Just thinking about what happened to those poor things yesterday makes me sad, but since doing what you want makes you happy, I pray that you always be careful and never try to take anything you can to Broken Bar." "A broken bar hold with your two hands." I know," Raziel interrupted playfully, finishing her sentence with a chuckle. He gently took her hand, leading her towards the door. "But I'm really getting late, and Matron Celine will get mad if I arrive after everyone else." "Oh, right, a broken bar, but won't you at least drink some blood before you go? You haven't had anything yet." Aurelia expressed her concern while trying to hurry to another room to prepare some blood for him. "Don't bother, I'll just drink some on the way. See you later, Mother, and call for me if you need anything," Raziel assured her as he rushed out, his steps light and determined. Sigh. "This child of mine." "A broken bar." Aurelia let out a soft, helpless sigh as she turned her head in the direction he left. Just as Raziel got out, he first looked up at the crimson skies and saw the faint silhouette of a giant dragon tail spanning across the skies in the far distance. He couldn't see how far its body extended, and even to this day, it continued to awe him. He deeply bowed in reverence. "O Supreme One, thank you for looking after us." Raziel knew it was their tradition to worship the supreme and all-powerful dragon named Dracarys, who was said to be as old as the realm itself. Dragons were the strongest beings in this world and had more wisdom than any other being, and despite their power, they never bully anyone unless someone annoys them, making them the most respected and revered beings in this world. And Dracarys was the strongest and oldest of them all. Nobody could even really tell for sure how old the Supreme Being was, and people said that he was the guardian of this realm appointed by the devils themselves. The silhouette of the dragon's tail in the distance served as a reminder of the awe-inspiring power that loomed over their world, and he wondered if he would be lucky enough to at least get a closer look one day. But he then snapped back to reality as he remembered he was running late and was about to rush off. "Whoa. Where are you off to in such a hurry, Morph?" A young man with short black hair and a side smile, halted Raziel's hurried steps. To the training ground, of course, Morph. Today I don't have time to entertain your bullshit, so you'll just have to wait until I return, Raziel replied, his tone laced with impatience. Ah, right. Matron Celine would become really sad if she doesn't see you for a day, wouldn't she? Another voice, teasing in nature, joined in. Raziel turned to see Voron, a chubby young man, grinning at him. Raziel rolled his eyes, slightly annoyed. Fuck off, Voron. You two forgot that we have training at this time, as usual? It has nothing to do with Matron. Morph cut in with laughter, his hands resting on his hips. Ha ha, seems like somebody started to finally get wet dreams. Since you woke up too late, you missed out on the news that the matron won't be training us today. Raziel's expression shifted to one of confusion. Eh? Why? He asked, genuinely puzzled. Voron chimed in, his voice rich with humor, because she just finished treating the wounded ones that came back yesterday, and she also suffered some while rescuing them. So, you should be considerate of her and let the rest, no matter how badly you want to see her every day, he said with a shake of his head. Raziel's expression turned slightly serious as he remembered that yesterday, one of the groups that went out to procure resources had returned with grave injuries, and at least one of them would have died if not for Matron Celine. I didn't know. She managed to patch everyone up? Raziel asked with a worried look. Morph nodded, his expression reflecting a mix of relief and respect. Yes, you know how skilled she is. She's not only as strong as our chief, but I'm sure she's one of the best healers in the world. Yeah, Broken Bar, she is very amazing. I hope she is really alright, Raziel softly agreed, his voice carrying a hint of admiration and other emotions. Voron couldn't help but tease, a playful gleam in his eyes. Look at that, he's falling for her for the millionth time. TSK, what should we do with this lover-struck fool? He asked Morph with a mockingly dramatic shrug. Raziel's face flushed with embarrassment as he waved his hand dismissively. What nonsense are you talking about? Is it so wrong for me to appreciate her? I know you two are just jealous that she praises me more because of my skills during our training. Morph and Voron exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter. Morph then draped an arm around Raziel's shoulder, his tone teasing yet friendly. Of course, we're jealous that you're bold enough to have a crush on her. Yeah, or it's just that whenever he sees her, he forgets not only that she is an elder of our tribe who is 100 years older than him but also a widow, and you never put your eyes on a widow's, even if she is the most beautiful woman you've ever seen, Voron added, poking fun at Raziel's apparent infatuation. A pitiful one, though, when you think that her husband abandoned her the moment they got in danger, Morph said with a wrinkled nose. Raziel furrowed his brows upon hearing that and said in a bitter tone, at least she got to know what a trash he was before it was too late. He must be already lying dead in some ditch, or I hope he got torn to shreds by some monsters or hunters. She deserved better. Oh, our Raziel is already determined to be a better one, eh? Voron asked with a knowing smile. Hey, that's not what I meant, Raziel said with an aggrieved look as these two idiots kept teasing him, and this was something they did every day like a ritual. Raziel's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red as he let out a frustrated grunt and shrugged off Morph's arm. Arg, you two keep blabbing. But I'm going to check on those who got injured. Morph couldn't resist one last jab as Raziel walked away. Make sure you don't lose your way and end up walking to her home. He whispered, eliciting a raised fist from Raziel in response as he continued to walk away. Raziel stepped into the medium-sized stone building, immediately hit by the potent scent of medicinal herbs and concoctions. The atmosphere was solemn, with men and women moving quietly in and out and greeting him on the way, their expressions a mix of concentration and concern. Turning towards the hall, Raziel's breath caught in his throat at the sight before him. 10 of his fellow tribe members, both men and women and the bravest people he knew, lay on soft sheets, their bodies wrapped in bandages. The sight of familiar faces, now marred by injury and pain, tightened Raziel's chest. Some slept, a merciful escape from their pain. while others sat up, their bodies too weakened to move. The severity of their injuries, evident in missing limbs and heavily bandaged bodies, reminded him once more how dangerous it was outside. "Little Raziel, what are you doing here? You might feel lazy seeing us," chuckled one of the injured men, trying to lighten the mood despite his own eye being covered in a bloodied bandage. "Don't worry about me, big brother Azel. You should focus on getting better first." Raziel managed a strained smile, trying to offer some comfort. "Ha ha, this is nothing, just another day. We will be fine, don't worry," Azel replied, his voice laced with a mix of resilience and pain, his hand waving dismissively even as he winced slightly. The others around him nodded in agreement, offering each other strength and determination. "They at least returned alive. We have lost so many people over the last few years. This is a miracle," came a light but aged voice from behind. Raziel turned to see the eldest of the tribe, dressed in white robes, his white beard and hair slightly tousled. "Grandpa Kayusa Broken Bar," Raziel greeted, respect and affection evident in his voice. He then glanced back at the injured, his voice lowering to a somber tone. "But most of them won't ever be the same here, Broken Bar, will they?" Keys let out a deep sigh, his hand resting on Raziel's shoulder in a comforting gesture. "You are right. Losing limbs or organs like an eye or skin is permanent. As for the rest of the injuries, with our common class bloodline, there's only so much we can heal. The rest depends on the medicines Matron Celine used to treat them, but our resources for such medicines are running low." Raziel's expression was a mix of frustration and determination as he clenched his fists tightly. "Those damn werewolves, they just keep preying on us even though we're just trying to survive. We never get to gather enough resources to sustain and help our people," he muttered angrily while thinking about curing his mother's eyes and so many others who had all kinds of ailments, but powerful medicines were so expensive that nobody would even dream of getting them. Keys, his face etched with the weight of years of similar frustrations, nodded in agreement. "Other than their hatred for our kind, they find pleasure in attacking us and stealing whatever little resources we have. We might have to move earlier than usual. It's possible the Bloodclaw clan will catch our scent within a matter of days now that they've attacked our group." The mention of relocating struck a chord of dismay in Raziel. "Move already? But we just got here like 2 weeks ago. We can't even call any place our home, and every time we move, it's hard on all of us. Some of us won't even make it on the way. Just during the last relocation, we lost Grandma and her children. How long are we going to keep running? We shouldn't be living like this. We should fight back," Raziel said, his voice laced with a mixture of anger and desperation. Keys sighed deeply, his grip on Raziel's shoulder tightening momentarily. "Most brave ones here think like you until they go outside. I thought like you when I was young like you, but you have been protected and kept safe inside here by us. You don't know how bad it is outside. All kinds of vile things are waiting to prey on people like us, either for resources or for pleasure. At the same time, we have to risk our lives surviving against them and also by fighting hunters to gain life crystals to survive. That is the way of our world. The strong prey on the weak, and it is a harsh truth that our tribe is one of the weakest. Our strongest only consist of Matron Celine and me, and we are just soul slayers. Even if there were 10 of us, we would never stand a chance against a few soul hunters, let alone a soul reaper, who is the clan leader of the Bloodclaw clan who attacked our people. So when we are faced with such enemies, survival is what matters most. Fighting back will only kill us all." Raziel lowered his head, the weight of Keys's words sinking in. However, he soon lifted his gaze, a fire of resolve burning in his eyes. "I don't want to be protected anymore. I know we aren't strong enough yet, but we should never give up, and I'm not saying we should fight back now, but we should find ways to increase the strength of our tribe, maybe take in other smaller tribes and build our community. We can do something," Raziel asserted, his voice firm with conviction. Keys gazed at Raziel with an appreciative look, a hint of pride in his eyes. "The one thing I appreciate the most about you, Raziel, is that you have a certain fire inside that we don't. If used carefully, it could be a boon to us." You are very young and have yet to learn and understand a lot of things, but your heart is in the right place. We, including your mother, know we can't protect you forever. That's why I'm giving you the chance to prove yourself. Small steps first. Once you convince our tribe that you can protect them, then one day you can convince them to follow your ideas. Keys smiled as he added, our tribe is one of the very rare few who doesn't follow the preying mentality. I believe we can always find strength by supporting each other instead of bullying the weak. By focusing on such a lifestyle, we can build a stable and happier life. Raziel's face lit up with a determined smile. I know, thank you, Grandpa Keys. I won't let you down. I will prove myself to you. Keys laughed lightly, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. I already know the outcome, but I want the people to see it as well, to make them happy. And in the meantime, why don't you collect some logs from the nearby forest? We're going to have a small celebration tonight to celebrate that nobody died yesterday. It's these small celebrations that help lighten our people's hearts. I would rather we move by tomorrow, but we can't with these injured ones. Of course, and about Matron Selenia broken bar, I heard she returned without much injury, but I want to know if she's really alright. Raziel added, his concern for Selene evident. Keys chuckled, clearly aware of Raziel's feelings for Selene. She's the best of us, don't worry, but if you're that concerned, you could just pass by her house on the way. She should be there, but don't disturb her if she's resting. She had a long day yesterday. Raziel nodded in agreement. Thank you, Grandpa Keys. I will be back soon, he said, his resolve and care for his tribe shining in his eyes. Raziel approached a small stone house in a secluded area with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. It was the home of Matron Selene, a place he had visited before, but never alone. This time, the context was different, more personal, and it made his heart beat a little faster. Nobody visits her without notice since she was an elder of the tribe and everyone gave her the utmost respect, no different than that of Grandpa Keys. However, she had once told him that he can come by her house any time, though clearly this was his first time. He was relieved Morph and Voron weren't here, otherwise, they would have teased him to death after realizing he did what they exactly predicted, though he was here out of genuine concern. Reaching the door, Raziel cautiously checked for the latch. He found it securely in place, indicating that Matron Selene was likely not inside. The discovery left him slightly disappointed, his brows furrowing in thought. Where could she be, if she was meant to be resting? The most logical place would have been her home. After a moment of contemplation, Raziel decided to extend his search. He walked around the house, heading towards the small stream located at the back. The stream was a serene spot, and he remembered playing here a long time ago. It was also a spot where sometimes she would make the kids meditate since the sound of the stream was very relaxing. As he made his way to the stream, Raziel's steps were careful and quiet, not wanting to disturb Matron Selene if she was sleeping or meditating nearby. The rustling of the dark leaves and the gentle flow of water grew louder as he approached, the peacefulness of the place washing over him. But suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he heard a distinct sound. Raziel crept closer to the stream, drawn by the faint sound that reached his ears. The gentle splash of water and a pleasant fragrance guided his steps, but as he neared the source of the sound, Raziel's body suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief at the sight before him. There, in the tranquility of the stream, stood a stunning, slender figure. She stood unclothed in the water, her spine arched elegantly, showcasing a pair of perfect shoulder blades while the water droplets trickled down to her bare waistline. Her lower half was submerged in the clear stream, while her long, wet red hair draped elegantly over her front, partially concealing her form. Her sleek shoulders arched gracefully as she lifted one arm to wipe the cascading droplets off her pale, smooth skin. Raziel's face flushed a deep shade of red, his mind racing with embarrassment and guilt. Not expecting to accidentally run into the matron taking a bath, he felt the urge to keep watching, captivated by the mesmerizing sight, yet he knew he shouldn't be there and that this wasn't right. He was about to turn and leave, hoping to leave unnoticed, but in his haste, KRCHK, he stepped on a dry branch. The crisp snap of the branch breaking underfoot echoed loudly in the quiet surroundings. He winced at the sound, quickly ducking behind a large tree for cover. His heart pounded in his chest, fear and embarrassment mixing in a dizzying blend. "Who's there?" Celine's voice rang out, gentle yet wary. Raziel held his breath, cursing his luck. He pressed himself against the tree, hoping she wouldn't discover him. The thought of the matron thinking he was a pervert, spying on her while she bathed, filled him with dread. He couldn't bear the thought of her looking at him with disgust or mistrust. His mind raced, trying to think of a way out of this situation without further embarrassing himself or disrespecting her, but the question was, how was he going to escape? Raziel's heart raced, his thoughts a whirlwind of panic and embarrassment. He looked left and right to see if there was any way to escape, or should he just crawl away? No, a broken bar. He knew he couldn't just sneak away like a guilty intruder. It would only confirm any suspicions of impropriety. His only option was to face the situation head-on with honesty and hope for understanding. He took a deep breath, steeling himself to step out and apologize, but before he could move, her figure suddenly appeared in front of him. She was 100 years older than him but looked so youthful and radiant. She was clad in a thin red robe with a sash around her waist that clung to her wet body, slightly transparent due to its dampness, accentuating her elegant form. The robe outlined her slender figure, highlighting her curves in a way that left Raziel momentarily breathless. Her arms were folded under her curvaceous medium bosom, enhancing her cleavage, and her ruby red eyes boring to him with a mix of surprise and reprimand. "Raziel, were you really trying to peek at me? I thought you were a good boy." Celine's voice was soft yet stern, her lips parting in a chiding manner. Raziel's face flushed a deep red, and he bowed deeply, his voice laced with frantic sincerity. No, I am really sorry. I didn't mean to. I was only looking for you and accidentally came upon you here. I just wanted to know if you were all right after what happened yesterday. I had no ill intentions, nor was I trying to disrespect you. You have to believe me. A broken bar, please. I would never do anything of such sort to you, Matron Celine." He remained bowed, too mortified to meet her gaze, his words tumbling out in a rush. His heart pounded in his chest, a mix of guilt and the concern of losing face before her overwhelming him. He hoped his sincere apology would be enough to convince her of his innocence, but then his thoughts froze as Celine's slender hand gently rested on his shoulder, her voice soft and reassuring. "Relax, I was only teasing you. I know you would never do such a thing. I have known you your entire life." The tension in Raziel's body eased, replaced by a warmth that spread through him at her understanding and trust. He slowly lifted his head, meeting her gaze with a sheepish, grateful smile. "Thank you for believing in me, Matron. I am glad to see that you are all right." Celine's hand moved from his shoulder to ruffle his hair affectionately, her smile radiant and comforting. "I am touched that you came all the way here to check on me, but don't worry, I won't let anything happen to me as long as you are there. Otherwise, who is going to train you to help you achieve your huge ambitions?" Raziel's smile became shy, his hand scratching the back of his head in a somewhat bashful manner. His eyes lowered slightly, a hint of vulnerability in his voice. "Only you can." A broken bar. He then looked up again, a spark of determination in his eyes. "So I want you to promise me you will stick to your words. Next time, please let me accompany you if you are going anywhere dangerous. I can at least support you in some way." Celine's laugh was soft, filled with warmth, as she regarded him. "Okay, I promise you, but I can't let you accompany me until you win the spa that Chief Keys will be holding." Raziel's face lit up with excitement, his hand shooting up in enthusiasm. "I will definitely win." His sentence was cut short as his hand collided with a branch above, breaking it. Both Raziel and Celine looked down at the fallen branch, momentarily distracted. However, the moment quickly turned awkward as Celine's eyes inadvertently fell on the noticeable bulge in Raziel's pants, making her eyes widen, and her pale cheeks get painted with a reddish hue. Raziel, realizing what had caught her attention, felt his entire face heat up in mortification. He quickly turned away, trying to cover himself with his hands. Utterly flustered by the situation, his face turned a deeper shade of red. If that was even possible, he quickly covered the area with his hands in a futile attempt to hide his involuntary reaction. I'm sorry, Matron Celine, he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't mean to broken bar. I wasn't a broken bar. It's not what it looks like. A broken bar. Celine cleared her throat and said, I know, you are just at that age where you are healthy and I'm a broken bar energetic. I would say, you don't have to feel bad about it. She then hesitated for a moment and asked, with her gaze shifting briefly, Buta broken bar, isn't it hurting you if you let it be? Do you want me to broken bar help it calm down? Raziel's heart skipped a beat as Matron Celine suddenly suggested helping him ease his unruly thing. He didn't quite know how to respond, feeling both embarrassed and anticipation. On one hand, he wanted nothing more than to avoid any further awkwardness between them, but on the other, he was curious and intrigued by her words. With his back still facing her, he slowly turned his neck around and asked, how exactly are you planning to calm it down? Celine let out an amused chuckle, seeing his expression, and said, it's nothing complicated. Your blood is in an excited state, and since some of your excited blood is rushing down there, I can influence your blood to calm down and flow like usual. You know I am somewhat of an expert when it comes to influencing blood streams. True, broken bar, Raziel mumbled as he knew Matron Celine was proficient in the art of using blood to treat people. Even Grandpa Keys said she had better control over blood than any other vampire in their tribe. Okay, Buta broken bar, what should I do? Raziel asked, his pulse still racing. Celine's soft chuckle was soothing, yet Raziel couldn't help but feel a wave of nervousness wash over him as she stepped closer. Her proximity, coupled with the delicate fragrance of roses that seemed to emanate from her, only served to heighten his already racing pulse. Right now, your heart is beating as loud as a drum, so broken bar, she whispered, her voice a gentle murmur that brushed against his ears. A broken bar first, close your eyes, relax your body, and take deep breaths. Oh, our broken bar, sure. Raziel quickly complied, shutting his eyes in an attempt to calm his racing thoughts. The nearness of Matron Celine and the wet coldness emanating from her made it challenging for him to focus. Her scent, a blend of fresh roses and something uniquely her, filled his senses, making his task even harder. Clear your head and let your mind be empty, she continued in that same soft whisper, urging him to dispel the whirlwind of thoughts and emotions that threatened to overwhelm him. Raziel willed himself to follow her instructions, striving to empty his mind of all thoughts since he didn't want to embarrass himself before her anymore. He remembered her training, focused on the sensation of breathing, the rise and fall of his chest, and slowly, his body began to relax. Good. Now it will tickle a bit, but don't worry, it won't hurt, Celine reassured him, her tone soothing and pleasant. Outside his field of vision, Celine positioned her hand above the conspicuous bulge in his pants with a faint blush still present on her cheeks. Her hand, glowing with a soft red light, hovered just inches away from the sizable bulge. Raziel, still with his eyes closed, felt a warm, tingling sensation emanating from her hand. It was an odd sensation, not unpleasant, but certainly unusual, causing a slight shiver to run through his body. Her technique was delicate and precise, her mastery over the blood flow evident in the subtle shifts Raziel began to feel. Surprisingly, he could feel his little brother calming down, his nerves relaxing, and the tension that had arrested his body earlier, slowly dissipating. He never knew she could make one feel this relaxed purely through her mastery over blood. She was truly an amazing genius. He always wondered what her true origins were, but he never asked since he didn't want to make her remember anything bad in the process. Broken bar, it's back to normal. Are you feeling better now? She had whispered, her voice laced with a gentle, soothing quality. Raziel nodded, opening his eyes, only to find her face mere inches from his own. For a fleeting moment, their gazes locked, and in her radiant red eyes, Raziel saw a depth of warm emotions that just seemed to tug at his heart. But his gaze inadvertently drifted downwards, catching sight of her exposed collarbones and the gentle curve of her breasts, barely concealed by the semi-transparent, damp fabric of her robe. The sight triggered a reaction he couldn't control, and he felt a familiar tension rising within him once again. Panic set in, and without daring to meet her eyes, he mumbled his hurried thanks and excuses. Yeah, broken bar, I should really be going to get the logs for tonight, but thank you for helping me out, matron. I will see you later. Raziel's voice was a mix of gratitude and urgency, his words tumbling out in his haste to escape the situation. He can't afford to lose any more face by letting her notice it again. He had trained a lot to keep his focus and willpower in check, but before her, he always forgot that training. Celine watched him run off, her eyes blinking when he suddenly took off. She then let out a quiet chuckle, shaking her head slightly as her eyes still fixed on the direction Raziel had disappeared. Her smile lingered for a moment longer, briefly appearing wistful, before she turned and walked away. In the forest, Raziel was preoccupied, his thoughts incessantly looping back to the awkward encounter with Matron Celine. He cringed inwardly with each replay, agonizing over whether he tarnished his image in her eyes. What if she doesn't treat him the same anymore? He felt ashamed that he couldn't control his unruly thing better. His mind was so absorbed with the details of what happened, he didn't notice the passage of time nor the distance he'd strayed from home. As the sky began to darken, a sense of urgency snapped him back to reality. He glanced at the hefty bags of logs he'd gathered, realizing he'd spent far too long in the forest and collected more than what was required. With a sense of haste, he hoisted the bags and began his trek back. However, as he neared his home, an ominous scent of blood tainted the air, making him wrinkle his nose. The distant glow of flames and the sinister sound of growls and sneers filled his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. A dreadful premonition gripped him, urging him to rush towards his village. But before he could step into the clearing, a soft hand clamped over his mouth, dragging him aside with a firm pull. Startled, he tried to struggle, but the grip was insistent, pulling him further into the shadows. In the hushed secrecy of the forest, a gentle voice with a blend of urgency and sorrow whispered beside his ears, "SHH, don't panic, it's me, I have been searching for you." Raziel, recognizing the voice, turned to face Matron Celine, his heart pounding with a mix of relief and dread. Her expression, etched with grief and worry, made his blood run cold. What's going on, Matron Celine? Why did you stop me from getting back?" he asked, his voice trembling with apprehension. Celine's eyes flickered with hesitation, her lips pressed into a thin line. She then grasped Raziel's wrist, leading him to a large tree. With a gesture, she directed his gaze towards the village, her face contorted in pain. Peering cautiously, Raziel's breath hitched at the nightmarish sight. Towering werewolves with bloodied fur prowled his village, their dark yellow eyes glowing ominously. The ground was a macabre image of blood and burned bodies, painting a tale of unspeakable horror. Each lifeless body strewn across the ground was a crushing blow to Raziel's soul, but none more so than the sight of an old figure. The elder's familiar garb was unmistakable, even as his head was cruelly severed. Nowhere in sight. A wave of nausea and grief washed over Raziel as he murmured, "Grandpa Broken Bar." His gaze frantically swept across the scene, littered with the corpses of his people, and finally settled on his own home. The door was ajar, ominously silent. A surge of dread propelled him forward, but Celine's firm grip on his arm held him back. Panic surged through him as he thought of his mother. "Mother Broken Bar, I have to save her," he whispered frantically, his body tensing to dash toward the chaos. "Raziel, wait, you can't just rush in there, it's too dangerous," Celine whispered urgently, her eyes mirroring the fear and despair that gripped his heart. "But my mother Broken Bar, she's still in there, I have to do something," Raziel protested, his voice strained with desperation while trying to suppress his own voice. Celine's grip on Raziel's wrist tightened, her voice a whisper of despair. "I am sorry, a Broken Bar." She Broken Bar, her gaze, laden with unspoken grief, turned towards Raziel's house. Following her eyes, Raziel's heart dropped into an abyss of despair as he saw a werewolf emerging from his home. The realization of his mother's fate struck him like a thunderbolt. Tears streamed down Raziel's cheeks as he stood frozen, his heart shattering into countless pieces. No, a broken bar, no, a broken bar, she can't be broken bar, she can't, a broken bar, he repeated in a broken whisper, his eyes reflecting a storm of emotions, a grief, disbelief, and rising fury. Seeing the bloodthirsty werewolves reveling in their savage deed, a fierce blaze of hatred ignited within him. His fists clenched tightly, trembling with the overwhelming desire for vengeance. I will kill them all, he vowed, his voice laced with a deadly resolve. Raziel, stop! Celine's urgent whisper cut through his vengeful thoughts. Her grip on his wrist was firm, her eyes brimming with sorrow and fear. Please let me go, matron. I can't just sit back while they butcher our broken bar, our broken bar. Raziel's voice cracked, overcome with grief and rage. Celine looked into his tearful eyes, her own filled with pain. But you are still alive. You won't be able to change what happened even if you go out there. We never saw them coming, and I was too late. But now I can at least protect you, she implored, her voice a mix of desperation and determination. The situation escalated as the leader among them, a tall, armored one, bellowed, "Hey, let's go and search out there in the trees. Let's see if some of these trash bloodsuckers are hiding in there. I still have yet to find the one I came here for." The command sent a few werewolves following him and lumbering toward their hiding spot. Celine's eyes, wide with urgency, bore into Raziel's as she grasped his wrists firmly. We both can never make it out. They will sniff us out before we even get across the river because they are faster and stronger, but you can make it out alone as long as I distract them. By then, I will use my blood to disrupt your scent as well, so they won't be able to track you and will leave you alone. Till then, you have to hide. Don't run because they will hear you. Remember what I taught you, a broken bar control your heart, and you control your aura, she explained, her voice resonating with a mix of determination and sorrow. Raziel's heart throbbed painfully at her words, his grip on her arms tightened as tears streamed down his face. No, a broken bar, no, you can't leave me, nor will I leave you alone to face those monsters. You promised me a broken bar, you promised, he pleaded, his voice breaking under the weight of his emotions. Celine's expression softened, a gentle yet sad smile touching her lips. She reached up to caress his tear-stained face. I know, and that's why I am sorry I have to break my promise, but it will be worth it as long as I know you are alive out there. So you have to promise me that you will stay alive for us and carry our wishes and memories with you, she implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. No, a broken bar, I can't, a broken bar, don't go, please, a broken bar. Raziel sobbed, his body shaking with grief and desperation. Celine's lips pressed together, her resolve stealing as the sounds of the approaching werewolves grew closer. She glanced briefly at the encroaching danger, then turned back to Raziel as she gently wiped his tears with her thumbs, her expression resolute yet filled with a deep sadness. They are getting close, Raziel. If both of us die here, then all our people would have died for nothing, so you have to hide until they leave. Can you do that for me? That is the only wish I want you to fulfill. I won't ever ask for anything else, she pleaded, her voice breaking with emotion. Raziel's heart was torn asunder, caught between his desire to stay and protect Matron Celine and the unbearable thought of leaving her to face them alone. But the earnest plea in her eyes and the impending danger forced him to make the most difficult decision of his life. With a heavy heart, he nodded, his body trembling, carrying with him the burden of her final wish. A broken bar. I promise, Raziel choked out, his voice barely a whisper, his heart heavy with a burden he never thought he'd have to bear. With one last look, filled with a mix of warmth and pain, Celine pushed Raziel away, urging him to hide. Raziel, his heart pounding with fear and desperation, watched from behind the tree, concealed by the thick bushes. His hand instinctively reached out, yearning to intervene and support her. But he forced it down, recalling her fervent plea for him to escape. Celine stood defiantly before the snarling werewolves, her presence commanding despite the overwhelming odds. Looking for me, you pack of ragged runts, especially a broken bar Chief Tarak? She coldly and confidently taunted, her voice echoing through the clearing. The werewolves, incensed by her challenge, bared their fangs menacingly. Chief Tarak, a hulking brute with a cruel grin, sneered, "How did we miss this big fry? I have been looking everywhere for your broken bar, Lady Selene. You are quite far from home, and you still haven't learned your lesson after getting half crippled and having your town purged, did you? Or maybe you were trying to protect yourself by hiding among these weaklings? Must have been quite humiliating for you." Raziel furrowed his brows and wondered what this monster was talking about. Does he know who she really is? Selene's ruby red eyes hardened as she said, "They might have inferior bloodlines, but not even 10 of you can never match up to the strength of their hearts." Tarak's face darkened as he let out low, chilling growls. "Look at your broken bar running your mouth. We will finish what the Frostowl clan couldn't and make you regret killing some of my men yesterday. That is the reason I personally came out here today, our broken bar, to relish the feeling of tearing you apart and let others know it was me who did it." Selene's response was a cold, mocking smile as her fangs began to extend. "Not before I sever every vein in your body," she retorted, her eyes flashing with a deadly intent. Tarak growled loudly, "Tear her apart, men." In an instant, the pack lunged towards her, but Selene, with a dancer's grace and a warrior's agility, moved swiftly, her fangs and nails extended into lethal weapons. With a rapid, precise slash, she cut through the neck of one werewolf, sending him tumbling to the ground in a pool of his own blood. Another one was about to pounce on her right after, but she managed to twist her hip in time and dealt a sharp kick to the werewolf's solar plexus. Hug! The werewolf's eyes bulged until they almost popped out of their sockets, and his back bent until his spine tore out of his back from the sheer impact of her feet. Raziel's eyes lit up with hope and awe as he saw Matron Selene kill 2 of those powerful monsters with such graceful ease. He had never seen her in action like this and couldn't relate the person he was seeing with the gentle and kind matron he knew, but he was relieved to see she had such a frightening side to her. "Yug, you dare kill more of my men?" Tarak leader, stepping forward with fury, he swung a massive fist, striking Selene hard in the stomach, who couldn't block in time as she was busy fending off the other werewolves who were trying to pounce on her. The force of the blow was immense, sending her hurtling backward to crash against a tree with a sickening thud. Raziel's heart suddenly sank as he watched in abject horror, the werewolves descending upon Selene with a savagery that defied reason. However, despite the grievous injury she had sustained, she was still striving to rise, the blood streaming down her lips painting a gruesome picture. His heart screamed to rush to her aid, but he then saw her looking in his direction and wistfully smiling with her eyes, reassuring him while pleading him to stay hidden. He could only watch while his hands clenched so hard they became white, but in a flash of brutality that Raziel could scarcely comprehend, one of the werewolves, with a viciousness that knew no bounds, clamped its jaws round her shoulder from behind. With a sickening tear, her right arm was ripped from her body. Another one of them, equally merciless, plunged his claws deep into her stomach, wrenching her entrails out in a macabre display of gore. Without even sparing a single second, Tarak, embodying a cruelty beyond measure, clamped his massive jaws round her head, sinking his long, sharp teeth into her skull before tearing it away from her body with a grisly growl of contempt. Selene's headless form, a grotesque monument to the savagery she had just endured, stood momentarily in a near image of death before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, her blood spewing forth from her severed neck in a horrific geyser. The werewolves, their bloodlust temporarily sated, casually discussed disposing of her remains as if she were mere refuse. Tarak sneered as he placed his feet on her corpse. "I hate those arrogant Frostowl bastards, but I got to thank them for weakening her. Otherwise, I would have had to stress my muscles for no reason. Gather her limbs and body, and let's feed it to our pets back home. That's the least this blood-sucking bitch deserves," grumbled the leader in a tone that was as callous as it was cruel. As the werewolves departed, hauling Selene's mutilated remains with them, Raziel remained hidden, paralyzed by a mix of grief, shock, and rage. His body trembled uncontrollably, blood seeping from his clenched teeth, the taste of iron mingling with his tears. The cruel and brutal sight he saw of Matron Celine getting torn apart in front of him shook his soul to the core and threatened to consume him whole. His fingers dug into the earth, clawing at the ground as if trying to anchor himself in the face of this unbearable reality. He couldn't breathe, his vision was blurred, and his senses seemed to have frozen. His entire body became petrified from the shock as he knelt there, his expression frozen, praying for all this to be a nightmare. But the victorious howls of the departing werewolves told him otherwise. As Raziel kneeled motionless on the forest floor, disoriented and struggling to piece together what had just happened, time lost all meaning. Minutes or hours passed. It was impossible for him to tell. All he knew was that when he finally started to regain consciousness, the world around him sounded and felt different. The chirping of insects and rustling leaves filled his ears once again, replacing the deafening howl and jeering of the werewolves. Raziel slowly pushed himself up, his head throbbed, his limbs trembled, and his throat felt raw and parched. The werewolves' laughter had faded, leaving behind a desolate echo of destruction. He approached the pool of blood where Matron Celine had met her gruesome end. The sight of the dark, congealing blood under the bloody moonlight was a stark, visceral reminder of the brutality he had just witnessed. Matron Celine, a broken bar, he whispered, his voice a mere shadow, laden with grief and disbelief. His fingers trembled as they touched the cold blood, the reality of her absence hitting him like a physical blow. She could have escaped on her own if she wanted to, but she let herself die for his sake. The guilt was crushing his chest and causing his body to tremble, but her last words kept echoing in his mind. Compelled by a desperate hope that there might be survivors, Raziel forced himself to move, each step heavier than the last. The village, once a haven of warmth and communal bond, now lay in ruin, its once vibrant life snuffed out in an instant of savagery. As Raziel staggered through the remnants of his village, a ghostly silence enveloped the air, pierced only by the faint crackling of the lingering flames. The sight of the burning houses was a macabre sight. Flames danced mockingly around the charred remains of his people, their burned faces frozen in their final moments of agony. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning flesh. Some of the corpses had already broken down into ashes, making it impossible to recognize them. The heat in the area was stinging his skin and making him feel suffocated, but he didn't let these sensations deter him. He realized that the werewolves purposefully used very weak flames to torture and slowly burn them to death, and the thought of it made his heart writhe. "Mother," a broken bar he choked out, tears streaming down his face. It was the only house that wasn't blazing. Could they have spared her? His heart pounded with dread as he neared his home, fearing the worst yet clinging to a sliver of hope. His house, a modest structure that had housed so many tender memories, now stood eerily silent, its door ajar and inviting a foreboding sense of despair. Raziel's steps echoed in the haunting silence as he entered his house, his heart plummeting with dread. His heart dropped at the sight before him. A frail figure lay crumpled on the floor. Blood drops riddled around her. His breath caught in his throat as he recognized his own mother. Her form was untouched by the flames that ravaged other homes and corpses. Raziel held his breath as he rushed to her side, hope and fear warring within him. "Mother!" he called out, his voice a mix of desperation and faint hope. With trembling hands, he turned her body, his eyes widening in horror at the sight before him. Her eyes, once kind and loving, were gouged out, her tongue cruelly pulled out, and her ears torn away. Blood coated her cheekbones, mixed with dried tears that bore witness to the horror she must have faced. His stomach churned at the sight, and low grunts of pain escaped his lips as his emotions threatened to overwhelm him. Mother, a broken bar he gently lifted her head onto his lap and tried to wipe away the blood smearing her face. It was as if those monsters knew her eyesight was crippled and went on to rob her of her other senses in the most barbaric way to amuse themselves. How could they do this to a defenseless woman who had never harmed a soul in her life? She hasn't ever taken a single quest in her life, nor did she know how to use a weapon because of the way she grew up. His heart shattered into a million pieces. his mind struggling to comprehend the full extent of this tragedy. The realization that his poor mother had been subjected to such torture was unbearable. He now realized why Grandpa Keyes said he had been protected all this time and how he had no idea of the cruel world outside. He then noticed her clenched right hand and gently opened it, revealing a small, mirror-like object. It was a memory mirror, glowing softly with an image of his smiling face. She always held onto it whenever he wasn't around, and it seemed like she was praying for his safety until her last breath. Ach! A roar, primal roar of anguish and fury erupted from Raziel's throat, reverberating through the walls of his house. In the eerie quiet that followed Raziel's agonized roar, his gaze drifted to the window, drawn irresistibly to the blood moon's eerie luminescence. The night sky, painted in hues of crimson and shadow, framed the majestic silhouette of the supreme being, Dracarys. Its tail, a monumental span of awe-inspiring power, floated ethereally against the lunar backdrop, a symbol of strength and supremacy that seemed almost within reach. The sight of the mythical creature, an entity of unparalleled might, ignited a fierce determination within Raziel's shattered heart. Standing amidst the ruins of his life, with the remnants of his mother's love clasped in his hand, a resolve as unyielding as the mountains took root within him. "Just wait, everyone," he whispered into the stillness, his voice laced with a profound resolve. "I will avenge you all." Raziel, fueled by a relentless determination, found himself scaling the most treacherous mountain he knew, the very embodiment of his quest for retribution. Legends said that to meet even the eyes of Dracarys, one should reach the summit of this mountain, though no soul in history had ever managed to do so since most either gave up or died trying. But this fact didn't deter a desperate Raziel, since nothing else mattered to him than climbing to the top. The environment was as unforgiving as the sorrow that gripped his heart, a piercing cold that bit at his flesh, winds that howled like the ghosts of his fallen tribe, and a relentless, icy chill that sought to sap his will. Every hair on his body stood up as faint yet unmistakable roaring sounds echoed through the mist below. His heart raced as he could feel multiple spine-chilling gazes falling on him from the dragons watching him from afar. The deafening flap of their massive leathery wings cut through the wind, each flap causing Raziel to flinch. He feared whether he accidentally offended them, and if so, would they smack him off the mountain. But to his relief, none of them seemed to get any closer to him. His every step was a battle against the mountain's might. The rugged terrain, blanketed in snow and ice, made each footfall a test of endurance and resolve. As he ascended, the air grew thinner, the cold more biting, but his spirit remained unyielding. His breath formed clouds of vapor in the frigid air, each exhale a testament to his unwavering resolve. With no blood to sustain him, his body screamed in protest, muscles aching with fatigue, his throat parched and raw. Yet, he pushed on, driven by the images of his people's cruel demise, especially those of Matron Selene and his mother, their unavenged spirits spurring him forward. Hours turned into an endless, grueling ordeal, the mountain seemingly stretching into infinity. Raziel's vision blurred, a disorienting mix of exhaustion and the relentless white of the snowscape. Still, he climbed, his fingers numb, his body shivering uncontrollably, but his heart ablaze with a fierce resolve. "O Supreme and near-broken bar," he called out, his voice barely a whisper against the howling wind. "Hear me, please, broken bar, let me speak to you." His words, almost lost in the mountain's breath, were filled with a desperation born of loss and a desire for vengeance. With each step, Raziel's body grew weaker, but his spirit, fueled by the memories of his mother's gentle smile and the laughter of his tribe, grew stronger. He knew that if there was any hope of avenging his people, it lay with Dracarys. His only hope was to ask for his help to punish those monsters. Under the watchful gaze of the blood moon, he trudged onward. The silhouette of the legendary being loomed ever closer in the distance, yet still remained frustratingly out of reach. On the brink of exhaustion, Raziel's world began to spin out of control as he felt the cruel, unyielding grip of the mountain slipping away. His fingers, numbed by the cold and fatigue, could no longer cling to the rough, icy surface. A sense of despair washed over him as he started to fall. his body succumbing to the gravity's merciless pull, his heart, weighed down by unfulfilled vengeance and the heavy burden of failure, seemed to stop for a moment. "Noah Broken Bar, Noah Broken Bar," he whispered, his voice a mere breath in the vast, empty expanse. The names and faces of his tribe, his mother, Matron Celine, flashed before his eyes. "I am sorry every Noah Broken Bar, I am too weak." A broken bar, the words echoed in his mind, a final admission of defeat to the cruel fate that had befallen him and how he let everyone down. But just as the darkness threatened to consume him completely, something miraculous happened. Raziel felt an invisible, powerful force catch him mid-fall, lifting him with an almost gentle, yet insistent urgency. His body, limp and defeated, was carried upwards as if cradled by the hands of an unseen deity. Gasping for breath, Raziel's eyes flickered open in disbelief. He found himself being propelled upwards at an incredible speed. The wind howling past him, a cacophony of 1,000 whispers. The ground below receded rapidly, becoming a distant memory as he soared higher and higher. In a matter of moments, Raziel's ascent slowed, and he found himself falling upon the summit's rocky surface. The cold, hard ground under him felt strangely comforting, a solid reality amidst the surreal experience. He lay there for a moment, gasping, his mind racing to comprehend what had just occurred. However, suddenly, he felt the winds around him becoming silent and still. The stillness of the mountaintop was overwhelming, the silence almost tangible. As Raziel's heart pounded in his chest, he gazed upwards, his breath caught in his throat, as he saw a pair of glowing crimson eyes, vast and unworldly, piercing the veil of darkness, their gaze penetrating deep into his very soul. Each eye was a glowing orb of fiery red, set within the shadowy clouds, casting an otherworldly light that bathed the mountaintop in an eerie glow. The vertical pupils, narrow and keen, seemed to dissect his essence, reading his deepest fears, his pain, his burning desire for vengeance. Raziel stood frozen, rooted to the spot, dwarfed by the sheer magnitude of the being before him. He felt like a grain of sand lying before a towering mountain. He couldn't believe he was really standing before the legendary Dracarys. Time seemed to stand still as Raziel gazed into those ancient, all-seeing eyes, feeling an overwhelming mix of awe, fear, and a strange sense of reverence. Before he knew it, he knelt on the cold, rocky summit, his entire being engulfed in the presence of Dracarys. The dragon's voice, deep and resonant, seemed to reverberate through the very air around him. "Boy Broken Bar, did you risk your life coming here to seek my power to help you, just like everyone else has tried?" Dracarys' voice boomed, sending tremors through Raziel's body. Raziel, momentarily taken aback by Dracarys' imposing presence, gathered his courage and spoke. "O Supreme One, as you already know, a Broken Bar, I seek retribution against those werewolves who slaughtered my people and everyone I loved. I beg you to please punish them." "Why should I help you?" Dracarys' tone was calm, but it carried an edge of indifference that shook Raziel. Raziel's voice was filled with desperation. "Because you are the Supreme One, our guardian, our deity. We pray to you, we worship you." A Broken Bar, Dracarys interrupted him. "I never asked for worship nor proclaimed myself as a deity. The belief in me as a guardian is a creation of your own. My existence is not to serve or protect the whims of people who exist below me." Raziel's heart sank. He never expected the Supreme One to be so indifferent to their plight, and that his people's faith might be in vain was a crushing blow. It shattered all the hopes and beliefs he had clung to with his life as he tried to climb up here. Raziel's gaze dropped to the ground, his fists clenched tightly as he struggled to comprehend the enormity of what he had just heard. "Buta Broken Bar, my people Broken Bar, they suffered," Raziel stammered, his voice barely a whisper against the overwhelming silence. "They died while still believing in you. They looked up to the skies, praying for your guidance, your protection." A Broken Bar, Dracarys' eyes, glowing orbs in the darkness, remained fixed on Raziel, unblinking and unyielding. "Your pain, your loss, while regrettable, is a part of the natural order. Our world is built on a cycle of predator and prey. It is not my place to intervene in this order." Raziel's heart pounded in his chest. a mix of desperation and disbelief swirling within him. "The broken bar, then what is the purpose of our prayers, our sacrifices?" he pleaded, his voice cracking with emotion. "The purpose you assign to your rituals and beliefs is your own," Dracarys replied, his tone unchanging. "You seek meaning, comfort, hope, broken bar, but these are creations of your own mind. The universe does not bend to the whims of individual desires. By your logic, if your enemies worshipped me, I should be helping them eradicate you and your race. But no, broken bar, it doesn't work that way. It never should. Then what is your purpose? You hold so much power that just a single glance from you could have been enough to save my people," Raziel cried out with a clenched jaw. "The balance of our universe demands sacrifice. Pain and suffering are necessary evils, without which there would be no growth or progression. Without them, our world would perish, and that is my purpose, broken bar, to safeguard the existence of our realm. Nothing more, nothing less," Dracarys calmly explained. Raziel felt a sense of despair washing over him, the weight of his quest, his losses, bearing down on him with a crushing force. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he gazed up at the colossal eyes of Dracarys, his voice a mixture of desperation and resolve. "No, broken bar, even if our faith meant nothing to you, and our lives are not in your interest to interfere, broken bar, I am still begging you, broken bar, please help me. I will do whatever you want. I will become your slave or serve you till my last breath. Just a broken bar, please help me, let my people's soul rest in peace," he pleaded, his voice breaking under the weight of his emotions. Dracarys briefly closed his eyes, letting out a deep, rumbling sigh. "You serve no purpose to me, nor do I ever need anyone to serve me," he declared, his voice resonating with a timeless authority. Raziel's face contorted with pain as he choked on his tears, understanding the futility of his plea to this supreme being, but he still couldn't help himself from asking out of despair, "Buta broken bar, even if I can't interfere, I can grant you the power to do what you wish for," Dracarys finally said, his words piercing through Raziel's despair. Raziel's face transformed, his eyes widening with hope and shock. "Really?" he gasped, hardly daring to believe what the Supreme One said, especially when it seemed as if he was not going to help at all. "I have lived too long in this world, and I believe my time will soon come, but before that, I want to choose a worthy successor to carry on my bloodline and my will so that this world would never perish in my absence," Dracarys said with a hint of weariness in his voice. Raziel's eyes were blinking, shocked at the fact that the Supreme One was looking for a successor, and most of all, to offer an insignificant person like him the chance to become one. Did the powerhouses of this world already fail, or did the Supreme One not offer them the chance? Raziel could only guess, though he didn't really care since this was like a dream come true. Dracarys observed Raziel's reaction and continued, "Don't get relieved already. I am not simply going to grant you my power, you have to prove yourself worthy of wielding it, and it is not going to be easy. For thousands of years I have tried to look for a successor but everyone failed." Raziel's demeanor shifted from desolation to fierce determination despite hearing the odds. "Yes, I will do whatever it takes to prove myself to you, broken bar, anything," he exclaimed, his voice echoing with newfound energy and resolve. If he could truly gain even a fraction of Dracarys' power, he knew nothing could stand in his way. Dracarys looked down at Raziel with an inscrutable expression. "Very well. But know this, boy, the trial I will set for you is unlike anything you have ever faced. It will push you to the brink of your existence, test your will, your strength, and even your sanity." Raziel nodded vigorously. "I'm ready for anything, Supreme One, anything to avenge my people." Dracarys' eyes glowed darker as he said, "Then you will prove it with your actions. I will send you back to life through the same day, the day you lost everyone. Again and again, you will wake up each morning with the knowledge of what is to come and remember everything that happened, and your memories will carry over, but the day will reset each time you lose everyone." Raziel's heart pounded in his chest. Reliving the most painful and horrifying day in his life seemed like a cruel and unusual punishment instead of an opportunity to prove himself. Wait a broken bar, how can I prove myself by doing this? What is the purpose of making me go through what happened again and again? Raziel asked with a grimace. That isn't for you to know. I told you it won't be so easy and you don't have to accept it. You can go back and forget we ever had this conversation. But once you accept a broken bar, then there is no going back, no matter how much you beg for it. Dracarys continued, with each reset, you might lose a piece of yourself. Your memories, your emotions, even your soul may begin to fade if you aren't strong enough, and if you aren't, you lose yourself completely. You will remain trapped in that cycle forever. You may think it is an illusion, but it very well might not be. It will be real for you. Raziel swallowed hard. The stakes were unimaginable, and he couldn't understand the true purpose behind this other than being a form of most cruel torture. But then he asked with a look of hope in his eyes, since you said I get to live from the beginning of the dire broken bar, wouldn't it mean I can change what happens to my people? Is that what you are looking for, to see if I can change the outcome? Would I be able to continue living with them if I am able to save them? Raziel didn't know the extent of Dracarys' powers, but since he was like a deity to him, he felt this may not be too far-fetched. You underestimate the power of fate. Not even I can change my fate, let alone you. No matter what you do, your people will die. You can change how it happens, but the outcome will always be the same. Your struggle would be futile, and you will keep living that day until I say so, and it very well could be never. So think carefully if you are ready for this, Dracarys warned. Raziel's hands trembled, but then he clenched his fists and asked with a hardened expression, I don't want to believe that my fate can't be changed. As long as I have knowledge of what's going to happen, then I have the power to prevent what might happen. So if our broken bar by some miracle, I managed to save everyone, would I be able to continue living with them? Dracarys briefly closed his eyes and let out a tired sigh. It seems like you still don't understand, but if you believe you can achieve such an impossible miracle, then yes, a broken bar you can continue living with them. Raziel's eyes widened, and his heart shook with newfound hope, realizing he underestimated Dracarys' power. Maybe he can really turn back time, he can save them before anything bad can happen, and the burning desire for vengeance spurred him on even more. I understand the risks, I accept. Dracarys nodded, and a powerful energy surged towards Raziel, enveloping him. Then I will see you the moment your day gets reset. Thank you for giving me this chance. But a broken bar, I am not coming back. A broken bar, Raziel mumbled with a steely determination before he felt his vision filling with darkness. Raziel gasped as he woke up, finding himself staring into his mother's concerned face. Raziel, are you Orlia's words were cut short as Raziel, with wide and shaken eyes, suddenly enveloped her in a tight hug. Mother, is these a broken bar really you? He clung to her, his arms wrapping around her frail body with a firmness that sought to confirm the reality before him. The nightmare that had just tormented him seemed so vivid that he needed to reassure himself this was not an extension of it. Her warmth, the sound of her voice, her gentle breathing all were a stark contrast to the lifeless body he had held not so long ago. Orlia, though startled, returned the embrace with a warmth that only a mother could offer. Oh, our broken bar, Raziel, you are making mother worry. Did you have some bad dream? You seem a bit stressed. She voiced her concern, her tone filled with the love and care that he never realized he would be so happy and relieved to hear again. However, he, still holding her, slowly came back to his senses. The realization that the nightmare was not his reality, that his mother was still here with him, alive and well, that he was reliving the day, brought a mix of relief and a renewed sense of urgency. No, a broken bar, I am just happy to see you, mother. It feels like a broken bar. I haven't told you enough how much I love you, he managed, his voice strained with the effort to maintain composure. Orlia's expression softened, a mother's knowing smile gracing her face as she cradled his face in her hands. Gently, she kissed his forehead and said, you never had to say it because you always show it. I have always felt like the luckiest mother in this world to have you as my son, she reassured him. Raziel's heart swelled with emotion as he gazed into his mother's sightless eyes. the realization of the preciousness of this moment hitting him hard. He held her hands firmly, cherishing the warmth of her embrace, the sound of her voice, and the gentle touch of her hands on his face. Every sensation felt more profound, more meaningful, as if he was experiencing it for the first time. He really got a second chance to make things right. "Mother, broken bar, I promise, I'll always be here for you. I'll protect you, no matter what, so you have to listen to whatever I say, at least until tomorrow, no matter what," Raziel whispered, his voice thick with unshed tears. The memory of his horrific vision, of a world where he lost her, still lingered in his mind, making the words he was telling her appear heavy. Orlia's confusion deepened as she looked up at Raziel, her vacant eyes conveying a mix of concern and bewilderment. "What is it, son? What do you want me to do? Did something happen?" Raziel, his heart racing with urgency, quickly reassured her. "It's hard to explain right now, Mother, but we need to leave this place as soon as possible. It's not safe for us here any longer." His voice carried an unusual seriousness that didn't escape Orlia's notice. She nodded slowly, her trust in her son evident despite her confusion. "Okay, Raziel, if you say it's important, I have no reason to doubt anything. I'll start packing our things." Raziel breathed a sigh of relief at her compliance as he helped her stand up and quickly added, "I need to go warn the others, especially Grandpa Keyes. They need to know it's time to move." His tone was insistent, underlining the gravity of the situation. "Go then, son. I will be ready when you are back, though it's sad we have to leave so soon since I liked this place," Orlia said with a sad smile, making Raziel press his lips together and say, "Don't worry, Mother, I will find a better place for us." As Raziel dashed out of the house, his eyes trembled upon seeing his people walking around and talking, contrasting with their burned and mutilated corpses. He remembered. He really couldn't believe they were still alive now. He then saw his friends, Morph and Vernon, coming his way as the two greeted him with their usual light-hearted banter. "Hey, Raziel, where are you?" But Raziel, without breaking his stride, urged, "You two, pack your stuff, we have to leave before it gets dangerous here." His abrupt seriousness left them exchanging puzzled looks, wondering what had gotten into their friend. Raziel's feet carried him swiftly to the building where Grandpa Keyes was. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, planning the best way to convince him of the impending danger. As he reached the building, he could see through the open door, the injured from yesterday's travel. Without even hesitating, Raziel gathered all his energy to his throat and said, "Everyone, please listen. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. The Bloodclaw clan is going to attack us by evening, so we have to leave as soon as possible," Raziel implored, his voice ringing with a sense of impending doom. As Raziel's voice echoed through the room, a tense hush fell over the gathered vampires. His urgent message, delivered with such fervor, caught everyone off guard. The room was filled with a mixture of disbelief and concern. Azel, one of the injured, looked up from his resting place with a furrowed brow. "Little Raziel, what are you talking about?" he asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. "Don't worry, Matron Celine fended them off a long way away from our place. We will be safe here for a while." But Raziel was insistent, shaking his head vigorously. "No, Brother Azel, they have definitely sniffed us out, and they will be coming today. I am sure of it." Whispers and murmurs spread among the crowd, a wave of unease rippling through the room as they absorbed Raziel's words. "Raziel, what happened? You are causing us to worry," a calm, aged voice interjected, cutting through the rising tide of panic. Relieved and happy to hear his voice again, Raziel turned to face him. "Grandpa Keyes, a broken bar," he began, his voice laden with urgency. "The Bloodclaw clan is going to attack us today, along with their leader. We have to leave before they arrive. Please, you have to trust me on this." Keyes' expression was a mix of concern and confusion as he gently led Raziel away from the crowd to a secluded corner of the room. In a hushed, measured tone, he questioned, "Raziel, you can't just go about shouting out these things. Our people are already worried, sick and on edge. You have to come to me first if you have anything important to say." But tell me, who told you they are going to attack us today? Based on what we know, they shouldn't be able to track us here for the next few days. Raziel's eyes held a deep sense of urgency as he faced Keyes. I know it sounds crazy, but there is no time to explain now. I will tell you everything later, but I am definitely sure they are coming for us today, and we have to leave now if we are to survive another day. We would never stand a chance, especially since their chief will be coming as well. It seems like a broken bar. Raziel's expression contorted with pain. A broken bar. The chief is out to kill our matron. Keyes' face creased with concern, his brows knitting together as he processed Raziel's words. After a few moments of deep contemplation, he replied, "It's hard to take action without any solid reason, but since I have never seen you this shaken, and I believe you are not being paranoid, I will consider what you are saying might come true, even though I don't know how you know. But if we leave now with our injured, we will never be able to run or hide if we get attacked by anyone out there. You do know that, right?" Raziel winced, understanding the gravity of the situation. "I know, but we would rather take that chance than let those monsters kill us all." Keyes let out a weary sigh, his gaze hardening with resolve. "Then I shall tell everyone to pack up and be ready to leave. This is really going to be hard on all of us, especially our injured, but as you said, a broken bar, we have to take our chances." Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, Raziel nodded. "Thank you, Grandpa Keyes. I will quickly run over to Matron Celine's house and warn her as well." With no time to lose, Raziel turned on his heels and dashed towards Celine's house, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination, but also the yearning to see her alive again. Raziel's heart pounded against his chest, each beat echoing the urgency of the situation as he neared the small stone house, tucked away in the secluded part of the village. Panting heavily from the sprint, he didn't venture closer to the stream this time. Instead, he stood at a safe distance, calling out with all his might, "Matron Celine, it's me, Raziel. Can you please come to me? I have something very important to say, and it can't wait." His voice, filled with a blend of anxiety and desperation, cut through the quiet of the surroundings. Reaching out into the calm of the evening, he shifted from one foot to the other, his eyes darting around the area, searching for any sign of her. Then, like a soothing melody that calmed the raging sea of his heart, he heard her voice, "Raziel?" Turning around swiftly, Raziel's eyes met hers, those deep, ruby-red eyes that always seemed to understand him beyond words. There she stood, in her graceful glory, her red robe clinging to her wet skin, outlining the contours of her elegant figure. The sight of her, alive and unharmed, brought an overwhelming sense of relief mixed with a surge of emotions he couldn't quite place. Never did he expect he would feel so happy and relieved to see her standing before him like always. "Matron Celine, a broken bar," he whispered, his voice barely audible, choked with emotion. Tears began to form in his eyes. The memory of her brutal death at the hands of the werewolves flashed in his mind, juxtaposed against her current, serene presence. But it only made him feel even more determined to save her, a broken bar, to save everyone. "What is it, Raziel? You look troubled," Celine asked, her brows knitting in concern as she stepped closer. Sensing his distress, Raziel took a deep breath, trying to compose himself. He had a lot to say to her, but he knew saving her life was the priority. He could always talk to her later, and so he said with a grave look, "We have to leave this place now. The Bloodclaw clan and their chief, or Broken Bar, they are coming. They will attack us within a matter of hours," he blurted out, his voice laced with urgency and fear. Celine's expression shifted from confusion to alarm. "The Bloodclaw clan? Today? But how do you know this, Raziel? Did someone spot them?" Raziel shook his head. Not really. I can't explain everything right now, but please, you have to believe me. I have already warned the others, and Grandpa Keyes is making preparations for everyone to leave." As Celine drew closer, her expression was a mix of concern and curiosity, gently etching across her serene face. Raziel, feeling the weight of his own words, lowered his gaze, struggling to convey the urgency of the situation. I know it's hard to believe a junior like me saying this without any tangible reason. He started, his voice a mix of worry and earnestness, but I know we will be in great trouble if we don't leave now, he added, lifting his eyes to meet hers, a blend of worry and pain swirling within them. He took a deep breath, his voice tinged with a solemn edge. I also know that their chief is out to Broken Bar kill you, so you have to be extra careful, matron. Celine paused, absorbing his words. Her expression shifted to one of seriousness, her ruby-red eyes searching his for an understanding she couldn't quite grasp. It feels like you already know what is going to happen, and I don't know how, she said, her tone reflecting her confusion and intrigue. But since your eyes tell me that you mean well, I will leave if that's what you want us to do. Still, you have to later tell me what happened, okay? Raziel's heart swelled with a mix of relief and gratitude. He nodded vigorously. Of course, thank you, Matron Celine, for believing in me, he said, his voice rich with sincerity. When have I ever not believed in you? Celine replied, her smile soft and reassuring, lighting up her features and warming Raziel's heart. The thought that she, like others in his life, would place such trust in him despite him being a junior filled him with a sense of warmth and responsibility and sent a prickle of emotion behind his eyes. The village was a hive of hurried activity and palpable tension. Chief Keyes, along with a group of young men and women, worked diligently to assist the injured onto makeshift beds that could be carried during their travel. They also aided the elders in packing their belongings onto a large cart, preparing for a swift departure. Outside her home, Aurelia sat, clutching a woolen bag, her ears perked, keenly listening to her surroundings with an expectant look. At the sound of Raziel's voice in the distance, her face brightened, and she slowly rose to her feet, her smile warm. Raziel's heart eased, seeing that everyone was packed and ready. The villagers, accustomed to the nomadic lifestyle, had efficiently prepared for the move. Still, the air was thick with anxiety, the villagers exchanging worried glances, wondering if the Bloodclaw clan was indeed drawing near. Brother, you better not be joking about this, or we will be the ones kicking your ass for spooking us like this. Morph approached Raziel, his face etched with concern. Voren, standing beside him, mirrored the same edgy demeanor. Raziel let out a weary sigh and placed his hands reassuringly on their shoulders. Trust me, the last thing I would do is joke about something like this, he asserted, his tone grave. We know, it's just a broken bar the way you said it. Our broken bar, it's freaking everyone out, but don't worry, we got each other's backs, Vernon said, thumping his chest. Raziel managed a small, grateful smile in response. Celine walked up to Keyes, her expression mirroring the gravity of the situation. Keyes, turning to her, voiced his concern. It seems like little Raziel knows something we don't, but I felt like I had to listen to him. Celine gave a solemn nod, her eyes reflecting her agreement. I know, he only wants us to be safe. I will just go out and make sure we are clear to leave. Keyes looked at her with an expression of gratitude. Thank you, but please be careful, take some of our best with you. Meanwhile, Raziel approached his mother, who greeted him with a smile the moment she heard him get close. I packed everything like you said. Are we going to leave now? She asked, her voice laced with a mix of nervousness and uncertainty. Raziel glanced around at the rest of the villagers, still busy with their last-minute preparations, wondering where Matron Celine went. She must be helping someone, probably. He turned back to his mother, his eyes filled with a reassuring warmth. Just a couple more minutes for everyone to finish packing their stuff, then we will leave right away. But you have to always stay close and hold on to me, like always, okay, Mother? Her smile widened, a look of love lighting up her face as she firmly held his hand. I would never let you go, son, Aurelia responded, her voice firm yet gentle. Raziel's smile mirrored his mother's as he gave her hand a comforting pat. I will go inside and make sure we have everything we need, he said, turning his attention to the final preparations. His heart was brimming with even more hope after getting everyone to believe him, making him feel that he was so close to avoiding the tragedy that could befall them. He surveyed the items his mother had meticulously packed, Recognizing that she had chosen only the essentials, his heart ached to take more, to preserve the memories of their time in this place, but he knew that additional baggage would only hinder their escape. It all wouldn't matter as long as everyone was alive and safe. He was already close to making it reality. Stepping outside, Raziel's gaze swept over the gathered people, noting their readiness. However, he realized that Matron Celine and a few others were conspicuously absent. Walking towards Grandpa Keyes, he voiced his concern. "Grandpa, where is Matron Celine and the others? We should be leaving now." Keyes, with a troubled look, responded. "She said she was going out to clear the way ahead." But thud. The abrupt, heavy sound made everyone jump. Startled, they turned toward the source, only to be met with a chilling sight. From the shadows, tall, menacing figures on two legs emerged, their dark yellow eyes glowing malevolently in the dim light. Fear gripped the villagers as they recognized the werewolves from the Bloodclaw clan. They couldn't believe Raziel's warning really came true, but the sight of their fellow villagers' mutilated bodies being callously tossed toward them by the werewolves was the one that horrified them the most, filling the air with a sense of dread and despair. However, what made Raziel's face drain of color was when the largest werewolf, almost 7 feet tall, stepped forward, holding a gruesome trophy. In his grip was the lifeless head of Matron Celine, dangling by her long, red, beautiful hair. Seeing that made everyone, even Chief Keyes' expression, get shaken. How could they all not feel their souls plunge into pain and despair upon seeing the strongest and beloved matron's head in the hands of that monster? Wave of pain and terror. 1050 Noah Broken Bar. Raziel's heart stopped in his chest as he gazed upon her head. The memory of losing her once before flooded back, overwhelming him with an intense wave of pain and terror. No. Raziel's anguished roar echoed through the air as he lunged towards the werewolf leader, Tarek, his emotions a turbulent mix of grief and rage. However, Keyes' strong grip held him back, restraining him from his reckless charge. "Raziel, don't," Keyes implored with a voice filled with desperation and sorrow. He could feel the same anger Raziel was feeling, but he knew the last thing that was going to help them was taking out this anger on them. Struggling against Keyes' hold, Raziel's face contorted with frustration and despair. He wanted to break free, to confront this monster, but Keyes' grasp was unyielding. Keyes' eyes darted around, desperately seeking an escape route for Raziel and his people, but their options were bleak. The werewolves had them encircled, their menacing figures blocking all paths of retreat. Aurelia was overcome with fear and concern upon hearing her son's heart-rending cry. Raziel Broken Bar. Her voice quivered as she called out his name repeatedly, attempting to reach him through the panicked crowd, her heart pounding with anxiety. Raziel, his fangs now fully extended in his rage and his forehead marked by bulging veins, glared at Tarek with pure hatred. "Noah Broken Bar, you aren't supposed to be here." "Noah Broken Bar," he muttered through clenched teeth, his body tense with suppressed fury. He couldn't understand how the Bloodclaw clan was attacking now. Based on his memory, they shouldn't be here until a few more hours, or did they come here knowing that everyone was about to leave? Tarek, towering over the villagers with a cruel grin, suddenly shifted to a scowl as he looked at this lean brat before him. "Look at this little trash," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "He dares to tell us we aren't supposed to be in our own lands. This is our territory, and it's time we cleaned up the insects hiding and crawling over our space." 418 It is futile. Keyes pushed Raziel behind and quickly stepped in front of Tarek, arms raised in a gesture of surrender, his voice tinged with desperation. "Please, Broken Bar, we have never offended your people. You don't have to do this. We are willing to give away everything we have," he pleaded, hoping to appeal to some shred of mercy in Tarek's heart. Tarek, however, only scoffed at Keyes' plea. In a swift, terrifying display of strength, he grasped Keyes' face with one massive hand, easily lifting the old chief off the ground. "Offended my people?" Tarek echoed mockingly, his eyes glinting cruelly. With his other hand, he brandished the severed head of Celine. "Not only are you blood-sucking vermin trespassing on our territory, but this bitch killed some of my men yesterday. You think that's not enough of an offense? No, wait a broken bar. Even if you rats never did these things, your pathetic existence itself is an offense to us. Razy Eel's body tensed with fury, his fangs bared as he watched the scene unfold. He was on the verge of lashing out when he felt his mother's arms wrap around him, her voice quivering with fear. Please, son, don't go. They will hurt you. Razy Eel grimaced, and hearing his mother beg him to stay made him lose the strength to pull away her arms and instead tried to frantically find a way to help his mother hide, though he was dismayed to see the damn monsters surrounding them from every side. But Razy Eel's attention riveted back to Grandpa Keys upon hearing a painful grunt escape from his throat. He saw Grandpa Keys struggling futilely in Daruk's grip, trying to speak. Daruk seemed amused by Keys' efforts and tossed Selene's head aside carelessly to one of his men. "What, are you trying to say something, old man?" Daruk growled, leaning closer to Keys' face, who was grimacing in pain while trying to cough out some words for mercy. Daruk grunted in impatience, shaking his head. "Let me help you out, Kreeshk." Without warning, he brutally tore Keys' jaws apart, causing blood to gush forth. Blood streamed down Keys' neck, tears of pain mixed with blood trickled down his cheeks, leaving dark red trails behind. His lower jaw hung limply from his chin, detached from his skull, while his upper jaw was shattered into several jagged pieces. The wounds exposed the raw flesh underneath, giving a gruesome spectacle to anyone who dared to witness such barbarity firsthand. His eyes were bulged to their extremities, though he was unable to move or speak, his face frozen in horror. Daruk mockingly placed his ear over Keys' mutilated gaping mouth and clicked his tongue. "Still nothing? How much more useless can you be, old man?" The sight was horrifying. Grandpa Keys, Razy Eel screamed, along with many others in the crowd, witnessing the brutal murder of their beloved chief. Keys' lifeless body dropped to the ground, his mouth grotesquely hanging open. Yagh! Some of the hot-blooded ones couldn't stand to see their chief get brutally killed and rushed to Daruk with their weapons raised. "Burn these blood-sucking rats, including their little houses, to the ground after plundering them. Let's hope these trash are hiding something good," Daruk ordered without even looking at them, as the werewolves mercilessly tore through and burned down everyone without even discriminating between young or old or children. A palpable sense of despair and horror hung in the air. Razy Eel watched, heart pounding and eyes wide with terror, as his people, including his friends, Morph and Voron, were slaughtered and tortured to death without mercy, and those few stronger ones among them, driven by grief and rage, tried to fight back, but their bravery was met with brutal force, and they didn't even stand a chance as they got cut down mercilessly, too. The scene was a nightmare unfolding before Razy Eel's eyes, echoing the horrific premonition he had earlier. His body trembled uncontrollably in his mother's tight embrace, unable to accept the reality that was mirroring his worst fears. In a desperate plea, Razy Eel lifted his gaze to the barely visible silhouette of Dracarys in the sky. "O Supreme One, please help us, please, you can stop this now." His voice cracked with emotion, a mix of despair and a faint glimmer of hope that the Supreme One would intervene. Would he really let this happen a second time? But to his dismay, the silhouette of Dracarys remained unmoved. The werewolves, upon hearing Razy Eel's plea, erupted into mocking laughter. Tarek, in particular, seemed amused by Razy Eel's desperation. He slowly advanced toward Razy Eel, his menacing grin growing wider. "Look at this little brat begging for help in such a pathetic way. Do you seriously think that a supreme being like that is going to listen to a little trash like you?" Orlia's face was etched with fear, her body shaking as she instinctively tried to shield Razy Eel from the approaching danger. Her eyes were filled with tears as she kept mumbling to Razy Eel, "Stay behind me, Razy Eel." A broken bar, her voice was shaking with terror, especially as Daruk's malevolent aura was slowly enveloping them, but her hands were still firmly holding on to her son, trying to pull him behind her. Razy Eel, feeling the looming shadow of Daruk over them, resisted his mother's attempt to pull him behind. He wanted to stay in front of her, to be her shield against the monster approaching them. Gritting his teeth, he faced Daruk with a defiant glare, his arms protectively around his mother. "Stay away from Yusab Broken Bar," he muttered, his voice a mix of fear and resolve. Aurelia, trembling with fear, tried in vain to pull Raziel back, to keep him safe from these terrifying werewolves, but she couldn't budge the arms of her determined son. Tarek, amused by the bravado of these weaklings, grinned darkly. "Since you said that, it only makes me want to not stay away even more," he sneered. With a swift and brutal motion, he grabbed Raziel's hair, yanking him upward. Raziel winced in pain, his hands desperately clutching at Tarek's powerful claw. Aurelia, driven by her instinct to protect him, stumbled forward. She fell at Tarek's feet, her hands rubbing together in frantic, desperate pleading. Please have mercy on my son Broken Bar. He has a kind soul and would never offend your people. We will leave right away and never show ourselves before your people," she begged, her voice cracking with fear. "Mother Broken Bar." Don to Broken Bar. Raziel strained to speak, his heart breaking at the sight of his mother groveling before the beast. He struggled against Tarek's iron grip, trying to free himself, to pull his mother away from this monster. Tarek's scoff echoed with cruelty as he regarded this frail thing with contempt. "Show mercy on a kind soul like him? After he bared his tiny fangs at me? How senile are you? And don't fucking dirty my feet with your disgusting spit." With a casual flick of his foot, Tarek struck Aurelia, sending her rolling backward, blood spilling from her mouth. "Mother!" Raziel's cry was a mix of horror and anguish while his blood boiled with rage. Even Tarek's minimal effort was enough to grievously injure his mother. "I will kill you." Raziel's roar was filled with unbridled rage and grief. He tried to claw at Tarek's throat, wanting to kill him on the spot. Tarek's mockery was evident in his tone as he held Raziel at arm's length, easily fending off the brat's desperate attempts to attack him. Am I supposed to get scared of your little nails?" he taunted, his voice dripping with scorn. "Please, Broken Bar, he is just a child. He isn't a threat to why your people." Broken Bar. Aurelia's feeble plea came from the side, her voice barely above a whisper. Raziel's heart clenched as he watched his mother, blood oozing from her fractured jaw, crawl towards Tarek in a futile attempt to save him. A sinister grin spread across Tarek's face as he noticed Aurelia's vacant eyes shifting around. "How amusing. Your mother is blind, huh? Men, why don't you help her up? We can't have a senior like her stumble and fall," he sneered. One of the werewolves roughly grabbed Aurelia, yanking her to her feet. 10:51 Raziel, feeling a surge of protective fury, shouted, "Don't you touch her, shhh." Tarek hushed him, placing a finger to his maw. "Usually, I would pull out the throat of anyone who even glares at me, but since your mother said you are a kind soul, I am going to give you a chance to save her life. So, all you have to do is express how sorry you are for baring your fangs at me. If I feel that you are sincerely sorry, then I will let you both go." Raziel's face contorted with anguish and desperation. He had no idea if Tarek was sincere or merely toying with them, but his desperation made him hope for the former. Nodding shakily, he mustered all his courage and forced himself to say, "Yeah, Broken Bar, I am sorry. Please let her go." Tears streamed down his cheeks, the hopelessness and desperation crushing him. Tarek shook his head with a grunt of irritation. With a casual, cruel swipe, he slapped Raziel, sending a spray of blood from Raziel's mouth. "Is that how you apologize to this chief? Didn't your mother teach you how to apologize to someone who can sniff out your insignificant life with just a single slap?" Tarek's voice was laced with contempt. "Yeah, Broken Bar, I apologize on his behalf for Broken Bar. So please see Broken Bar, don't hurt him." Broken Bar. Aurelia's voice, weak and trembling with pain, was barely audible as she pleaded for her son's safety. Her eyes were filled with unbearable sorrow and fear. Tarek's response was chilling, devoid of any compassion. "You talk again, and a merciful death is the last thing your son will get," he warned in a cold, menacing tone, causing tears to well up in Aurelia's blind eyes. "Now you have 2 more chances. If I don't like the way you say it, then your mother pays the price," Tarek stated, his smile dark and malicious. Raziel's heart constricted in agony. Inhaling deeply, he offered a more desperate apology. I am truly sorry. I will never bare my fangs at you or disrespect you." His voice quivered with fear and sincerity. Tarek, however, remained unimpressed, wrinkled his nose in annoyance. "I can still smell your killing intent. You lost one of your chances, and so will she lose one of her eyes. Not that it would make a difference to her." "Ha ha ha, no, don't." Raziel's scream was filled with horror, but it was too late. One of Tarek's men mercilessly gouged out Aulia's right eye, causing her to whimper in pain. Blood poured from the bloody hole of her eye socket as she tried to lift her head, her lips forming her son's name, Raziel Broken Bar. It was as though she wanted to convey her final thoughts to him, but her head drooped the next moment before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "How pathetic. She died already before I could offer you the last chance. You can only blame her for being so weak," Tarek remarked callously, looking at Aulia's lifeless body with disdain. Raziel's face became deathly pale, a painful lump in his throat as he gazed at his mother's body, his heart shattering into countless pieces. He couldn't find his voice, unable to even call out to her. His heart continued to drown in pain and despair as his vision began to fill with darkness while Tarek's cruel laughter began to fade away. The next moment, the darkness began to fade away as he found himself kneeling on the cold, rocky surface of a mountain, his surroundings startlingly different yet familiar. His expression, once frozen in despair, began to show signs of life as he took in the new environment. Realizing where he was now, he was back where he was. He had failed. He couldn't save anyone despite getting a second chance. Knowing the future didn't even make a difference. "I told you a broken bar trying to change anyone's fate, including yours, is futile," came the deep, calm voice, rumbling authoritatively from above. "Damn, he can't get a break, can he? What do you think of Dracarys? Is the Supreme One bullying him too much, or is there something more? I told you a broken bar trying to change your fate is futile," came the deep, calm voice, rumbling authoritatively from above. Raziel slowly lifted his eyes, only to be met with the colossal, glowing crimson eyes of Dracarys, partially obscured by the swirling mist, gazing down at him with an enigmatic presence. But now this presence seemed as cruel as ever. Regaining his composure, Raziel stood up, his fists clenched in a mixture of anger and resentment. "No, a broken bar, you must have done something to corner us again, a broken bar to make me fail," he accused, his voice laced with a mix of defiance and desperation. "I have no reason to, nor will I interfere, as I told you," Dracarys responded, his tone unwavering and matter-of-fact, as if stating an indisputable truth while not taking offense at his accusation. "Then how a broken bar? How did those monsters attack us earlier than they were supposed to? They shouldn't have been there," Raziel demanded, his teeth gritted in frustration, pain, and confusion. The images of his mother getting brutally killed, Matron Celine's lifeless head dangling in Tarek's hand, and his people getting slaughtered without mercy kept replaying in his mind. "You are focusing on the wrong things. They aren't going to help you survive this. No matter what you do to save them, you will keep reliving this until I find what I am looking for," Dracarys declared, imparting a sense of inescapable destiny and challenge to Raziel. "You also have to remember that each time you reset, your people will remember their past deaths in their final moments but not before," Dracarys added. Raziel's heart dropped as he asked with his eyes trembling, "What a broken bar? Are you saying that they remember everything like me right before they die? Why are you torturing them too?" Raziel felt his heart clench upon the thought of his mother and everyone remembering their painful deaths. It only made their fate seem even more cruel. "It's not up to me. As long as you do something that makes me feel you are worthy, you can stop this. Otherwise, each time you go back, you are putting them through it again. It is in your interest to realize what the right thing to do is," Dracarys firmly instructed, leaving no room for any leeway. Raziel now realized why it seemed as if his mother had something to say in her last moments. She must have remembered how she died the first time. His nails clawed the rocky surface as he wondered how traumatizing and painful it must have been for her, and yet she called out to him, and he could guess what she was going to say. I want to give up a broken bar. Just kill me a broken bar. I would rather join them in the seven hells. A broken bar, he weakly mumbled, as he would not rather make them go through such painful scenarios again and again. Each time he fucks up, nor can he endure it forever, even if it could mean he won't be able to have the chance to save them. He felt he had no right to make them suffer again and again at his expense. You can't, you have no choice, as I warned you. I am going to send you back now, Dracarys indifferently stated. No, wait, Raziel cried out, but before he knew it, the darkness once again began to envelop him. This time, however, he was armed with a promise to himself to try harder, to save everyone, no matter what it took, since he was already trapped in this. But little did he know that this nightmare had only begun for him. Before he knew it, he again ended up kneeling on the same cold, rocky surface with the eyes of Dracarys looming above him. His face was uncontrollably shaking as his eyes were still brimming with the images of his loved ones dying before him. This time, he planned everything better, but the Bloodclaw clan still ended up attacking them, and everyone died. The event happening in a different way but with the same outcome. He saw them all getting burned alive before his eyes. He could still feel the heat scorching his heart, trying to burn it to ashes. Don't, Raziel cried out as he felt the darkness envelop him again. He couldn't bear to see them all die before his eyes while letting them remember everything in the end. But this went on, and in a heart-wrenching series of events, Raziel found himself trapped in a relentless cycle of despair and loss. Dracarys was indifferent to his pleas, curses, and everything he threw at him. He even stopped talking to him, making him fear how many times he would be forced to go through this. Still, Raziel never gave up whenever he got reset, determined to give it all to save them since he was already going through it. Time after time, he valiantly strived to alter the fate of his people, but each attempt ended in tragedy, the outcome eternally unchanging, the merciless slaughter of his tribe at the hands of the Bloodclaw clan. All he could do was change how it happened but never how it ended. It seemed as if the entire world was working against him, wanting these monsters to always win and make him fail. That was how he felt. With each reset, Raziel experimented with different strategies, desperately seeking a way to avert the inevitable. He tried leading his people down various escape routes, each path painstakingly planned, only to watch them being ambushed and mercilessly cut down. The screams and pleas of his kin echoed in his ears, a haunting chorus that underscored the futility of his efforts. In some instances, driven by desperation and a burning need to protect his loved ones, Raziel took it upon himself to confront the werewolves alone. His heart raced with pure resentment and hatred as he charged into battle, only to be easily overwhelmed by just the weakest among them. A mere soul-eater like him never stood a chance. And yet he didn't care at this point. But beaten and broken, he was dragged back by them to witness the unspeakable horror of his village being razed to the ground, his people butchered and burned before his very eyes. The repeated massacres took a heavy toll on Raziel's spirit. With each iteration, his heart grew heavier, weighed down by a profound sense of helplessness and grief. The faces of his mother, Matron Celine, and the rest of his tribe haunted him every time he got reset, their eyes, in their last moments, reflecting pain of countless deaths and unspoken questions. The inescapable reality of his situation dawned on him with crushing clarity. No matter what he did, the werewolves would always find them, their bloodlust unquenched, their cruelty boundless. The inevitability of their doom seemed etched into the very fabric of his cursed existence. His soul was tormented by the endless cycle of death and despair, each failed attempt chipping away at his resolve. The agony of watching his people die repeatedly was indescribable, a living hell that imprisoned him in its merciless grasp. The cruel irony of his situation was not lost on him. In his quest to save his people, he had become the eternal witness to their destruction, a cruel fate that threatened to break him completely. Exhausted and overwhelmed by the relentless cycle of tragedy, Raziel found himself once again on the cold, unforgiving surface of the mountain. With a surge of anger and desperation, he summoned all his mana, directing it towards the colossal form of Dracarys in a defiant act of hatred and despair. This is no test. "This is a curse!" he shouted, his voice echoing with pain and frustration. But his attempt was futile. The mana orb magically rebounded with equal force, striking Raziel and sending him sprawling to the ground with a painful grunt. He lay there, winded and defeated, his body aching from the impact. Above him, Dracarys spoke, his voice resonating with an indifferent calm that contrasted sharply with Raziel's turmoil. "Your anger is only going to hurt you more. Only you can help yourself stop this. All you have to do is do the right thing. The right thing, a broken bar. The right thing, a broken bar. You keep saying that as if I know what to do." Broken bar, Raziel mumbled weakly in frustration, struggling to rise. At this point, he gave up trying to change his fate and even wondered if Dracarys was playing a cruel joke on him. His face was pale, a stark reflection of the countless memories of sorrow and pain that clouded his eyes. He felt like a shell of his former self, drained of energy and hope. He was finding hard to remember the happy memories he shared with his people. All he could think of was their expressions of agony and horror before their deaths. He forgot what it was like to feel happy. All he could feel was this bottomless darkness devouring him from within. This material harbors clandestine details. The same darkness began to envelop him once more, but suddenly, a realization dawned on him. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, he had only relied on his own strength and that of his people. It never occurred to him to seek external aid. A plan started to form in his mind. The Umbralfians, a powerful race residing on the large island to the north, could be his salvation. They were so feared that the werewolves never dared to enter their lands and had always avoided that huge island. The Kraken, their guardian, was a legendary beast, though not anywhere as strong as Dracarys. However, he had heard the terrifying might of the Kraken, who was said to be the guardian of the seas. It was no surprise that not only the werewolves but no other soul in this world would dare cross the mighty Umbralfians. If he could just reach them, perhaps they would lend their formidable strength to his cause. He had never met them, but as far as he knew, they weren't a hostile race like the werewolves and never tried to invade other lands unless somebody provoked them. Maybe they might lend him a hand. This newfound understanding sparked a flicker of hope in Raziel's heart. With a renewed sense of purpose, he prepared himself for the next reset. With a mixture of apprehension and determination, Raziel finally managed to cross the river, a feat made possible by the aid of Matron Selene. He remembered her reluctance and concern, her eyes betraying a hint of unease at the mention of seeking aid from the Umbralfians, but he was surprised she let him go without much convincing. However, despite her hesitation, Raziel's resolution remained unshaken. This was the only path left to take, the only glimmer of hope in a seemingly endless nightmare. She also had to agree that he had to do this alone, since if the werewolves were really keeping an eye on their place from the outside, then they couldn't risk moving together. But a lone and weak soul eater's aura like his can be easily hidden with her help and sneak past the river. After countless retries, Raziel came to know that the Bloodclaw clan had already tracked and found their place at least a day ago. They were doomed before they even knew it. If only he could reverse time at least a day or two more, then he could have definitely saved them all on his own. But there was no point in thinking about it. The only thing that he could focus on was begging for the help of the Umbralfians. Upon reaching the northern island, the stark reality of his situation quickly set in. Halt! No sooner had he set foot on the unfamiliar land than he found himself encircled by a group of Umbralfian soldiers, their sharp spears pointed menacingly at him, their eyes filled with suspicion and hostility. The tense atmosphere was palpable, and Raziel knew he had to choose his words carefully. "You have 5 seconds to tell us why you trespassed into our kingdom, or die," one of the soldiers barked, his voice echoing with authority and threat. Swallowing hard, Raziel steadied himself despite the multiple powerful and piercing auras pressing down on him. His heart raced, but he needed to be clear and concise. I want an audience with your king. A broken bar please," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. The urgency of his mission lent him a sense of boldness he hadn't felt before. This was his only chance, and he couldn't afford to falter now. "Who do you think you are to seek an audience with His Majesty?" We don't let any stray meet his eyes and waste his time," one of the guards said as he pressed the tip of his spear against Raziel's neck, making him grimace while feeling a mix of fear and desperation. The soldier's scornful tone left little room for hope, and it seemed they weren't going to listen to him. "No, please, all I need is just a few seconds," Raziel implored, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender and earnestness. He could feel the cold metal of the spear slightly piercing his skin but didn't let it hold him back. Just then, the air shifted with the arrival of a commanding presence. "What is going on here?" The deep, authoritative voice that resonated behind him made Raziel's heart skip a beat. He turned round, only to be met with the sight of a tall, imposing figure followed by a distinguished entourage. Raziel's eyes widened as the man who had spoken was none other than King Morrow, a figure of immense power and stature. His long black hair flowed down his back, contrasting with his deep azure skin that shimmered with scales. The royal dark azure robe he wore only accentuated his commanding aura. As King Morrow surveyed the scene, his presence petrified the very air. The soldiers surrounding Raziel immediately dropped their weapons and bowed deeply. "Your Majesty," they exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with a mix of reverence and fear. Raziel couldn't help but feel dwarfed standing in the presence of a peak soul devourer this close for the first time in his life. Never before did he think he would get to meet a king personally, and someone who basically ruled half of this continent. But he was glad that the timing was in his favor where this king was coincidentally out here, probably for a walk. King Morrow's gaze briefly fell upon him, cold and inquisitive, before looking away. "What is this little vampire doing here? You all have been slacking off to even let someone like him sneak inside, is it?" the king questioned sternly, causing the soldiers to fall to their knees in submission. "Forgive us, Your Majesty, but we caught him just as he tried to sneak inside. We will dispose of him for you," one of the soldiers quickly responded, his voice trembling with a mix of apology and urgency, and was about to grab Raziel. Just as one of them was about to grab Raziel, he made a bold and desperate move. He leapt forward, collapsing at King Morrow's feet, pleading fervently, "Please, my people need your help. The Bloodclaw clan is going to slaughter them, but only your grace can save them. They fear your kingdom and won't dare trouble us. If you can send just one of your men with me, we are willing to do anything to repay you." King Morrow, towering and imposing, looked down with a mixture of annoyance. "What is this little thing babbling about?" he grumbled. He then turned to the guards. "Why are you standing here like fools? Throw him out unless you want to have your armor stripped off and get thrown out along with him." "Yes, Your Majesty." The guards, trembling with fear and resolve, grabbed Raziel by his arms, dragging him away. Raziel's cries of desperation echoed, "No, please, help us," but the king seemed indifferent, walking away without a backward glance. In a moment of anger and disappointment, Raziel shouted, "What kind of a king are you if you are so callous despite the fact that you won't lose anything by helping us? You don't deserve to be a king." His words were filled with frustration and despair. It was a moment of reckless courage, but Raziel had nothing left to lose, and all he could do was vent. The atmosphere tensed instantly. King Morrow's steps halted, and an ominous silence fell over the area. The guards holding Raziel stiffened, their grip tightening. One of them, fueled by loyalty and anger, raised his hand, ready to strike Raziel down for his insolence. "Die for insulting His Majesty!" the guard bellowed, his hand poised to deliver a fatal blow. Raziel shut his eyes to prepare himself. "Hold it," King Morrow commanded sharply, halting the guard mid-strike. The atmosphere tensed further as the king slowly turned around, his cold gaze landing on Raziel. "You naive boy, have you been living in a cave?" Morrow's voice was tinged with scorn. "Do you think my kingdom exists to aid weaklings like you who aren't meant to survive in our world? The more useless things like you perish, the better. You people are mere fodder for those hunters, effortlessly allowing them to get stronger by killing you. So it's better those wretched werewolves kill you all, barring Theta Brokenbar. I am not your king. Blame your fate and luck for not being strong enough." The harshness of King Morrow's words cut through Raziel like a knife, shattering any remaining hope he clung to. It then dawned on him that he had never truly understood what Grandpa Keyes had said about the world until now. Everyone out here only cared about themselves and was indifferent or cruel to what happened to anybody else. His gaze dropped in defeat, his spirit broken. In a final act of contempt, Morrow commanded, "It isn't worth killing someone whose fate is sealed. Thrash him and throw him out." The guards immediately obeyed, and while Raziel was drowning in despair, a fist struck him. Their fists struck his face and body mercilessly, each blow a physical manifestation of his failed plea, the shattering of his naive belief in mercy and compassion. Blood filled his mouth as his bones fractured under the relentless assault, but the physical pain paled in comparison to the emotional torment of his realization. This world, cruel and ruthless, would never allow him or his people a chance at survival. Whatever spark of hope he had left in his heart, was now extinguished, leaving only despair in its wake. After being thrown out by the guard, lying on the cold, hard ground, Raziel felt a deep sense of despair wash over him. His body ached from the brutal beating he had received, and his heart was heavy with the knowledge of what awaited his people. The sky was dimming, signaling the approach of the dreaded evening, and with it, the inevitable slaughter of his people. The faces of his mother and matron Selene flashed before his eyes, and his helplessness only continued to crush him. As he lay there, trying to gather the strength to move, a gentle voice broke through his haze of pain. "Amar Broken Bar, this is for you," said the voice, soft and melodious. Struggling, Raziel turned his head with a grimace and saw a figure standing near him. His vision was blurry, but he could make out the silhouette of a young Umbelfiend woman. Her long blue hair flowed down her back, and she was clad in elegant azure garments. She placed a glowing dark red potion beside him. "This is a healing potion. It may not heal you completely, but it will help you get back home. I am sorry, a Broken Bar, this is all I can do for you," she said, her voice tinged with sympathy. However, despite her action, Raziel was filled with even more anger and muttered weakly, "You people Broken Bar are no different than Thema Broken Bar. Leave me alone, a Broken Bar." He felt her act was nothing but a gesture to mock him. She clearly knew what kind of help he needed, and if she really wanted to help, she would have done it. The woman seemed to look into his eyes for a few moments, but then she silently got up and walked away. As he saw her walk away, the familiar sensation of darkness began to envelop his vision. His heart sank with the realization that he was being pulled back into the nightmarish cycle once again. All his efforts had been in vain, and his people, the people he had tried so desperately to save, had perished again. And the next moment, he found himself kneeling on the cold, rocky surface of the mountain. His body shivered in the chilly air, but his expression was numb, his eyes dull and lifeless. The endless cycle of death and despair had drained him of hope, leaving him with nothing but the dread of reliving the same horrifying day again. Just then, the deep, resonant voice of Dracarys echoed from above, cutting through the silence. "It seems that you have given up all hope, but since things have come to this, I am going to offer you a way out. All you have to do is follow what I say, and this cycle of death will stop for everyone," Dracarys declared calmly. Raziel's eyes, which had been void of any emotion, suddenly sparked with a faint glimmer of determination. He looked up towards the source of the voice, his gaze meeting the massive, glowing crimson eyes of Dracarys shrouded in the mist above. Clenching his teeth, he responded with a newfound resolve, "Whatever it is, a Broken Bar, I will do it to stop this nightmare." Chapter 421. Willing to make the right sacrifice. Dracarys' immense silhouette loomed over a determined Raziel as he said, "Very well, to pass my test and gain my power, you will have to Broken Bar kill either your mother or that woman named Selene. Once you do, all this will be over, but the one you kill will take your place and endure it on your behalf but alone." Raziel's eyes, wide with disbelief, reflected his shock. He staggered to his feet, confronting Dracarys' gaze with a blend of shock and outrage. What the hell are you saying? How could you tell me to do something like that when all this time I have been trying to save them? Are you trying to make this even worse for me? Are you enjoying seeing me go through this?" Dracary's response came, calm and unfazed. You asked me for a way out, and I am giving you what you wanted. But not like this, not this way. Just why would you only offer me this? It could have been anything else but Thesa Broken Bar. Just tell me what you are looking for by doing this, Raziel retorted, his voice strained with frustration and disbelief. Dracarys explained, because these two people hold the highest position in your heart, but they are holding you back from becoming stronger. Their deaths will always be a stone you won't be able to remove from your path to getting stronger unless a broken bar you kill one of them. What I want from you is to see that you truly would do whatever it takes to get stronger. A demon like us shouldn't let anything hinder us from getting stronger, but you have yet to prove yourself as a worthy demon. You are too weak, including your heart. I don't want my successor to be faced by such things, so by doing this, you will prove me otherwise. The question is a broken bar. Are you willing to make the right sacrifice? Raziel's gaze lowered, grappling with the unbearable weight of Dracary's demand. Prove myself to be a worthy demon by King a broken bar. His voice trailed off, unable to utter the full extent of the monstrous task, especially considering the consequences. The very thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Dracary's voice, calm and persuasive, infiltrated Raziel's thoughts. If it makes you feel any better, you can consider it a brief act of mercy for them not having to die in the hands of those werewolves. Dracary's words echoed in Raziel's mind, intertwining with the haunting images of his mother and matron Celine repeatedly dying in various horrific ways. Each memory was a sharp stab to his heart, and so how could he bear to let one of them keep on suffering on his behalf? Dracarys added, you can give everyone except for the one you kill a merciful death without any suffering, while you can end your suffering as well. Are you willing to let your soul get destroyed instead of taking the chance to become strong and get vengeance? Raziel's internal turmoil deepened. Was Dracarys right? Could this act of evil truly be a mercy? The thought of enduring another cycle of watching them die was unbearable. He couldn't face it again, the thought alone threatening to shatter his soul. A desperate resolve began to take hold within him. Perhaps this was the only way to break the cycle, to gain Dracary's power and exact revenge. He never stood a chance of saving them. He was a fool to think their fate could be changed. He yearned desperately to get released from this suffering, and Dracary's offer tempted his broken soul. He could also save almost all of them from this nightmare. With a heavy heart, Raziel looked up, his voice barely above a whisper, yet laden with a decision that felt like a betrayal to his very soul. Send me back a broken bar. A broken bar. I will do it. As he uttered those words, a shroud of darkness began to envelop him, ready to take him back to a reality he dreaded yet was resolved to change. In the simple confines of their home, Raziel sat up on his mat, haunted by the weight of the task ahead. His mother's voice, gentle and filled with care, reached him as she crouched before him. Raziel, what are you thinking about? Is something wrong? Did you have a bad dream? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. He turned to her, his gaze hollow as he absorbed the sight of her, particularly her eyes, which, though sightless, always seemed to radiate warmth and love. He got up, lending her his support, and gave a weak, soft smile. It's nothing, Mother. Yeah, broken bar. I was thinking that I should give you something to drink since you look a bit tired, he said, struggling to maintain a steady voice. Aurelia blinked her eyes, but then she shook her head and said, there is no need for that, son. It's not even afternoon, and I am feeling fine. No, a broken bar. Raziel's expression became pained as he looked at her but tried his best to control his voice. A broken bar. I insist. So please, sit down here while I go and make some. Aurelia's confusion was palpable, yet she acquiesced. Okay, son, but don't make anything too hard. You might lose time for your training, she replied with concern, unaware of the storm raging within her son. Raziel's heart ached with each step towards the kitchen. There, he began to mix a lethal concoction, combining harmless ingredients into a potent poison. This knowledge, imparted by Grandpa Keys for trapping and killing beasts for meat, was now being perverted into a tool for a grim purpose he never imagined. With trembling hands, he prepared the poison, Each stir of the mixture was a reminder of the irreversible step he was about to take. The poison melded into the blood, creating a deadly drink meant for the one who gave him life. His mother's obliviousness and blind trust in him made the task even more harrowing. The son, who should have been her protector, was now on the brink of becoming the cause of her demise. Raziel's steps were laden with the heaviness of his heart as he approached his mother, holding the glass filled with poison. His hands trembled visibly, betraying the turmoil within him. However, he paused, glancing at his mother from afar, who was seated serenely, her face adorned with a warm, gentle smile that seemed to reflect fond memories and unwavering love for him. In that moment, Raziel was acutely aware of the stark contrast between her unconditional devotion and the grim task at hand. The realization that he was about to betray her trust and end the life of the one who had given every second of her life for him was overwhelming. As he stood there, the glass in his hand now seemed to weigh a ton, his resolve crumbling under the weight of his mother's innocent trust. He couldn't do it. He couldn't bring himself to rob her of the life she had spent so selflessly nurturing his own and damn her for eternity. With a voice strained by unshed tears and a conflict raging within, Raziel called out, "Mother, I am sorry, a broken bar. I have to suddenly go somewhere. How about I give you that drink later?" Orlia's response was filled with the same affection and understanding that had always been her hallmark. She gently stood up, saying, "Oh, don't worry about it, son. I will always be here. You should go. I wouldn't want you to be late for anything." Raziel, with the glass still in his grasp, hummed in response. His heart felt both relieved and heavy as he walked away from her, and before he knew it, he was walking towards Matron Celine's house. Celine emerged from the stream after her bath, though her expression was one of surprise as she saw Raziel waiting for her. "Raziel, what are you doing here? I thought I announced that there will be no training today," she inquired, her eyebrows arched in curiosity. Raziel, holding back the turmoil within him, managed a soft smile. "I know, but I didn't come here for that," he replied, his voice almost a whisper. He found it hard to look at her because all he could see was her mutilated body and the lifeless face he had seen countless times. The worst part was whenever he saw her final moments, he saw her eyes change as the memories of her past deaths engulfed her. The sadness and pain he saw in those eyes was something he could never forget and was clawing at his soul. He would do anything to not see those eyes again. He can't endure this any longer. He slowly brought the glass he was holding from behind his back into view, offering it to her with a gentle gesture. "I wanted to offer you a drink that I personally made for the first time. Would you, a broken bar, like to try it?" Celine's eyes widened slightly in surprise and delight. "You prepared a drink for me?" she asked, her voice laced with a mix of amusement and appreciation. She stepped closer, her ruby red eyes sparkling. "That is so sweet of you, Raziel. Even though you didn't have to." Raziel felt his fist clench behind him, his heart racing as he struggled to maintain composure. He watched, conflicted, as Celine took the glass from his hand, her fingers brushing against his. As Celine was about to take a sip, she suddenly paused, looking directly at Raziel. "Do you really want me to drink this, Raziel?" she asked softly, her gaze peering into his. Raziel's expression froze. He looked into her eyes, seeing the softness and trust that had always comforted him, now mingled with a hint of concern. He felt as if she could see right through him. "Is there something you want to talk to me about? I am not supposed to say this, but you are my favorite disciple, and I care about you. Whatever it is, I am here to listen and help, no matter what it takes," Celine said, her voice filled with concern and warmth but also a firm determination, and saying so, she raised the glass to drink from it while Raziel watched, his chin quivering and his dull eyes tremoring. The glass was about to touch her lips when Raziel's emotions overcame him. He quickly snatched the glass from her hand and threw it away, his voice breaking as he stammered, I am sorry. I feel it might not suit your taste. I am really sorry. I have to go now." But before he could turn around to leave, her soft hand grabbed his shoulder, stopping him from taking another step as her voice echoed from behind. "You don't have to run away. Not this time. Raziel's eyes widened and shook as he heard those words.